This podcast is brought to you by the Arte Media Pantheon. Please head to artemedia.org to see all kinds of podcasts from our great friends. And if you'd like to start your own podcast, they can provide you with the tools and resources to do so there. So please head to artemedia.org. That's ARETE media.org. I did it, Jordan. I nailed the intro. I have not been nailing the intro lately. Welcome to the Spur of the Moment podcast, everybody. I'm as always, I'm Justin Spurr. I'm the host. I do the hosting thing. And I'm joined by several children in a trench coat. I mean, one very tall man. He's just buying drinks.
I just want to buy some adult drink, please.
It's incomparable, Jordan. Everybody. He's definitely not several children in a trench coat. He just wants
And a Halloween mask. That's why my face is so ugly.
He just wants to buy an adult beverage.
I just need one adult beverage,
You would
please.
just like one adult beverage, please. On today's show, it's movie news. There was a PlayStation State of Play, so we're gonna talk about a bunch of video games and video game related accessories.
See, we talk about things other than movies. God.
There's an Among Us trailer. There's a Ice Age trailer that looks suspiciously like the opening to one of the Jackass movies. There's other stuff, and then later it's pick a director. It's Quentin Tarantino and Steven Spielberg, but none of the Steven Spielberg movies you know, because we're fun like that.
I mean, you might know some of them. There's a couple in there.
But first,
Most of them I hadn't heard of, but some of them you might have.
I've been told that you need to start the show off with this, Jordan. You need to do this at the beginning of your YouTube video, but we're at 471, everybody. 471.
Woo!
471 on YouTube. That's on YouTube. That's on YouTube, by the way. And when we get to 500, we are that much one step closer to making money
Ruling
on
the
this,
world?
making money on this sucker. So you gotta go back. You gotta watch some of the content. You gotta go back and watch some of the old stuff because that gets our watch time up, and that gets us to. And just so you know, when we do eventually monetize, we will be taking requests for money.
I mean, what kind of requests, Justin? That's a very ambiguous statement.
We will watch whatever movie you want for money.
Okay, that's a lot clearer because
But,
when you
like-
say we will do requests for money, that has some uncomfortable potential.
But like nothing with any sexual violence. That's the one rule. That's the only
That's
rule.
fair.
That's
That's
the only
fair.
rule. But I'll find a way to make it work in an episode. Just you gotta leave suggestions. But yes, we will do that for money.
And when we hit 500, Justin will eat 500 different types of peppers in
No,
one
when
go.
we hit 500, we're both gonna probably eat a ginger shot.
Justin will eat 500 different kinds
Because
of peppers.
there's no way that ginger shots don't taste gross, right? There's no way. There's
That sounds disgusting.
no way. But that comes at 500. So we're close to that. So hit subscribe and like and comment and do all the
Better
things.
keep a bucket nearby.
Ugh. Yeah. There's no way it's not. I don't even like ginger, and I like gross things. So like, there's no way it's not going to be gross. Anyway, starting off.
But
with
if my understanding of ginger is correct, it'll be very
it's
healthy.
going to be very healthy, but taste disgusting. Again, I don't even like ginger. So other than when it's in cookies, it's the only time I like ginger is when it's in cookies. But I'd like to start
Yeah.
off today's show, as we always often like to start off our show, Jordan, responding to comments on the internet. And
Big time comment respond time.
big time comment response time, because Jordan, I'm going to be real with you. I know I said we wouldn't talk about TikTok or to TikTok, but man, we had some shit blow up on TikTok this week, and of course TikTok, it's funny because I don't like doing video responses on there, as the Spur of the Moment page, because that's pretty much a clip page, but it won't let me do it as myself. So anyway, so I never respond to comments on there, but TikTok, the place where nuance goes to fucking die. Holy shit. Is it the place where nuance goes to fucking die? Because, like, let's start off with our Clayface video, okay? Which I think is pushing, like, 2,000 views. It's got all kinds of shit ton of comments. Okay, number one, look at us. Jordan, look at us. Do we look like people who play sports?
What's a sports ball?
We've obviously picked up a fucking comic book. You nerds. You sack of nerds. We've obviously picked up a fucking comic book, right? Okay. And what was weird? What was weird? Yeah, I mean, I could do that too. I can randomly reach off frame and pick out a comic book.
I don't know if I actually have any in my room at the moment.
I can't because I don't. But like, here's an Animorphs book. See, look, it's Animorphs. That's how nerd I am. Okay, moving on with this. Jordan.
I have some other things, but I don't have comics offhand.
Okay, so obviously read a comic book, okay. And what was weird is all the comments that were like they thought they hit with this take. Okay, no, that was the first thing I wanted to say, which is there was a really funny comment that said, "Why does TikTok keep trying to push these guys onto us?" I can promise you, they're not. They're not. They're really not. They're so not.
Maybe they are with that person who is like. Maybe commented on a few things, and that's why. That's how TikTok works.
Yeah, pretty well. Watch less of our videos, bro. That's what I have to say to that. But like every comment that was like, this is such a bad take. Like they thought they cooked with this take, and I kept going, what fucking take? Like we said that the Clayface trailer looked jarring because it was in the same universe as Superman, which it does. Like that, and then like what you miss is the 30 seconds or 10 seconds later where we went, but we still want to watch it because it looks weird.
Good. It still looks good. Like it doesn't look like a bad movie. Just because this is what nuance lost on this generation.
TikTok is the place that nuance goes to fucking die.
Well, because it's where all the young people are, and nuance is lost on this generation. See, the thing is that two things can be true at once. It can look jarring because it does, and still look good.
Right.
And people are like, oh, comic book styles look different. Yes, obviously they do. Yes. Between two like a Batman comic is gonna look different than a Superman comic, obviously. But when you have a Justice League comic, you kind of like the styles are worked so that they work together. It's
a comic book. Okay, these universes exist in the same comic book, yes, but not every run in a comic book is exactly the same. Like if you want to use a comic book example, this trailer is a little bit like if in the middle of Invincible, which is drawn by Robert Kirkman. I don't know if he draws it, but if whoever draws what's an artist you would know. If in the middle, we'll use oh my god, my mind's going blank. Holy shit!
I mean, for me, it's like if you look
Joe Quesada,
Superman,
like Joe Quesada or a not this would ever happen, but if in the middle of a Jack Kirby run of comic books, out of nowhere, Frank Miller started to draw them, and it's a completely different art style and a completely different tone. You'd be like, that's weird.
In terms of this, I would actually take it one step further for me, where it's the equivalent of. You have a Superman comic, and then the next one is drawn in a manga style.
That's a really extreme. Different. That's a really extreme, but yeah, in terms of keeping it contemporary,
right?
Oh my God.
But
what did I say?
I feel like for TikTok, where nuance goes to die, I have to make it extreme. So they get the fucking point.
Yeah, but what did I just say his name was? Oh my God, I'm blanking.
Frank Welker, I think you said.
Not Frank Miller, but the guy who draws Invincible. Who does Invincible?
I don't know.
Fuck, what did I say his name was? Oh my God. Oh, it's gonna drive me crazy now. Guy who draws Invincible.
Point being that, like, yeah, it's jarring when you're realizing they're in the same universe, just like it would be if you did that in the comics. That doesn't make it bad; it just makes it weird.
Okay, so the guy who drew the guy Robert Kirkland, that's who it was. But the guy who actually drew Invincible is a guy named Ryan Ottley. But it would be like in the middle of Invincible, of 132 issues of Invincible, all of a sudden Frank Miller wrote and drew Invincible. You'd be like, this is weird. this is strange. This is off-putting.
It's
Like
jarring. It's
or
like
if like you're
it's
watching
been
one
in
of
one
those,
particular style for so long, and now it's different.
yeah, that doesn't mean yeah. Or if you were watching like the Justice League cartoon, just out of nowhere, a bad guy stabbed a guy to death. You'd be like, "This is jarring. It's weird." It doesn't necessarily mean it's bad,
Or even
but it doesn't really
even,
match the overall tone of what you're going for in this.
or to take it like in the direction of the Green Lantern show as an example, it'd be like if you were watching the Justice League show where it's it's like the Superman movie where it's very family friendly and
Yeah.
colorful and bright, and then all of a sudden one of them dropped an F-bomb.
I mean, that's that. Yeah, yeah. Well, comparatively, yes, that's exactly this. That Green Lantern show also suffers from that same problem of like, yeah,
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying.
yeah, it's weird when Guy Gardner shows up in that with his stupid fucking James Gunn fucking bowl haircut and shows up in this dark, gritty reimagining of the Green Lanterns. It's jarring. It doesn't mean the show's gonna be bad. I think it will be, but that doesn't necessarily mean the show's
It's not
gonna
a
be
guarantee that the show is going to be bad. It's
Right.
just it makes it weird for me.
It's jarring.
It's
It's a jarring stylistic choice where you're like, yeah, there's no consistency to this. And someone said, oh, isn't that a good thing? No, and then a lot of people were like,
Yes and no.
A lot of people
I
were
do
like,
see because I want to be fair.
A lot of people were like, there's a couple of people who were like, well, wasn't that the problem with the MCU was all those shows, all those movies looked the same? Yeah, but no, they didn't. A and B. They had a visual consistency to them. Like if I showed you that, Clayface trailer, and I didn't, that was the point I was making in that bit, where if I showed you that Clayface trailer and you didn't see that Gotham police car in there, you wouldn't know what the fuck that was, right? Whereas the MCU, it's like, yeah, Iron Man 1 looks different from the Eternals. But they still have visual consistency in the sense that they all look like they more or less belong. There's a bit of pitch and pull.
They exist in the same world.
There's a bit of pitch and pull with the MCU where, like, yeah, some of the television shows you get a little bit like, wait, Daredevil and the Punisher are allowed to brutally kill people, but Spider-Man can't say an F word. Like there's a bit of that, but it's way less jarring. And again, that doesn't mean bad. It doesn't mean bad, but effectively, it's like you've got a different artist drawing your run, part of your run in your comic book, and it's jarring. It's noticeably different, and it's weird.
Yeah, so like for me, it's one of those things where if I'm comparing it to the comics, like to be fair, yes, there are often times where a Superman comic is going to be very different than a Batman comic, right? That's undoubtedly true, right? But let me finish. There are times where it's going to be different, yes, but they still exist in the same style, right? So like,
not necessarily.
Let me finish, please. Are you done?
Yeah.
Can I talk now?
Yeah.
They are still going to exist in the same style. So yes, Batman is going to be dark and gritty, and Superman is going to be light and hopeful, right? But when they come together and are working together, you have to like be able to look at them and not have one where it's basically the equivalent of Across the Spider-Verse, where you have Spider-Man Noir beside Spider-Pig. Like you have to believe that they can exist in the same universe, unless it's a multiverse story.
But also, like, it depends on who. Like, yes, like if this wasn't supposed to be in the James Gunn is the lead writer and creator. Like it's though he's writing Invincible. He's Robert Kirkman. There we go. I actually remembered it. He's the one in charge of this. So like, yeah, if it looks completely different from
that's what I'm saying.
But like in comic, like if you want to be like, oh, you don't read comics, in a comic book there are different runs with different artists. So yeah, if in the middle of a singular run, like if there's two different,
what I'm saying,
there's two different runs of Batman, for example, yeah, you could have a Batman that is bright and colorful and jumpy and jousty and whatever. That's Adam West Batman, and then over here, you can have a Batman who's dark and gritty and who's Frank Miller, who says, "Hold on, I let you finish." Who is the?
You didn't. You kept interrupting me.
I'm the goddamn Batman. Whatever. If you had I'm the goddamn Batman show up in Adam West Batman, it doesn't matter if it's in the same universe. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
If you had him do this, it would feel jarring. No, so yeah, so that there's no consistency.
Like I'm looking at like the for if we're talking comics, the Batman and Superman who are the public enemies, those ones.
Like yeah, technically
they look. Batman is dark and gritty. Superman is light and hopeful, but they exist in the same space.
But like,
right? Like it's not like you're getting like 90s Batman. You like you said, let's do Adam West. That's the most jarring example that I can think of. It's not like you're taking Adam West Batman and putting him with Invincible Superman.
Yeah, pretty well.
Like
or like, you know,
just don't.
You're not putting Paul Dano's Riddler in fucking 1960s Batman. So yeah, that would be jarring. I'm not saying bad. That could be a great idea. It could be their styles could totally clash in a way that's interesting. It would still be jarring if you let the 1960s Batman people make a fucking James Gunn style. It wouldn't work. Like, it feels weird. But that's not a bad thing. But that's not a take.
Not necessarily that it
That's my
work.
point. That's my point. It's not a take. It's just an observation. It is jarring that you've got this weird horror aesthetic fucking movie that doesn't look like it belongs in the same world or universe as the James Gunn Superman does. Because there hasn't been enough of an establishment of this universe for you to be like, yeah, with the Punisher, you can suspend a little bit. But with this, it's too early for you to do that. So you're like, this is weird and confusing, but it's
basically, you know, you've put your cart before your horse.
Yeah, so much of his universe is so inconsistent. It has no consistency in trying to be an extended universe, and so then at that point,
that's because it's not really an extended universe.
Stop trying to be an extended universe at that point.
Like it's at this point, like it's just like. It's not an extended universe because they haven't had time to make an extended universe. They've got Superman, and they're shackling every other creative venture they have to Superman.
It would be like if you were like, oh hey, Superman also exists in that Joaquin Phoenix Joker movie. You'd be like, what? How? What? No, that doesn't make any like. That's what this Clayface movie existing in that Superman universe feels like. Just be like it exists in its own universe. It's an Elseworld story. What's wrong with Elseworld story?
To be fair, we're going off of like a minute-long trailer. Maybe there will be like a good cohesion and it'll work. I can't say. I haven't seen it yet. I doubt it.
Part of the problem is James Gunn getting on the fucking internet, responding to every single comment somebody has on the internet, where he's like, "No, this takes place 2 years before the Superman movie." We're like, wait, so is Batman exist? It causes undue questions, but you could just be like, it's a Clayface movie that takes place in Gotham. He's his own thing. There's no connection to the overall universe. And then let Superman's adjacent shit be in its own world, right? When did Elseworlds become such a dirty word? That's my question.
I don't disagree inherently with that sentiment, but also you don't even have to specifically say that it's not connected to that. You could just make the movie and leave it up to the viewer's interpretation.
Yeah, exactly. Leave it ambiguous. Don't come out well before the movie comes out on Twitter and be like, no, but it actually uses it. Shut up.
Like,
hey, speaking of shut up, say it with me now, Jordan. James Gunn. Shut
up.
Shut up. Shut up. Hey, we nailed it again. Speaking of shutting up, that transitions and dovetails nicely into the other video that fucking blew up on TikTok. And this was weird because people weren't really yelling at us so much. Like, I thought for sure people would get way more upset with us telling them to shut up. But like, some people like they were making points that were like not valid.
I don't think you mentioned this one to me. What was this? Some of the comments?
This was on our VOT Rising where we
were
like,
I know we said shut up a lot, but like, what were the comments?
Oh, the comments were basically they could do a better job of de-aging her. Better Call Saul does a decent job of de-aging people. How come this one can't? And like to a degree, you're not wrong. You could do a better job with makeup and like disguising the fact that they look slightly older. I did see a comment that was like, you can allow for a certain level of cognitive dissonance for this, and basically was like, shut up, basically.
Saying, so agreeing with us.
Yeah, there's a couple of people who are like, oh, my favorite is always the, I don't like addressing these kinds of comments, but it should be illegal to have a podcast, or podcast equipment should be more expensive, or you should require a license. And someone responded to that with, did anything they say was wrong, which was funny. Loving that from the audience. Um, but what I will say is we have made fun of
That's technically correct.
I
The
have
best kind of
I
correct.
have to be completely fair and be like, yes, there is a threshold of being like, this pulls me out. But then you have to kind of just
Oh,
like
yeah.
allow, it's like that comment that you have to allow for that cognitive dissonance to be like, to or far enough anyway to be like, I get it, real life happens in real life, and I have to. But like the best
Yeah,
example of
like if I'm
like,
seeing like a 60-year-old actor trying to play the 30-year-old version of their character that they were, obviously I'm going to be like, "You're too old." Like,
yeah,
no.
I'll
At
try
least
to
put some effort in.
right? I'll try to push myself back in as best I can, but like the number one we always go to is we always make fun of. It's funny because one of the comments mentioned Breaking Bad. I think they were mentioning the cleaner, how when he came back on Better Call Saul, he looked like 10 years older, like he looked like he was ancient. But the best example of that, there's two examples of that from Better Call Saul and from El Camino. You got Fat Jack, which everyone likes, which I always felt bad making fun of that, but he did. He gained a substantial. And to his defense, he had gained all that weight for another role, and he'd done that. He did that cameo in El Camino really quick and for cheap. So like it was. He's not like it, but the one that always gets me is in we joke about it all the time.
Louis, I think his name is.
In Better Call Saul, there's an episode where Huel Babineau
Or
shows
Huel.
up,
Yeah.
and he's thin. He's really quite thin.
The actor had lost
and
a bunch of
obviously
weight.
yes, obviously off screen in the however many 10 years since he had been on Breaking Bad, the actor had lost quite a bit of weight, and he looked very healthy.
Good for him.
And good for him. But in universe, poor Huel must go through some shit, man. He he must have a real downtrodden where he just put on
between Saul and
it's
Walter White.
it's an
Clearly
unhealthy
he
amount
gets
of
into
weight
some
for
stress eating,
right. Like I'm not trying to be fat phobic. I'm just saying it's a disconcerting amount of weight. It's what one would constitute as an unhealthy amount of weight. So either he goes through some major health problems where he can't exercise, or he goes through a major mental health episode.
The character, not the actor.
The character, yeah. The character goes through some sort of major mental health episode where he just puts on a bunch of weight, or has a major health issue where he puts on a bunch of weight. You just feel really bad for that poor guy. So yeah, that absolutely, when he shows up, and that does pull me out of this, right? So it's not that I don't get that sentiment. It's not that I do. But like, it gets really fucking old when I guess the point I was making in that video was the shut up was just like, it gets really fucking old when people try to pretend like that's a criticism, or like that's like a gotcha or a dig on what makes a thing not very good. It's like, oh, she's not older. Like, who cares? Like,
it's one of those things where it's like
it's not worth getting upset about. I guess is my point.
It's one of those things where, like, if it's a thing that everybody already knows, and you're trying to make it out like you're the genius who first noticed it, and like it's like, oh, I'm impressive. That's where I get annoyed.
Yeah,
like we all know.
Yeah,
we
she
all
got older, man.
Visually see. We all know how the world works.
Right.
You don't need to point it out. You're not helping anything.
So I think
you can't change it. It's already like they've done it. It's done.
I saw someone call me. I said, you get some media literacy. I guess that doesn't require media literacy, but grow up. Like, who cares?
Yeah.
Don't watch the show then, man. I probably will. I don't know. It's so hard for me to get invested in anything.
I still need to finish the original show.
Yeah. You need to get to Soldier Boy before you can watch a whole show with him.
Exactly.
I think that was it. Was there anything else that was worth? That was our brief, and I think, is that going to be a video I call Justin and Jordan respond to TikTok? It might be. Is that going to go up on TikTok?
Justin and Jordan, shut up, Redux.
Shut up, Redux. Shut up, Redux. This was interesting. On our video about Celine Dion, one of our shorts, and talking about how she's getting it. Someone said, and I tend to agree with this when it comes to this kind of casting, but they said it will offend me if they put some sort of popular actress over someone with pure talent like Celine. I think she deserves to have someone play her that isn't famous on their own, but someone new and upcoming that can belt out a tune like her. I agree. I
tend to agree.
I always think when it comes to biopics, hire a talented unknown first and make them famous. Because that's what, especially if it's a person who's dead. If I'm famous, if I'm like super duper famous, and someone's making a biopic on me, I want someone else to get famous. I don't want someone who's already famous to get to do this. Like, because yeah, and that's number one, and number two, yeah, it automatically it pulls me out if it's someone too famous playing someone
That's
famous.
more what it is for me.
You're like, oh yeah,
Where
that's
it's
just
like
Tom Hanks is Walt Disney. I'm not getting pulled into this. It's just Tom Hanks.
unless they're a really talented actor.
Yeah, unless
Or
they're like
actress.
really talented, like exceptionally talented. But yeah, I tend to be like,
Yeah, the more famous they are, the more
the
it
more it just pulls
But
me right out.
I have found the more that I do this show, the more that's kind of true for me. So like when I see Tom Hanks in a thing at this point, I'm just like, oh, he's just Tom
It
Hanks.
depends. It depends on the. It depends on the. Yes, you're not wrong. There's certain actors who like. Joe and I watched Quentin Tarantino this week. He's Sam Jackson every single time, like every single time. So like, there's subtleties and slight nuances, but for the most part, he's Sam Jackson.
Yeah.
Same thing with Bruce Willis. Bruce Willis is just Bruce Willis, especially when he's in live action, just like every single time.
Certain actors are just like
But
that.
some actors chameleon and they meld, they blend. So like it depends. It really depends. Like, yeah, it really. Tom Hanks is kind of an exception. Sometimes he will blend. He'll blend pretty well. But other times you're just like, that's just Tom Hanks.
It really depends on the role.
Someone
when he's in like a fatherly sort of role, he's just kind of Tom Hanks.
Somebody agreed with us that they need to make Advent Children into a game.
Huh. When did we say that? That must have been a while ago.
That was on by the looks of it, quite an old short about me saying that they should make Advent Children into a game, or maybe that was when I said it looked like it was at one point a game.
Well, I mean, I would have if I was going to do it when they did this whole remake or whatever. Instead of making it, since they insisted on splitting it up into parts, instead of it being 3 parts, I would have made it 4 parts, and I would have made the 4th part the Advent Children part.
Speaking of that remake, did you see that?
Travis Willingham.
Yeah, he's Sephiroth now.
Yeah, it sounds weird.
It does sound a little weird to me. I did think it was funny that Matt Mercer just did all of the. They had a big presentation for it, and Matt Mercer did all of the narration, all the stuff they've added. I was like, hey, that's just Matt Mercer. But I mean, in the next one,
I know that Matt Mercer was Vincent Valentine.
Yeah, he's playable now.
I never played the second part. I haven't gotten around to actually beating it. I played it a a little bit, and I never beat it.
I know I played it a little because I wanted to finish the first part again, and then before I got to the second part, and I just haven't. I think I played it a little bit, but it's like substantially bigger.
And it is.
Just was hard
it's
to,
more. It's more open world.
Yeah. It was hard to invest time into. I would like to play it. Yeah, Travis Willingham as Sephiroth. That's a little strange for me. But yeah, he's Vincent Valentine.
One of those. I might wait for the 3rd part to come out and then just do all 3 in one go.
That makes sense. Train of thought.
Travis Willingham Sephiroth.
Vincent Valentine's playable.
He's a little too deep for me.
A little bit, yeah. But yeah, he's playable. Vincent Valentine and Sid, they announced they're playable in the
Oh, nice, because I don't think they were in the second part.
They were not. No. People said it was because they came in so it was kind of like Red 13 in the first part, where they came in so late that there wasn't time to like develop anything for them. And I'm like, that's fair. I kind of get that. He's hard.
I mean, there's some cool stuff that I saw in that trailer where like they're on the airship and then they jump down to the planet or whatever.
Apparently, him turning into the beast or whatever. Apparently, it's instant with the thumbstick.
Him turning into the beast.
You know how Vincent Valentine's.
Oh yeah, right.
He's whatever. Cool. Yeah. Apparently, that's built in. And did I already see?
It looks like he summons something or something. Like he was summoning something to attack. All I know is that that'll be fun. That looks fun. And once they're done that, they can finally put all their fucking effort towards Kingdom Hearts. It's
true. Jordan, did I already read this comment? Atomic Bomb in regards to who would win in a fight, Homelander versus Superman. Someone left a comment that was Atomic Bomb versus Coughing Baby. And I said, who's the Coughing Baby?
Homelander. Homelander is the Coughing Baby because he's a weak little baby.
He's a weak little baby. He's a weak
little baby.
He's a weak little baby, man. He's a weak little. That's it, Jordan. That's all the comments we got. That's all the comments. Let's talk.
All right, so I guess now it's time for the official news.
Let's move on. Let's move on to the news. La 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 la. Do the la 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 la. Yes. Let's begin, Jordan. Let's begin where all things begin.
The
Wolverine.
start.
The beginning. Wolverine. Jordan, this
When
game
the
looks fucking
started,
sick.
the planet was covered in heat, and then there was Wolverine walking alone on this world.
In a game that looks fucking sick.
Oh my god, it looks fun
It
and
looks
sick, and I'm
so sick.
excited. It needs to be out now.
It looks significantly more bloody than I was expecting. Like,
Oh my
also,
god.
Jordan, don't feel bad. You were not the only one who thought that that random ninja was Deadpool.
Oh, good. Because it looks like him.
It does look like Deadpool. There was a really funny Soups did a really funny reaction video where it was like, "It's Deadpool," and all the comments were like, "No, bro, it's not. It's not Deadpool. It's a
It's not to say that he might not be in the game.
It's possibly he could be in there. I like because what they've got Omega Red. They've got most of Department H in there by the looks of it. They've got Omega Red. They've got.
And if there's no X-Men, then it would make sense that they would focus on the other things that Wolverine has been in.
The thing that I will say, I did see that. I did see that supposedly this is a universe without the X-Men, which like I was like initially I'm like, okay, yeah, that's fine, that makes sense. This could be at a point in Wolverine's history where like mutants haven't really come out yet, and the X-Men aren't really a proud and out thing. That makes sense. But then Jean Grey is there, so I'm like, wait, so if he knows Jean Grey, that means that Professor X clearly is around, unless this universe he met Jean Grey before Professor X.
It kind of looks to me like in this game, and this is just my observation from the trailer that I watched. It comes across to me like Jean Grey is more filling the role of Rogue, like from the movies, Rogue.
Yeah, maybe. Like it's just
where she's not. I suspect we're going to be at a point in time. They could very easily go the route of this is before the X-Men are formed. He has met Jean instead of it like in the movies how he met Rogue first before he met the X-Men. Could easily be a thing where he meets Jean Grey first before he meets the X-Men, and by the end of the game they meet Charles Xavier and the X-Men are formed.
perhaps
I could very much believe that this game, by the end of it, sets up the X-Men. So in the second one, we are part of the X-Men.
This game feels. The number one thing is this game.
That's my theory.
It definitely feels. I think I said this to you. It definitely feels exploratory in terms of content, where it very much does feel like it's a game where they're like, "Hey, what random characters can we pull?" That people will then like can we get away with this? Like what can we do?
Like even more than
universe?
Spider-Man, Wolverine and X-Men, there are a lot of characters.
There are some deep cuts in this trailer, like in that 7-minute gameplay trailer. There's some deep, especially in the trailer bits towards the end, like where you've got. I mean, I can't remember his name, the little green kid. Where I was like, oh, I know him. Why do I know him?
Yeah, he was part of the underground people.
Or whatever. Yeah.
Mort, not Mort. I know. Yeah, I can't think of the character's name, but yes.
But it'd be. Do you think? Here's the question, because this appears to be involving Bolivar Trask and Trask Industries and the robot guys that Logan or that Wolverine are killing. They were in Logan. They're the bad guys in Logan, which is connected to Mr. Sinister. So it'll be interesting. And obviously we see some Sentinels in this, which is going to be sick. Like that's going to be a fun fight. I can already tell.
Yes, it will.
Yeah, I like the fact that you can undo your claws with a button press. That's pretty cool. I mean,
yeah, if they didn't have it where you could shink, it would be disappointing.
My question is, can you beat people up with just your fists?
If you can shink your claws, then I would say probably.
That's pretty sick.
There will probably be like maybe like a special combo or something when you don't have them out versus when you do. That's my theory. I'm just guessing.
I don't fully understand okay.
Also, I suspect probably what it'll be also, especially if there's like environment for you to climb on. I suspect if you don't have your claws on and you do like your running thing or whatever, you won't go up the wall. And when you have them open, it'll probably be a traversal thing.
There's quite a bit of this game is built on the skeleton of Spider-Man 2. Like
It's not a bad thing.
It's not a bad thing, but there's just a lot of like. They're like, you can stealth, but we discourage it. So then what's the point having your guy have a stealth animation or stealth if you're not going to, if the game discourages you from doing it? Like, what's the point in that? Like his a little bit of his mobility is a bit sluggish for me when he's approaching. Once he's fighting and once he's gashing guys. I'm like, this is fucking great. But like the fact that there's
I
any
need to
level of
see
you
it.
sneaking, I need to play it. I need to experience. This
Yeah.
is too akin to that very first. Actually, no, it's really more akin to that thing we saw Spider-Man 2, where I was like, there's stuff here I don't love, and it did eventually translate. I still don't love the way they do abilities now, and this looks like it still has that. Like you can see it on the bottom; it still has those 2 ability wheels. I'm not really a fan of that.
So I don't inherently disagree, but where I think that this will do that better is it doesn't have a first game where it already had a bunch of things that you could do that it's removed.
This is true.
And B, or two, uh, Wolverine, unlike this Spider-Man in particular, is not a techie guy. So
Yeah.
to have those different things be just attacks that he does
Yeah, even
works better for me.
I need to play it.
Especially if like one of them is like the wheel where it's like with claws and the other is a wheel which is without claws, and like you've got different stuff. It to me it works better with Wolverine because
Yeah.
he's more of a beat 'em up character.
It's just a lot of Spider-Man 4, or Spider-Man 4, so a lot of Spider-Man 2 devolved to like using the same 3 button prompts. So, and so
Right, but what I'm saying is
worried
that
it's gonna be that.
he's a very different character from Spider-Man.
Yeah, I would have liked more diversity in like limb selection but again, this is early gameplay. This is not.
There's still time for them to
I need to play it.
change and add things too.
There's a lot of stuff of like, oh my god, this is just built on top of Spider-Man that I'm like, not loving.
I think for me the reason why I have
But
more
it's so bloody.
hope, not hope, that's not the right word, but why I think the combat in particular will be a lot stronger than Spider-Man 2 was, is because Spider-Man 1 and 2, they had to worry about more of a open world scenario,
Yeah, this
and
doesn't.
they had to worry about populating and filling a bunch of side missions that and this and that and this and that, whereas this doesn't really look like it's going that route. So
Yeah, you're not wrong.
it means they can focus more on the combat and the things that, my concern is that it's going to feel like stripped down.
Yeah, yeah, I can see why you'd say
That's
that.
kind of my concern,
But like, also,
I need to play it.
I'm glad to see that we are moving back in the direction of solid, well developed, well made, like well thought out, devoted single player experiences. Like I'm so glad that
Not everything needs to be multiplayer.
no, not everything needs a multi. That's why when people are like, oh, there's that like live service Spider-Man Spider-Verse game that looked, if any of the alpha gameplay is correct, looked bad. Like, no, some franchises don't need multiplayer, and this is one of them. Like, we don't need a multiplayer Spider-Man game. I'm sorry. I'm disappointing a lot
And
of
that
people out
being
there.
said,
No, thank you.
that being said, knowing that it's made by the same people that made Spider-Man, I would like there to be a reference to Spider-Man in there.
I would like a reference. I don't need him to be in
I
it,
don't
but
need like a scene where Spider-Man shows up and they fight together and he's like, "Oh my God, who the hell are you?" I don't need that, but like if there's a section where he goes to New York or something, some reference to an arachnile type person,
he is allegedly not in it. That's what they say, but who's to say?
That's disappointing.
I think that's not true, because there's something that Yuri Lowenthal said at a convention on a panel once that made me go, I think he's got a cameo, because he mentioned something.
That's all I need. Like that's all I need.
So
And I'd be content.
Jordan, let's go through. Let's just go on through
To the other side.
the PlayStation, the some of the announcements they did at this PlayStation, whatever, what have you. I'm going to say some of the games that I think you'll recognize by name, because there's a lot of games here. We're going to give some rapid fire thoughts on them, and you can tell me whether or not you're excited or not. Jordan, Ace Combat 8: Wings of Thev. I'm kidding.
I don't know what that is.
I'm totally kidding. You have no idea what that is.
Sounds like a plane, some sort of flying game.
You've never seen Dune. Oh, apparently there's a Dynasty Warriors 3 remastered. God of War Laufey. Let's talk about how the internet has been weird and sexist. No, I look. You're never gonna have to work hard to convince me to hate on that franchise. I still maintain that's not God of War. It's a Gino. It's a God of War in name only.
That's fair. That's fair. Okay, so
But like also to be 100% fair in this context, the God of War, like they're not claiming that she is the God of War. They're not saying God of War is only on the packaging of this game. Like the logo, the word. By the way, it's pronounced Laufey. Every single person who's been pronouncing it wrong has been driving me fucking crazy. But the word God of, or the phrase God of War is like very small in the logo.
well, I mean, in this instance, it's there because she's fighting a bunch of God of Wars. That's why it's called God of War.
No, I think it's called. To be fair, again.
Well, I mean, no. There's the cynical, obvious reason of why it's called God of War, which is to sell the game. That's obvious. It's there so that because
Yes,
they don't have confidence that this would
it's just
sell on its own.
branding,
But
exactly.
no, I'm saying there is also the reason of like the reason they would give of she's fighting
yes.
a bunch of God of Wars. From what I saw in the clip, there is a part where Kratos briefly shows up.
Yeah, he's in it. He's in the game. He's just not
in some capacity.
I suspect he will probably show up as a playable character at some point. But
I mean, I expect he'll be there'll be like a DLC or something where you can do like something with him.
Yeah, there'll be
but,
something where you play as him, I'm sure.
But for me, so I have complicated feelings about it because like
some of it looks cool. Like, I'd be lying if I said it didn't look cool.
I didn't actually watch the full 20-minute thing. I just
I watched some of the gameplay.
I skimmed it and I was just like, it has similar issues to what I have with the previous ones, which is it's too Dark Soul like.
Yeah, that was the thing that somebody said about Wolverine, which I meant to bring up during Wolverine, which is someone said that they wish that game was more Souls like. No, you're wrong. No game should be more Souls-like. If anything, the industry is too Souls-like. No, I'm just stop you right there.
There's a place for it.
Yeah, in its own franchise.
It's not in my Insomniac, right? They're Insomniac.
Yeah, Insomniac.
It's not in my Insomniac Wolverine one.
No.
There can be a different one. I'm cool. If you want like another company wants to go and do their own shot at that, okay, whatever. But no, not in my Insomniac one.
This might be one of my classic hot takes, Jordan, but I think that the Souls-like game is a fucking plague on the industry that needs to fucking die. Like, I don't need a Star Wars game that is borderline a Souls game that you have to put on beginner to even derive enjoyment out of, that we're then going to fold into the overall universe, pretend like the characters from that game are part of the universe so that you have to play it. No, fuck that. That's dumb. I want to play a Six Samurai game. I don't want to play a samurai game that's a Dark Souls game and an exercise and then getting killed over and over again. Oh, the story in that game looks great, but it's Souls-like. Nah, fuck that.
Yeah, well, that's where I say there can be room for both. I don't care if they want that, like if they have that in their corner of their gaming world. But I would like there to also be a Six Samurai game or Ninja game which isn't Souls-like.
That's what I'm saying.
If the Souls community wants to continue to have their games that are X game that's version like Souls-like, Wolverine game that's Souls-like, Star Wars, whatever. What?
You're nicer than me.
Whatever, okay, you can have that, but if you get your toys, I want my toys.
This is a rare instance. This is a very rare instance that Jordan's being nicer than me. I'm like, execute. Dead. Get rid of it. Kill it. Kill it dead. Don't want it.
Every now and then, I don't mind. You saw like when I played the Star Wars version of it.
Yeah, I did.
I don't mind occasionally playing a game like that.
Completely fair.
But I have to be in the right mindset for it, and I don't want to always be relegated to having to play that kind of game.
But so you're right. That to go back to we're getting away from the. That's what prevents me from ever wanting to. I've never beaten the first one. I've never played the second one.
And I've not beaten the second one because it's just for me that kind of game style, especially because with and this is the only reason why I'm kind of interested in this one is because like Kratos doesn't really have much personality. Not really. No. He doesn't have much personality. So when I'm playing the Dark Souls style game, the reason why I don't mind the Star Wars one is because Cal Kestis has an ounce of personality. So, like, yeah, the gameplay style is a little bit rough for me, but at least I like the like at least the character has something to bring to the table. Whereas with the God of War's ones, it's like I don't love the gameplay style and the character is dry as fuck. So like with
It's
this one,
never hooked me. Not really.
with this one, it's like maybe she will. I don't know. I can't say. My only real problem with it is, and I've seen both sides of the argument. I've seen the argument of, oh no, she is a major part because she's been like mentioned since the first one. She was the entire impetus of the first one of why they
Pretty
went on
well,
their
yeah.
journey and this and that and this and that. And I'm like, right, but like, and I can't think of a good comparison, but like, it's one thing when a person is like name dropped or like mentioned or talked about versus when they're an actual character.
Yeah, I don't know. If this
So
was
like
calling
for
itself
me,
God of War 4 or whatever, if this was claiming to be a God of War game, I'd maybe be with you, but it's a spin-off. This is what spin-offs are for. This is the point
but
of a
that's not what
spin-off.
they're no, that's not what they're calling it though. The developers themselves are not calling it a spin-off.
But
They don't consider it a spin-off.
but it
It
is.
takes place at the same time as the two mainline ones, and the main character of that one shows up in this one. It's not considered a spin-off.
Oh my god. Is this what it's like to be you? Cuz like
It is a
but
spin-off,
but it is
but
a
it's not.
spin-off. No,
It's not
I know.
considered.
You've turned into me. You're giving me a me answer right now. You're talking to me like you're me and I'm you. Cuz I'm going to be like, but it's a spin-off.
I know. I know. That's where I get
Spin-offs
irritated.
can contain the main character from the actual thing, but it's a spin-off.
It's
Who
a
gives a
spin-off.
shit? Like
But like, so
okay.
I think for
I
me, like
don't this is
the
apparently
thing where I get crazy with this is like I don't care that it's a woman.
the
Unlike the rest of the irritating plebes on the internet, where that's where their problem comes in. My thing is that like if I think they needed to have a prequel game first, where they introduced her, where we actually
yeah.
saw her as a character, so that when we're now playing as her, we care about the stakes. I
Yeah,
don't care about her.
but one
I
would
don't. She's already dead. Who cares?
but one would argue that this is the place where you are, where you do learn, like this is the space where you're going to learn
But
about
it's
her.
not.
Like
It's
my thing
not.
is, this is too cool of a concept to be wasted on a random spin-off character. Like why God the God of War goes
It's also just
to the
confusing because like
afterlife for
Kratos,
the gods and he fights other gods of war. That sounds
it's
sick.
it's also just confusing because Kratos has died before, and he went to
Yeah,
Hades,
he went to the
and
Greek.
he went to the Greek place where people go when they're done when they die, and he was the god of war at that time.
Yeah, yeah. How come he didn't go to this place?
So why didn't he go to this
I
place?
suppose that's what we're gonna have to find out. Anyway, moving on,
Um,
Jordan. Moving on.
no, yeah, my to sum up, my problem with this one is more just it would have been nice if we had her like even in flashbacks, like we had never even seen her.
Yeah, again, I don't.
Again, okay. To be fair. Sorry. I need to clarify. Maybe they do in Ragnarok.
Yeah,
I
maybe.
never beat that. I can't say
But
that for
like,
sure.
yeah,
Sure.
yeah. I guess it's just I'm just like it's a spin-off. This is what you do with spin-off. You have a character nobody gives a shit about, and you give them their own thing. That's what this
It's
is.
one of those things where when it inevitably comes to PlayStation Plus and I can try it for free, I'll try it.
But there's some gameplay elements to it where I'm like this it looks cool. Like watching her do flips and shit look cool, but I'm like, speaking of I don't get it, Jordan. You know what what I don't understand. The 3v3 arena fighter, Jordan. God, we gotta talk about that
Oh God,
3v3 arena fighter.
we're gonna go back to this subject.
Well, Jordan, they showed at this thing. They showed clips from Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls, which is
But see, who cares? It's just
another
Marvel
three.
versus Capcom,
It's just
Justin.
another 3v3 fucking fighting game that doesn't.
It's Marvel versus
It's
Capcom
not
without the Capcom.
really looking like it's doing anything all that interesting. Jordan, they
Yeah, but it's even more egregious because it's just Marvel versus Capcom without the
it's
Capcom.
just Marvel vs. Capcom without the Capcom. It's like, oh yeah, I got some people. Oh my god, you get to play as Carnage, who looks like he plays exactly the same as Venom does in every other game he's been in.
He's just Venom.
He's
but
Red
now
Venom.
red.
Ooh boy, it's exciting. Oh, I want to play Spider-Man for the upteenth time. Woo. Jordan, they're doing a remake of Rayman Legends called Rayman Legends Retold,
I saw that.
and
I
it
saw
looks
that.
pretty.
I don't know. I'm very whelmed for that.
I mean, it's
All
Rayman.
they've
I'm always
done,
gonna
like
be well.
I saw their side by side one where it was the Black Betty level.
Yeah, it looked pretty. I was like,
And
oh, this looks pretty.
well, yeah, sure. I mean, I guess it does, but like the other one was stylized in 2D and still looks great.
No, I
So
know it still
for
does. Yeah,
me, it's not like it's like we're looking at like a PlayStation 2 game where it's like God of War 1, where it looks really old and having a remake of that would be sick.
yeah,
Like
yeah.
for me, it would be it's like if you took Kingdom Hearts 1 and put it into photorealistic. It's like, yeah, I guess it's cool, but the original still looks fine.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Like
That's
there's
true.
not really why. What's the
Um,
point? What are you adding other than now it's photo? I guess it's to me it's the this is the best way I can word it. Oh my God. To me, it's the video game equivalent of How to Train Your Dragon.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
exactly the same, but now it's just
That
photorealistic.
looks pretty.
What's the difference? You're not
Um,
adding anything.
I mean, I don't.
No, in this instance, very specifically, it looks like they're not adding
I
anything.
think
It's
that
it's just
I think they did add some stuff, but I don't care enough to look into it. Anyway, moving on. Jordan, they're doing a new. We own at one point we did anyway. We owned this on. I'm pretty sure we do on PS3, but they're making a new Stuntman game called Stuntman Hollywood.
I heard about that. We didn't own it. We rented it.
I could have sworn we had
I
it on
don't think we
PS3.
owned it, but I was like, is that the same one? Because I very much remember playing that to death.
I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah,
Um,
I'm pretty sure it's the same one.
and I remember it being hard,
Yeah, it's
really hard.
super hard. Like really, because you have to do.
Like you had
Because
to
the
do
controls
things
were
like
bad, and you had to do
precisely.
very specific things very precisely.
But this one looks cool. It looks like you're gonna get to. They have like famous vehicles and stuff.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
one
One
of
of the
them
things was
was
the DeLorean. I was like,
the
that's
DeLorean.
that's pretty
So
sick.
I'm like, I'm really hoping that one of the stunt scenes that we get to do is the having to get the vehicle up to 88 miles per hour, and you're
God,
doing that.
that would be. I just my thing is just like well, yeah, that game feels right for like you should be able to make your own stunt missions where you like do this in a specific
I
amount
would
of
be
time.
surprised if in this modern version, if you can't do that.
I mean, that would be
I would be
sick.
very
That would be super
surprised.
fun. Because yeah, it would be fun to do the. You have to hit the line at exactly however many miles per hour.
88 miles per hour.
That'd be pretty funny. Um. So Jordan,
I'll probably again. That's one that I will probably end up either getting or when it comes
it's
to
been
PlayStation
so
Plus,
long I
playing for
played it.
free.
I love that. I remember that game being really fun, but again, really hard. I don't think I don't know that I ever beat it, but
I
I
remember
definitely
that one,
played the
and
shit out of it.
this is a tangent, but I also remember there was a spy one where it was like you were just in the spy
Oh,
car, and it
Spy
was also
Hunter.
hard.
Spy
Yeah,
Hunter.
yeah,
Yeah,
that one
that
was
was hard.
also
That
hard.
one was also hard. Yeah. Another one I remember. See, I love racing games when they're unique and different. So like another game I remember was called Wheelman, and it was exactly what it sounds like. You were it was Vin Diesel, and you were a wheelman. You drove a car.
Um,
It was really cool.
I mean, I remember the
Real fun.
I don't. This is the last one, and then we'll wrap this up. But you remember that one where I think it was a driver game where you could jump from car to car like psychically.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's Wheelman. I'm almost entirely
I don't
positive.
think so.
Pretty sure that
I'm
was
pretty sure.
Wheelman.
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a driver game.
No, yeah,
Hold
Wheelman
on.
was a driving game. It was you would switch between
No, I'm
cars.
saying specifically a driver. Driver is like a series.
Oh, maybe. Jordan. They put out a new
Yeah, no,
trailer.
it's not. It's not Wheelman.
They put out a new trailer, Jordan, for the Among Us TV show.
Yeah, Ashley Johnson is one of the characters.
Yeah, I don't. It's 10 episodes long. I don't get it. Number one, I don't get it because is Among Us? I guess maybe it is. Is it still popular? Like Among Us, the reason why this show exists in the first place is because Among Us got crazy popular during the pandemic because a bunch of YouTubers played it on Zoom calls and bad videos. So like, they played really clumsy versions of this over Zoom during the pandemic. So it
Yeah,
got
right.
stupid popular.
It's Driver San Francisco
Oh.
is the one I'm talking of,
Oh.
where you can shift out of your body, you go into a bird's eye view, and then you can highlight any car and possess the driver.
Neat. So John, the only reason why Among Us is popular.
Oh yeah, it was because of the pandemic.
There we
Everyone
go.
was lonely, and it lets you talk.
Yeah,
to people.
everyone played. A bunch of YouTubers played really clumsy versions of it on Zoom in really bad videos that everybody
Um,
watched.
As for whether, okay, I don't know if it's still popular. I haven't seen people
I
really
don't
playing it with
think
the
it
same
is.
fervor as they did, but I think. how do I word
I don't
this?
think it's popular enough that a show is
I
going to do well. That's for sure.
well, I think that it's just old enough now. I think it's just old enough now that it will trigger kind of a weird nostalgia.
Really? Is
Yeah,
nostalgia is the nostalgic cycle that short? That's short. That's like 4 years. You really think people are feeling nostalgic for stuff?
it's not been four
It's
years.
absolutely been 4 years. It was like it was popular in like 2020, 2021. So okay, 5, 6 years
6
generously,
years at this
but
point.
still, that's still short.
I mean,
Difference
it's
between
not
2 years
in
notwithstanding. In
it's not in
nostalgic terms,
terms
it
of the public
absolutely is.
in public zeitgeist. No, it's
Yeah,
not.
a good nostalgia takes at least 10 years, 15 years to develop. Like this is the cycle. Is the cycle
Depends
gone?
on what it depends on what it is, and it depends on how or
Is the cycle?
how it well. But the thing that you have to remember, it depends on how scarring the event was or major, I guess, however you want to word it. So yeah, the pandemic was a pretty fucking major
I don't think
deal.
anyone's
So to have
nostalgic for that time, though. I just don't.
no, but I think they are nostalgic for what this game brought,
I don't think
which
so.
was freedom from that.
I don't think it's too soon to feel like well no I don't think you're wrong. The cycle on this clearly you're not wrong. The cycle on nostalgia is short because they're putting out a fucking Moana movie banking on nostalgia, and that movie came out like
Nostalgia.
not even 5 years. So like yeah, I don't think you're necessarily wrong. I just don't know that they are for this. The thing is I don't. This thing is 10 episodes.
I mean, I'm not saying whether or not it
This thing
will be successful. I think that's what they're banking on.
this thing is 10 episodes long, and the trailer has just about as many jokes as unless the episodes are short. I just be fair, I didn't look into this. Like unless they're like 10 minutes a pop.
I have no idea.
Like the Cuphead show is kind of like that, where you're like, I don't see how this sustains itself past an episode. Past
And yet it has like 5 seasons of TV.
the Cuphead
But
show.
there are something like that. It has a lot of seasons.
I think it's up to 3. I don't think
Let's
it's quite.
find out.
I don't think it's quite at 5. I'm pretty sure it's at 3. But this is the same. I don't. How do you? There's not even 10 players. So even if
3 seasons.
yeah, okay, that's what I thought. 3 seasons, right? There's not how many players typically run. I'm not to be fair. I've never played Among Us. How many players?
Among Us, there's a lot.
How many stars?
Definitely more. Did you say 3?
No, so I said there's not as many as 10.
That I can't say.
I want to
Hold
say
on.
I want to say unless I'm wrong. Unless there are 10. Unless there are
How
10.
many players in a game of
I want to say 6
among I can't type.
because I don't think it's 10.
Among
Definitely not 10.
I think it's
I'm
6.
pretty sure it's 6. It's definitely not 10.
Let's see. It's one or two roles. Most are crewmates. Why does it not just tell me? Gameplay, multi-game for. Okay, I mean, fair enough. Between for 4 to 15 players.
Okay, fine. You could do 10 characters. Okay, fine.
Up to 3 players, based on the number of players and the game host's choice, are randomly and secretly chosen to be imposters. So you can have up to 3 who are imposters, and then the
Okay, I
rest.
suppose you could have 10. You could have 10.
So you can have 10.
10 people then. What the fuck? Okay. Jordan, it's time for my favorite section. Comics are weird. No, I can't. That's Movie Bob's thing. I'm still in Movie Bob's
It's
thing.
hot.
Comics are weird, Jordan. Comics are weird. So, okay, this the headline of this, Jordan, is controversial Spider-Man story might become canon with foolish twist. What do you think? What's your guess, Jordan? What do you think the story that they're trying to make canon with foolish twist?
In the movie?
No, this is in Jordan. Did you miss the bit where I say comics are weird?
I mean, comic movies are also weird.
I mean they are, but no, comics, Jordan.
Uh, I don't know. I mean, I guess maybe his sperm are radioactive.
No.
That would be a weird one to try and make canon.
Um.
Or that he has a twin brother.
No, you're close. They revealed in a recent issue that Spider-Man Peter Parker has a cousin, Cormac Mac Crane, who is a cousin of Peter Parker. He, after some genetic testing, discovers that his dad is Uncle Ben. Apparently, this is the idea of Aunt May having a secret child may stir memories for some Spider-Man readers. This setup is remarkably similar to the 2003 miniseries Trouble. It is also an incredibly silly idea, as Trouble is one of the most infamous stories in Marvel history. All right, I don't really understand the issue, but all right.
I don't. It does feel a little jump the sharkish.
I guess, but the only way that the only way that I'm like, oh, I guess that's kind of silly. Like, I don't understand why Aunt May having a secret love child is like a little soap opera-y, but unless you're gonna do a thing where like he becomes a supervillain, what way could it possibly impact the story that would be?
I
bad?
didn't hear anything about Aunt May being involved. It just said that it was related to Uncle Ben.
No,
I think the idea is going to be that Uncle Ben cheated on Aunt May.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. No, I think the idea is it calls back to a storyline where Aunt May had a secret love child.
No, but I'm saying in this
context, it does not appear. It does not appear. Hold on, let's go back. Let's double check, because it did say how he was introduced, and I was like, never mind. Oh no, I got rid of the thing. Dang it. Never mind. We're not finding out because I can't. I can't find
So we'll
anything.
just assume that Uncle Ben cheated.
We're gonna assume that Uncle Ben cheated until otherwise corrected. I also got rid of another story. That's okay. That's fine. Jordan. They revealed that the new Moana movie is 120 minutes long, making it
a stupid live action one,
making it 13 minutes longer than the animated film's 107-minute runtime, which is interesting. Which is only interesting, I should say, because does that mean they added shit? It's my understanding that this was going to be exactly the same movie as the original, so why would it not be the same runtime? If it's longer,
I mean, maybe they saw people kept complaining that it was just going to be a clone, and they added new scenes.
Maybe. I mean, it's 13 minutes of scenes at the very least. Jordan.
What do you think they are? Do you think they're stuff that's like at the end, or do you think
I think some of the songs go on. They've added dialogue breaks into some of the songs, and they've extended the sequences into being longer. That's my guess.
I think they added a scene when the grandmother is telling Moana about her dad and his friend, and how he tried to go past the reef and his friend died. I think they've added a scene there where we see that.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. I mean, that would one scene would certainly
potentially add or lengthen it.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just.
That's my theory, because I'm like, where could they add a scene which wouldn't necessarily disrupt the flow of the movie, but would make it feel like they've added something to make it unique?
Right? Exactly. That does make sense. Sorry, I just they announced the title for Minecraft Movie 2.
And, Minecraft Squared or whatever.
Minecraft Squared, and they've announced that they've already talked that Kirsten Dunst is going to be girl Steve, and that Matt Berry.
I don't think we did.
Is going to be playing. Okay, it's weird. Everyone has a. I was trying to look up the name of what people thought that he was, and I can't find it. But he's dressed.
Herobrine.
What is that?
That's a meme.
I don't know. Okay.
It's so there is. I don't know.
Saying it's a meme provided no clarification. Jordan.
I don't. Well, it should, because that means that you. I mean, you know what a meme is. But I don't know the full story or the full background. But if it is Herobrine, there was a. Do you know what a creepypasta is? Basically, a ghost story.
Vaguely.
From what I understand of it, which is not a lot, there was a creepypasta story where some. I don't know what the story fully is, but something to do with Herobrine, and how if you did a particular set of things, he would appear behind you and kill you. So it's like a ghost story type thing.
All right then.
Like Sonic.exe.
Yeah, I know. I vaguely know about that.
Or I'm trying to think of another one. Or Link is Dead. where the statue, there was a whole thing where it was like the statue, the story is like the kid was playing a cursed version of the Majora's Mask, and he did the song where the statue appears behind Link, and instead of it looking like Link, it looked like the kid, and then the kid was yeah. Okay, apparently you haven't been on the internet enough.
No, I don't. I think I know. I do know of them. Like I know the really famous
I only
ones.
know about that one because of you remember
I'm not gonna pretend I don't know what a creepypasta is because I do. I just don't know
the,
those
the
ones.
the Link one specifically I remember because of Fact or Fiction.
I I know of
You
Sonic.exe.
remember from Game Winners? The show
Maybe.
where they basically did like a Mythbusters type
Oh, I
thing.
think I do know what you're talking about. Yes, 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 yes. Because they did. Yes, I do know. Yes, because they did Bigfoot
Yeah,
which
in San
which you can
Andreas.
absolutely find. Yeah, 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 yeah. But
Um,
the only creepypasta I know is that I know with any regularity anyway is the shit the Rugrats one where all the Rugrats are all in Angelica's head.
oh yeah, that's another example of
Yeah,
one.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
So when you're like creepypasta, like I do know them, just I don't not about Minecraft.
Yeah,
Um,
so okay, I just very briefly looked it up. He's an urban legend and creepypasta from the sandbox video game Minecraft, often depicted as a version of the Minecraft character Steve, but with solid white eyes that lack pupils and behavior that primarily
yeah,
involves
he's
destroying the player's world.
apparently he's on set dressed as a character that looks an awful lot like Steve.
It originates from a 4chan board where the author reported encountering a strange figure in single player world,
Oh, you know what I don't have in here?
as well as other
Oh no,
things.
I do have
So
it in
yeah,
here.
he's from a creepypasta.
Gotcha. Okay. Jordan. They are making a Gene Wilder biopic.
Oh, cool.
I
Are they gonna have
know.
a part where they do Willy Wonka
I
or
presume so. Yeah.
Willy Wonka Chocolate Factory?
Yeah, I presume so. It doesn't have it. Doesn't look like there's anyone involved in it yet, other than someone bought the rights to his life story from filmmaker Dito Montiel. Secured the
Who would
life
you
rights.
cast as Gene Wilder?
Honestly, honestly, Jeremy Allen White. Jeremy Allen White. You know him. You watched
Jeremy Allen
you watched
White.
he was in the wrestling movie with Zac
Oh
Efron.
yeah, he definitely looks like he would
Right,
work.
right, right. Everyone says that. That's like that big. Speaking of memes, that was like a meme on the internet for a while. But like
He was in The
unironically,
Mandalorian, or he's apparently in the movie The
yeah,
Mandalorian.
He's Road to the Hut.
Yeah,
Uh,
no, the face. It's the face.
Jabba the Hutt's son. Yeah, you know him from Iron Claw. He was the brother who lost his leg in Iron Claw. I know him from Shameless because that show's amazing. You will again can't stress this enough. You would like Shameless.
That's fair. My first
He's my go-to. I'm
suggestion
not the first person to come up
or
with that though. I can't take credit for it.
the first one that my mind went to, although he might be a little old, was Alan Tudyk.
Oh yeah. I don't know who else I would. Someone with curly hair. Yeah, I don't know. I quite like the guy who's playing He-Man right now. He'd be kind of fun. Next, that was distracting. Next, Jordan. They're currently filming. We don't really talk about set photos, and I don't want to get into too much detail. The only reason why I don't feel bad talking about this one is because James Gunn actually posted pictures of it on set. But they're currently filming Man of Tomorrow, and they've got Lex Luthor's power suit, and
Oh, cool.
Mwah, Jordan. It looks phenomenal. It looks clunky. It's a big ass practical suit, and him lumbering down the street in it, like it looks absolutely ridiculous. It.
Oh God, where did you go?
I dropped my phone.
Oh God, he's disappeared. It's an empty chair now.
He's like lumbering down the street in this thing that looks absolutely utterly ridiculous, and everyone's like, "It looks so stupid." I'm like, "Yes, it does, but that's what makes it glorious." And they're obviously going to they're obviously going to fix it in post, but it looks silly as shit. Also, they've tightened up Superman's costume so it looks a little different. And, like, I really like that. I saw someone make this comparison. They were like, it really reminds me of the Raimi Spider-Man costume, where, like, they didn't drastically change it movie to movie. They just tweaked it and perfected it as those movies went on. I'm like, yes, take notes, Marvel. Spider-Man doesn't need a new suit every single fucking movie. We could just make the good one look even better. This is good instinct. These are good instincts. I'm actually excited for this. It's also just exciting to see, like, even though again James Gunn keeps insisting it's not a Superman sequel, but it's so nice to see him like jump on it and like dive right into making another Superman movie instead of letting it just sit and gestate for like 10 years and like, while it's still like fresh in people's consciousness, getting out there, getting it made, getting it filmed, and getting it out within 2-3 years. Like, that's the way to do this, man. Like, let's expedite some of this shit. Let's get moving. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying?
I agree.
You know what I'm saying?
Know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying?
I do. I do, in fact, know what you are saying.
You know what I'm saying?
Know what I'm saying?
Speaking of Spider-Man, Jordan. I said no. We'll end on Spider-Man.
Dave Spiderman.
We'll do this real quick. Jordan, you saw that trailer I sent you for Ice Age, right?
If that's what you want to call it, yeah.
To be fair, it's a teaser trailer, but it was very definitely. It's very funny because you didn't get the. It's very. I don't know if it's intentionally meant to be paying homage or making fun of Jackass, but there's at least like 2 comments that were just like me. Were like, "Hi, I'm Manny. Welcome to Jackass," because it looks just like the opening for. I mean, obviously they're not coming out in a shopping cart, but it was very similar to the opening of. I'm pretty sure it's the first Jackass movie with the song and everything. And yeah, nothing really much there. I just thought it was funny how much it looked like Jackass. Finally.
Show me potato salad.
Number 1, Jordan. Now, you'll often hear me say, I'm about to turn myself into a hypocrite and I don't even care. Jordan, quite often we will say, and you're going to hear me say this a lot today, no movie needs to be longer than 2 hours. There isn't a movie in existence that you can point to that I will say was made better by being longer than 2 hours. There isn't a single one. Hey man, maybe name me in the comments a movie that you think that it's better served by being 2.5 to 2 hours and 40 minutes long, and I will tell you you're wrong. Jory, you want to guess how long Spider-Man is?
Spider-Man?
The new Spider-Man, yeah. The
we're still on the news.
The runtime may have been revealed for this Spider-Man movie.
Sorry, no. 3 hours 10.
No, that's too long. I'll give you one more guess.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, you said that it was too long, so I guessed too long.
No. I said longer than 2 hours is too long. Keep that in mind.
2:45.
Oh, you're close. 2.5. According to this, it might be around 2.5 hours long. And Jordan, here's the thing, Jordan. I don't think that's too long. I think that's the correct length. In fact, I'd be totally down for a 3-hour Spider-Man movie. I think that the Spider-Man movies, as they are too short, and they all need to be longer. I just completely contradicted everything I just said. No, I will totally be there for a 2.5-hour Spider-Man movie. 2.5 hours Spider-Man?
Yeah, it's better than the 3 hours that Endgame was.
Right? I'm just saying. And also, like, I'd be okay with a 3-hour Spider-Man movie. I'm just saying.
I mean, I like Spider-Man.
I like Spider-Man, so maybe I'm So okay, so I don't know if you remember, Jordan. Speaking of Spider-Man, this is our final story. Back in 2021, right after he made No Way Home, Tom Holland said, quote, "If I'm playing Spider-Man after I'm 30, I've done something wrong." And I remember at the time finding that quote very frustrating. Because it was like, dude, no. Because he was like, oh, well, you don't be playing Spider-Man when you're an adult. Well, yeah. Like, we're sick to death of... I don't know a single person who isn't sick to death of teenage Spider-Man. Like the movies barely scratch the surface of functioning adult Spider-Man. Like, we got 3 movies of that. Like, we want more of that. We want more of them. And so he was recently asked about it. And, he basically... The paraphrased version of it is, turns out that was not true. Turns out he only said that as a negotiating tactic with Sony to get them to finally get a contract done. So he is perfectly okay of being Spider-Man for as long as they will let him be Spider-Man.
Good.
That is. And I'm like, oh, good.
Good.
That was the correct answer, to Tom Holland. That was the correct answer. Jordan, the news has gone on too long today.
Yes, it has.
That is it. That is the news. Jordan, give me the news.
That's it.
Oh,
that's all you get.
I was expecting more.
You get a triumphant toot.
Today's show, as always, brought to you by our good friends at Wild Education. You click the link to go support their GoFundMe, or you can go to their Facebook page, or if you live locally, or I don't know if they ship, but they will have all the information on their Facebook page. You own snakes and lizards and animals that eat rats. They sell rats at a very, very reasonable deal. You can purchase that from them. They have levels of different amounts that you can buy. And if you live locally in the Abbotsford area, you can go pick it up. They will have it ready for you. But you can click. There's a link with more information on that in the description. And I wanted to shout out our boys at the Goosebumps crew, who are at Indianapolis Comic-Con this weekend with a table. They're selling stuff. They're out there spreading the good word of the Arte Media Pantheon. So kudos to those boys. They're trendsetters, pavers for all of us, as they are the first guys to get to do a convention. So,
viewer beware, you're in for a scare
at Indianapolis Comic-Con.
Also, as I understand it, this is not their first convention either. So
this is true. They are paving the way. They are trend setters. The Goosebumps crew. Da, 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 da. Da, da, da. On today's show, the second half, we're here to talk about directors. We are here because we have selected directors that we wish to talk about. I have selected Quentin Tarantino, and Jordan has selected
the Spielberg,
the Steven Spielberg, and we are going to talk about them. And I want to go first.
Oh,
that's right. Oh, right. But you know what? We'll do it in my intro. I want to go first, Jordan. Because, Jordan, this is going to be the turn.
You're breaking tradition.
I know, I'm throwing the rules out the window, Jordan. Because, Jordan, next week is June 13th. And I remembered that it was the week before my birthday. And so I'm gonna spoil everything, and I'm gonna tell you what you have to do next week because it's my birthday. So, Jordan, one of the things you're going to have to do for my birthday is you're going to have to listen to all of the movies that I give you today.
What?
And based upon which one sounds interesting to you that you haven't seen, it must be one of your have not seen for next week.
Okay.
You must pick one of them. And I will ask you which one it is at the end of the episode. Which means that you have to pay attention.
I make no promises.
Starting off, Jordan. So, yeah, Quentin Tarantino. So the cool thing about Quentin Tarantino, number one, is he's only made 9 movies. It's both a cool thing and a challenging thing. He's only ever made 9 movies. And I already talked about The Hateful Eight on here before. So there's going to be a point, you'll spot it, where I had to cheat, technically. Not really, kind of. You'll see what I mean. So with this list, I have gone in chronological order. So this begins with his first movie, and it does not end with his last movie. But we're gonna go in order of the movies he made, and so this means that we get to compare his career and his movies to each other over the course of it, which is kind of neat. We've never been able to do that before. So this is the beginning. This is Reservoir Dogs. Now, the intro, Quentin Tarantino, Jordan, as Jordan very eloquently put it last night, Quentin Tarantino is known for two things. What are the two things he's known for?
I don't think I'm allowed to say on YouTube.
His love of the N-word.
Okay, fine. We'll say it on YouTube. He really wants to say the N-word, and he likes feet.
And he likes feet. My boy likes feet. He really likes feet. So
again, I don't think you're allowed to say that on YouTube.
Which with each of these movies, we will be adding a N-word counter. Not specifically how many times they say the N-word, but whether or not they say the N-word. And whether or not there's any shots of feet. Because, Jordan, it's going to surprise you to find out how the numbers of each of these things. So starting off with Jordan, Reservoir Dogs. Yeah, somebody absolutely says the N-word. Honestly, I quite like this movie, N-word notwithstanding. So the plot... Wait, first of all, let's ask Jordan. Jordan, have you heard of Reservoir Dogs?
I know the name. I've never seen the movie, but all of his movies have Samuel L. Jackson in them, so I know he's
not
in
all
it.
of them. Not all of them have Samuel L. Jackson in them. At a point, most of them have Samuel L. Jackson in them in some capacity. This one does not. This one does not have Samuel L. Jackson in it. This has people you know in this. It's got Steve Buscemi, and it's got I think that's it. It's got other people you know, but you wouldn't know them by name, but you've seen them and stuff. Those kind of... It's got Michael Madsen in it. That's one of the guys that has in it. And you know Michael Madsen is one of those guys who shows up in a lot of Tarantino films. But you know him in one movie, and he's the dad from Free Willy.
Huh.
It took me forever.
Okay.
I was watching it the whole time, and I'm like, why do I know? And I'm like, oh my god. He's the
What's that?
Once Upon a Time in Hollywood meme. No, he's the dad from Free Willy. But sorry, so the plot of this is this is the thing about Tarantino movies is whether or not you realize you know them or not, you know them. So you know Reservoir Dogs because of the one bit from Space Jam where what's his face?
Bugs?
Elmer Fudd and the Yosemite Sam are wearing the suits and the sunglasses and they shoot their teeth out.
Oh, yeah.
That's a reference to Reservoir Dogs.
Okay.
And I think probably a little bit Pulp Fiction as well, but the music...
That's what I always thought it was referencing.
Yeah, it's kind of both, because the music cue is very much from Reservoir Dogs, but sorry, the plot. There's a group of guys who are all bank robbers, and they're looking to do a big heist, and they're all wearing suits and sunglasses, and the big important part is they're not allowed to know any of each other's names, and the robbery goes wrong, and the movie is otherwise all in told out of order. So like the first scene is them at a restaurant sort of talking about it, and then the next scene is like everything's gone wrong, and then it's sort of told just kind of like Pulp Fiction is, but a bit more streamlined, out of order. So you find out who each of the guys are, what their relationship is to each other, how they know each other, why they're working together, so on and so forth. And yes, they absolutely say the N-word in this movie, and this is one of those like he really wants to say the N-word, but I'm not a person of color. I'm not the person to necessarily have this conversation. But in this movie, it's particularly bad because it's people saying the N-word in conversations. I don't know how to put this in a good way. Where
it doesn't belong.
White people don't sit around saying the N-word. At least not in my experience. Not in my experience in 35, however many years, of being a white guy in conversations with other white people.
Maybe they do down south.
We don't. Maybe they do in the deep south, but generally speaking, I'm gonna speak in generalities. We don't sit around saying the N-word. So there's a lot of cases where characters will just there's an example. Like, it's not to say that like white people don't sit around and say uncouth, not okay things in private. Like that, everyone does that. It happens. But like So there's a scene in this where they're driving along, and part of the charm of Quentin Tarantino movies is its characters sitting around having conversations, like seemingly normal conversations. It's irregular people having regular conversations, and that's what makes it funny. So like the opening scene of this is they're at a restaurant and they're paying for lunch, and Steve Buscemi, Mr. Pink, is like, I don't tip. And he goes on this huge rant about how he doesn't tip because it's not his problem that they don't get paid enough, and how it just no service does good enough to warrant getting a tip. And he's like, oh well, you tip the people here, but you don't tip. You wouldn't tip a McDonald's worker, and it's like, well, yeah, because it's missing all this important context, because okay, it's written by Quentin Tarantino, kind of well-off guy who doesn't get the world. Where it's like, well, it's just one scene in this movie that I got to a huge fight with someone about this, because like it's the scene that drives me crazy, where it's like, yeah, tipping in America exists because waitresses make a sub wage than the regular wage, and the tips fill in that wage. That's why they make, so they need those tips to live. That's why tip splitting fucking sucks.
I mean, we could get into a whole other conversation about tips real quick, though. No, tips shouldn't exist. Pay them the proper wage.
Right, but tips do exist for a reason. But they shouldn't. Whether or not they should or not, you not tipping is actively hurting these people, not helping them, and it just makes you look like a prick. Like,
right, but it's not my responsibility. Again, we could have a whole other conversation about this. It's not my responsibility to pay the wage that their boss refuses to pay them.
Right, but the system is built. So yeah, again.
Yes, the system needs to change, but it's not my fault.
Yeah, but you're not.
It's not my problem.
Yeah, you're not. Anyway. That's what makes this movie funny. Is it's just guys who are about to rob a jewelry store sitting around having just a regular conversation, where the guy who's saying it is objectively wrong and an asshole. Not the point. So anyway, so there's a point where they're driving the car or whatever, and they're talking about the differences between dating a black woman and dating a white woman, and they just are casually saying the N-word, and I'm talking like hard R N-word, and it's a bunch of there's not a single person of color in this movie, so it's just like, you're just like, yeah, this is not a realistic conversation. And a movie
where does the movie take place?
Somewhere in America.
Right, but where in America is kind of important.
I don't think they say.
Because yeah, again. No, in like California, for example, that is a entirely unbelievable conversation that I do not believe. In like, let's say, Texas.
Oh, but it's not the conversation that's unbelievable. That's my point, though. Is there's a lot of points in this movie where and to be fair, it exists in his. We're gonna get to Pulp Fiction in a second, after you do your bit, but there's moments where like, it's believable and realistic that this character would be using this word in this context, right? But the conversations these people are having, they're treated like they wouldn't say the N-word. This person
right, but I'm saying it really depends on where it takes place.
Not the context of this conversation.
That does matter, Justin.
No. What I'm saying, no, you're not. You're saying this having
not
seen the movie.
The believability of it matters. Where it takes place matters.
You're not hearing me. What I'm saying is you're right, but. I would say maybe mid America. The point is, this is not a context.
It also depends on like when it takes place, because like in the 60s, for example, it's going to be a lot more believable than in 2020.
Right, but again, the context of the conversation kind of, and who's talking. What I'm saying is, yeah, that's what makes the usage of the N-word in this case, in my opinion, bad. Jarring, yes, because you're like, either having a perfectly regular conversation, like, okay, oh yeah, this is a conversation I'd have with a bad conversation I'd probably have with my friends, yeah, and then just you're like, no, and then he just says the N-word. You're like, son of a, really? Really, and then it happens a few times. Like there's like you're right.
That's what I say. Like if it takes place in the '60s, then that's believable.
In the context of like they're guys, and he's saying a slur at somebody. That's different than like me and you were hanging around where we're saying we're having an uncouth conversation. There's no context in which I'd ever say the N word ever. Ever.
Yeah,
ever,
no, but again,
ever. So it makes it
you got to think about what the year is and where they are.
So the thing is, it just comes across.
It's going to completely change it.
It just comes across as though, as we've said up front, that
Oh no, absolutely, that's the real justification.
Quentin Tarantino just wants to say the N word.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Someone once told him he wasn't allowed to, and he does.
He's
not
very
like
much quoted as saying such, as being like, they told me I couldn't say it, so it just makes me want to say it. But that is an interesting quote and perspective moving forward in his filmography, because like, yeah, it makes it hard to recommend this movie, which is a shame because this movie's good. Like honestly, it's one of those like, oh, I understand why he developed a career from this, because like it's a tight movie. It's only an hour and a half. None of it feels overly long. Like all of the dialogue is reasonably tight, and none of the sequences feel like they go on forever. There's a really iconic bit where not that you remember this, but we did remember when I did King Lear?
I'm aware that you did it, yes.
There's a bit in that play where one of the characters gets tortured, and we just did the ear cutting scene from this movie. So there's a bit where they're trying to. Long story, very very short. They're robbing this jewelry store, and it seems as though the cops know they're there, and they're trying to figure out how the cops know that they're there. So they're torturing this cop for information, and one of the bits is Michael Madsen cuts off the guy's ear. And it's really funny because when you read contemporary reviews of this, like, oh my god, it was so bloody and so violent and so... It's not really. You don't even see him cut the ear off. He goes to cut off the ear, he screams a bunch, and then it cuts away.
And but I guess the subtext was violent for the time.
Yeah, it was just interesting. Oh, this isn't really... Even compared to Quentin Tarantino movies, this is relatively tame. But the cool thing about that I like about Tarantino, especially early Tarantino, is he's really good at foreshadowing, at setting up something and then paying it off later. Like he's really quite good at that. So, spoiler alert. The other guy it has in it that you would know is you remember the bad guy from The Incredible Hulk, the Edward Norton version?
He became the monstrosity?
Yeah. I can't remember the Abomination, but I don't remember what the actor's name. He's in this as well. He's another guy you would know. And he is Mr. Orange. And this is revealed fairly early on, so it's not a huge spoiler, but it is kind of a spoiler. You find out that he is a cop, and he's trying to get... This whole thing's being put together by some gangster, and his flashback is basically his scene, because a lot of early Tarantino movies are separated by chapters. His chapter is about how he's a cop. He's an undercover cop. He's trying to get in with these guys and learn who they are, and he becomes close to one of the main guys and what have you. And he gets shot early on, and he kills someone. And there's a really cool bit, which someone pointed out in the comments that even I didn't pick up on. Remember how I mentioned Mr. Pink goes on the tirade about not wanting to tip? At the end of that scene, it pops up and they're like, oh, we're short however much money. And Mr. Orange rats out Mr. Pink and goes, Mr. Pink didn't pay. And that's supposed to be foreshadowing to the fact that he's the cop. And it's one of those things where like you wouldn't pick up on that he's the rat if you were unless you knew that. And like that's such a clever bit of foreshadowing that even I missed the first time I watched it. But yeah. It is the tightest of Tarantino's movies. I don't think it's his best, but it's definitely. I start off feeling like, oh, this might actually be his best. That opinion kind of wavered as this week went on. It's a hard recommend though because of the N word. Yeah, that's it. That's Reservoir Dogs. Pew pew. Pew pew.
Okay.
Fuck.
So. Okay. So all the movies that I watched this week were at least around the 2-hour mark.
Yeah.
So
That was an hour 40 ish, and
yeah.
Jordan, it only goes up from there.
This first movie that I watched. So um, Steven Spielberg is a prolific director for a reason. He also has produced a lot of things. He's produced more than he's directed.
Yep, 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 yep,
Um,
yep.
and
Yes.
but in terms of directing, we had already done a lot of his more well-known things. So I really wanted to scratch the things that we hadn't done. And so the first one that I chose was called Empire of the Sun.
I've heard of this movie.
Came out in 1987 and had a lot of oh hey, that's a person that was apparently in this that I didn't recognize because they look so young.
Hey, I know that guy.
Um, so the main character, the kid, is Christian Bale. And in the movie,
Itty bitty baby Bale.
when they filmed it, he was 13, and in the movie, he's supposed to be 12.
Oh, so this is even before Newsies.
He's young. You've got John Malkovich as one of the
Malkovich?
characters. And he was the one where it was like I recognized him, but I couldn't place him.
Did
I'm just gonna
he
I'm just
pronounce
gonna
everything
I'm
like
just gonna say the
this?
names that we know. Um, Ben Stiller is in there. I did not recognize him. Uh, and then there's also I don't know if you know Miranda Richardson as Mrs. Victor.
I don't.
Um, but so okay. Um, this movie is dark. A lot of these ones are, but this one was about World War II, so you can imagine. Um,
It's
movie
pretty dark.
starts. Christian Bale's character.
It's pretty dark.
He's British. He's supposed to be British. Is Christian Bale British?
I believe he's Welsh.
I don't know what that means, but okay.
He's from
Um,
Welsh. He's from Wales?
okay. Well, in this he's supposed to be British.
Okay.
Um,
I mean, it's British adjacent.
and
That's what I would say.
um, so the movie begins, and him and his family and a bunch of people are privileged British people who are living.
Yeah, Wales.
It's begins in the Japan amid Japan's invasion of China during World War II. So they're at war, and Jamie Christian Bale is a upper class schoolboy. He's living a privileged life in Shanghai in the international settlement, and then after the attack on Pearl Harbor, Japan begins occupying the settlement.
Shake his sense.
His parents and him are separated, and he is supposed to like when it begins, he's supposed to be like 7 or 8 or something like that, and then he spends a lot of time alone. He eats at their place after he's separated from his parents, and then he eats the remaining food, and then he goes back to the city, and then he's hungry, he's starving. He tries surrendering to the Japanese soldiers so that they will like essentially take him and send him back to Britain, I guess is the idea. And long story short, um, he ends up meeting John Malkovich's character, who
Malkovich.
tries to sell him for money and food. And then when the people won't buy him, kind of takes him on as like a little protege, I guess, is there a
My
sidekick
little
or a
protege.
servant, what have you? And he's about to abandon him, and Ben Stiller's character are about to abandon the kid, and then he's like, "Wait, I can take you back to the rich people houses, and you guys can loot it, and I'll be useful, and you take me along with you." And so they go back there, and his house is being occupied by Japanese soldiers who then arrest them, and take them to like a place where not Japanese people end up, which is not yet a concentration camp. But then they are starving there with like the thousands of other people, and then John Malkovich's character and Christian Bale's character end up getting taken to a concentration camp where Christian Bale's character and John Malkovich's character live there for the next 4 years.
Do they
Um,
do they learn how to focus?
no,
Because it's
no,
a
this is a serious movie, Justin.
because
There's no,
it's a concentration camp.
there's no. That's a terrible joke. You should be ashamed of yourself. This is a serious movie with serious things.
So they don't have trouble concentrating, is what you're saying? That's...
And so Jamie and John Malkovich end up setting up essentially like a network inside the concentration camp. Jamie helps Japanese soldiers as well. Learns Japanese. Oh, also this is based on a real story. Learns Japanese, and then long story short, after 4 years, America does what America did to end the war. Boom. And
But like
the
bigger.
the people are told to leave the concentration camp. Jamie ends up going to a different place and then coming back to the concentration camp where he runs back into John Malkovich's character, who has at this point abandoned him a while ago. And there's a bunch of other stuff that happens, and then Christian Bale's character ends up at this place where all the families and stuff are slowly being reunited, and his parents find him, and he seems to not recognize his parents, even though it's been 5 years, and
5 years
and
is a
he
long
was
time.
definitely but he was old enough where it's like you're not gonna forget what your parents looked like when you were 8.
I mean,
If he had been 5, maybe.
he went through a
but,
fairly traumatic experience, and cameras and photos aren't exactly a thing, in that time.
No. I don't buy it. But yeah, no. This movie was
Chris, I doubt.
This movie was 154 minutes,
All right.
which is except I think I might have watched the director's cut, which was a little bit longer. One of these I watched the director's cut. It might have been 1941. But yeah, if I had a quarter for every movie that I watched which had World War II in it, I think I'd have at least 2 quarters, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice.
I'd have 1/4.
This one wasn't bad, actually. In terms of movies that are semi-autobiographical, and take place during World War II and are from 1987, this one's probably one of the better ones.
That's oddly specific, but all right.
That's Empire of the Sun,
That's Empire
which is
of the Sun.
it's based on a book which has the same name.
I understand.
Novel which has the same name.
I mean, is it a book but a novel?
I don't know. If I don't know. Yeah.
It's a novel, but a book. So, Jordan, trucking right along. Quentin Tarantino makes Reservoir Dogs, and Reservoir Dogs is quite a
Experience.
quite a success, and he's at the same time working on this movie with someone else, which would eventually become Pulp Fiction. That is about the more pulpy nature of storytelling.
Yeah, I don't remember liking that one.
And it's really funny. I really liked it the first time I watched it. So this is Pulp Fiction, by the way. I really liked it the first time I watched it. This time I didn't. This time it didn't do as much for me as it did the first time.
I just remember it being really slow and dull.
Cause the big thing. Okay, number one, it's also really good it's a really good okay. Quentin Tarantino really liked his movies out of order early on because he liked that out of order storytelling. So this is
which makes it hard to follow.
Very similar, where it scenes happen, and then a scene will happen which will explain the scene that you've already seen. And it's oh, okay, so that's why they were wearing those T-shirts because he accidentally shot Phil Lamar. That makes sense. Yeah, right, okay, yeah. And it's sort of like peeling back the layers of an onion. And this, I'm not going to go over the plot of Pulp Fiction. Google it. Wikipedia's free. But one of my favorite scenes in this movie, it used to be my favorite scene, but now it's so hard because I've taken such a hard stance against sexual violence that it's hard to be like, but it's really funny is not the right word, but the escalation of the scene from like Bruce Willis is just driving down the street and out of nowhere Marcellus Wallace runs into him, crashes into him. They are chasing after each other, or I think Marcellus Wallace is chasing after Bruce Willis, and they run into the pawn shop, and then they get kidnapped, and then the bad guy from The Mask shows up and rapes Marcellus Wallace, and then Bruce Willis is about to escape, and he goes back down, and he samurai swords two of them, all after he was supposed to throw a fight for Marcellus Wallace, but chose not to and chose to win and kill his opponent instead. All this has happened, and he goes back to his girlfriend who he left, and he's like, we need to get out of here. And she's like, why? He's like, you don't even understand. I have had the, like, weirdest day. Like, just that escalation from point A to point B is so steep that at the time it amused me. But now I'm like, a man got raped. That's not okay. That's definitely not okay. I mean, he was a bad guy. He arguably probably killed a lot of people and did worse to people, but, like, it's not okay.
Two lefts don't make it right.
Right? But also, like, there's a lot of really, again, I hesitate to use the word funny, but there's a lot of really clever, I guess, foreshadowing, where early on you've got Samuel L. Jackson being like, does Marcellus Wallace look like a bitch?
Because he's later made into a...
Jordan, you're supposed to go, what? Does Marcellus look like a bitch? Jordan, why do you keep trying to fuck him? Sorry.
Does Marcelo look like a bitch?
No, Jordan, why do you keep trying to fuck him like one? And then after he's assaulted, the following scene is Samuel L. Jackson back at the beginning, and you now see the guy in the other room, and you hear him go, the only one who should be fucking Marcellus Wallace is his wife. After you just saw some, but like, yeah, man, the scene where he's getting assaulted is long and upsetting and goes on for fucking ever. And like one of my favorite bits is Bruce Willis busting in like he's this hero when he kind of takes a moment at the door to decide whether or not he's gonna let this happen or not. He's like weighing the options of whether or not it's worth saving him or not. And he's like, yeah, like he takes his sweet time picking the sword off of the shelf. But like, yeah, this is the point where Samuel L. Jackson gets introduced into Quentin Tarantino's filmography, and man, he steals the show in like every scene he's in. Him and John Travolta. John Travolta eventually meets up with Uma Thurman, who is Mrs. Marcellus Wallace, and they go do the dance competition at the ice cream shop or whatever. And John Travolta is doing the most like unenthusiastic dance I've ever seen in my life, but they somehow still win. And Mrs. Marcellus Wallace snorts the heroin and winds up unconscious on the ground. He jabs the fucking adrenaline needle in her chest. Oh, I live! But yeah, the opening sequence, they made fun of it on The Simpsons, where they're talking, what do they call a Krusty Burger in Shelbyville? But what do they call you know what they call Big Mac in France, don't you?
Crown Royale?
A Royale with cheese.
Yeah.
That sequence is again, that's funny. That's not to say that's Tarantino at his strongest, but it certainly is where he is almost at his most strongest. Where like just regular conversation between two irregular people on the way to do it. Just the notion that even criminals are just people. Like criminals, awful people. At the end of the day, they're still people. They still have boring conversations. But like the scenes go on for so fucking long. We have to do our Quentin Tarantino N-word count, Jordan. Jordan, very specifically, Quentin Tarantino says the N-word in this movie. He is the one
just like he always wanted.
I think also, I'm pretty sure Sam Jackson says the N-word as well. So like, here's my
Yeah,
thing.
but it's not so bad when
But
he
it's
does it.
exactly. Okay, hold on to that idea because yes, while the N word is not good, it's awful. It's an awful word with an awful history. And yes, is it great that it's a white guy because Quentin Tarantino writes all of his own movies? He's writing Samuel Jackson saying the N word, but it's still Samuel Jackson. It's not unbelievable that he would say the N word.
Yeah, and I mean, there's also and this is where I say the historical time of when a movie takes place absolutely matters
Yes, yes,
because, like,
yes,
for example, to jump ahead a little bit, in Django Unchained, it
yes.
makes sense.
Exactly. Hold on to that. Hold on to that. This is why I wanted to talk about this generally because you exactly. So
Also, as an aside, in my opinion, Django Unchained is his best movie.
we're gonna get there. Don't worry. Don't worry. We don't want. I don't want to jump the gun. I don't want to jump the gun. Spoiler alert. I kind of agree. But like, which one of his have you seen? Just real quick aside.
So your list has all of his movies, right?
Except for Hit the Hateful Eight, which I know you've seen.
Have I?
Yeah, when we talked about it last week when we talked about Miyazaki, it was in that double feature where we watched The Wind Rises. We watched The Hateful Eight first. You very famously said this would be better as a play.
Oh yeah. So
A lot
I've
of his movies
seen
actually would be better. It would be really good as plays, if I'm being honest with
I've
you.
seen Django Unchained. I've seen Inglorious
You've
Bastards.
seen Inglourious Bastards.
Once a long time
Really?
ago.
Okay. Interesting.
Um, uh, I've watched Pulp Fiction. Didn't like it. Um, and I know I watched Kill Bill Volume 1.
Interesting. Okay. Okay.
I
Okay.
don't know if I've
I wasn't
actually
sure
watched
if
the
you had seen
Volume 2.
Inglourious Bastards or not. Anyway. Pulp Fiction. N-word. So this is where I'm like this. So one of my favorite movies, Dope. I talked about it. It's a video on this channel. You can go watch it. There's a scene in that movie where a guy keeps insisting on using the N-word, and every time he uses the N-word, a girl slaps him across the face and is like, "Every time you use the N-word, I'm gonna smack that word out of your fucking mouth."
Especially because I believe that character is white in that movie.
Yes. So the most unbelievable usage of the word in all 9 of Tarantino's movies is in this movie, and it's when so I don't know if you remember this, Jordan. There's the bit where for whatever reason, despite being a guy who frequently uses guns, John Travolta is talking to, I think the character's name is Marvin, but he's played by Phil Lamar, who you would know as the voice of Hermes, Jon Stewart, iconic voice actor.
Yeah.
He's in the back seat, and John Travolta is doing a. I'm probably if this makes it into a video, I'll put it in the clip. But he's lecturing him as he's pointing the gun at his face, and he accidentally pulls the trigger and blows his brains out, and his brains go all over the fucking car. And so they take the car to Samuel Jackson's friend's house, who is played by Quentin Tarantino, and Quentin Tarantino calls I can't remember what the Mr. Wolf, the Wolf, who is like basically Mike Ehrmantraut from Breaking Bad.
He's the cleaner.
He's the cleaner. He shows up and he does. If you do everything I say, you'll be fine.
Typical cleaner.
When he shows again, I don't know if you remember this bit, but when they show up,
Not really. I don't really remember very much of the movie. I just remember not liking it.
When they show up, Quentin Tarantino says to him, "There's a dead blank on my front door." He says the N-word. And the most unbelievable and unrealistic thing in that whole movie is that Samuel Jackson doesn't punch him in the face, because that's what a normal black person would do. If you said the N-word to them, they would hit you in the face. Because
certainly if you're white,
if you're white and if you're Quentin Tarantino, like unless you're like a really good friend and it's in private conversation and it's clearly a joke, but he's saying it to him like completely seriously, and it's like this is the most unrealistic bit in any of his movies. Like I don't believe like if Jules, the character from Pulp Fiction, is even a fraction like Samuel L. Jackson, I do not believe Sam Jackson would let any of his friends say the N-word to his face. I just don't. It's super unbelievable. It just comes across like it just comes. No, but no, I'm not talking. I'm not talking. No. Hold on. Let me clarify. I'm not talking with the A, Jordan. I'm talking hard R. There's
There
a
is a
difference.
difference.
There is a decided difference between a white guy
Well, if
who
we're
thinks he's
talking,
black and uses the A and has been allowed to by his black friends and the hard R. There is a difference. I'm
if
too white to be making this argument, but there is a
if
difference.
we're talking about Samuel Jackson, the actor, um, I think there's a world where, like, if you're talking about it beforehand and it's not unprompted, and it's like, I've always wondered what it would be like to, he might be like, go ahead,
Yeah,
and
go
like
for it.
give
You'd
it
be like,
give his blessing.
no, I don't
And
think I want to.
famously, there's a specific
There's a clip of him being like,
interview.
do it," and
Yeah.
yeah, I know what you mean. But like, I'm speaking in like a social. But to be fair, like the context of the scene is they're supposed to be in distress, but still, it's just not believable that in any context that this character would take this level of disrespect from a white person. I just don't believe it. So when people are like, all Quentin Tarantino wants to do is say the N-word, this is the movie where I'm like, yes, he wrote this scene specifically, and there's no reason for this character to be played by him. It could be anyone. It could be a person of color. It could be literally anyone. He specifically wrote the scene for himself to say the N-word, and it reads as
I mean,
such.
it's not even that the character could have been anyone. I mean, it could have been him, but he didn't have to write it to say that word.
Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah. Well, but if he wanted the character to say, there's a dead N-word on my... He could have written it from a person of color,
or he could have made the character a hick.
Right.
Like if it was a hick, then okay.
That was the other character. That's what it is. Sorry, there's one more character who says the N-word, and it's the rapist. The rapist, the guy who raped Marcellus Wallace. But he's a racist. That's where where I'm like, you're right. It depends on the context of who's saying it. Its existence in a movie is not in and of itself a bad thing. Like in that scene,
it's a bad thing. It shouldn't be said. But like, if you're using it under the implication that it is a bad thing,
exactly. Like there's the he goes eeny meeny miny mo catch a tiger by the toe, but it's the original lyric.
Yes.
He says that, but he's a hick fucking racist. So you're right when you're like, oh, is he a racist? I'm like, yes, he's a racist. So it makes sense that why am I getting so in detail? But it's a part of Quentin Tarantino's.
It makes it believable.
It makes it believable. It's a believable part of the scene. It's not
believable. Not even just believable. I think the word that I would use is it makes it palatable.
Palatable, or like no, I say I do think believable. It's just not believable to me that any version of any multiverse of any person who remotely shares the same personality as Sam Jackson would be cool with his friend yelling the N-word with the hard R at him. I just don't believe that. And again,
certainly not in that context.
No,
anyway.
not in that context. No, right? I just don't. But again, movie iconic. Everyone got famous off the back. It was one of the most successful indie films of all time. The only other unfortunate thing about a lot of Quentin Tarantino's movies is they're produced by the Weinsteins. Almost all of them are in some way, shape, or form. Apparently,
that's problematic.
Apparently, there's a bunch of this where like you read behind the scenes anecdotes, and it's all like really believable stories of Harvey Weinstein nearly ruining these movies and like not listening not listening to Quentin Tarantino. This I will say, this isn't the one where he starts to get annoyed. There's a point where Quentin Tarantino gets annoying in his filmmaking habits, where you're like, oh my god. I see at one point, no word of a lie, we're going to come back to this. This is where I'm going to end Pulp Fiction. I had to Google who his editor was. I was fascinated who edited his movies, because some of the scenes in later movies are agonizing. Like, fucking-izing. Like, it's funny, you complain about movies being long, but... So just so you know,
all of my movies were long.
If I will allow for Pickens. You can't do Pulp Fiction. You already did Pulp Fiction. I don't think you did Inglourious Basterds for the show. So
I don't think so.
I will allow Inglourious Basterds.
Good to know.
But anyway,
because I know I've done Django Unchained.
What's really funny
for the show.
Now I can after this week we are probably going to do a blind power ranking by the end of this, because I can rank all of his movies officially now that I've seen them all. I don't think this is his best movie.
We're gonna do a what?
Blind ranking. Power ranking.
Okay.
Of what is Quentin Tarantino's best movie? versus
Oh, for Tarantino's movies. Okay.
because I now I've seen all of them.
Because I was gonna say I don't want to do a ranking for mine that
No, no,
doesn't have
no,
any of the good ones.
no. For me, we can because
Okay.
I've now seen all of his movies, so I can now be like, which one's the worst one? It's funny. There was a point where I would have said Pulp Fiction is one of his best movies. I don't think it is. I don't think it is.
All right.
I don't think it's his worst. It's actually really funny. So we got a comment. Fuck it, no, I'll save it. I'll save this next bit. But it's funny. It's funny what I think is his worst movie. I'm torn on it. Anyway, that is Pulp Fiction.
Okay. So, interesting. Okay. Sid. Unlike the actual thing, my next rapid fire will be quick. We're gonna do West Side Story. The 2021 version, the one that Steven Spielberg both produced and directed.
From what I saw, okay. So like I mean, no, I think we did. I think I did work out that I think I did talk about West Side Story, but fuck it, it bears repeating. I hate West Side Story. It was really funny listening to you watch this because it sounds just as bad as the original. Like I will say, when I got up to go to the bathroom and I watched a little bit of it, from a cinematography standpoint, it looks beautiful. Like, it looks great. The cinematography is interesting. The musical numbers, from what I could see, you're gonna do a butt in a second, which is why I'm not letting you. Just let me finish this thought.
I'm actually probably going to be nicer than one might expect.
It looks great. Like I don't know that Spielberg has ever done. I don't know what other musicals he's done other than this. But it's clean. Like, the number one thing that a musical should look is you should be able to see all of the motion. Like the dance, the numbers should look clean, easy to follow, easy to see, and the singing and the sound design should sound good, and all of that is great. It is a technically great looking movie from what I saw, but I didn't watch the whole thing. So that's my starting off piece on this. That's my preamble before I say the negative things. But I don't want to take away from you saying the negative things.
Why are you saying negative things when it's my thing? I should be the one talking.
I know, but I wanted to do that little preamble because I know because compare and contrast to the original, as it were.
Okay, so
that all comes with
how much you're gonna enjoy this movie? Because I'm not going at this. I've never seen the original musical. I don't know much about it. I'm going at this from a movie standpoint. And so how much you enjoy this movie is going to entirely depend, A, on whether or not you're a fan of the original, and B, how much you like Romeo and Juliet.
I still don't agree with that. I don't agree with that.
It is. It's very much based on Romeo and Juliet.
No, but I don't think your enjoyment of it depends at all on whether or not you like Romeo and Juliet.
I do, because I don't like Romeo and Juliet, and this is just Romeo and Juliet.
Yeah, but I think
it's all it is. It's Romeo and Juliet.
I think if the music were
slightly
better,
different pageantry.
I think if the music were better, I just don't think the music's very good.
Well, that's my point, though, is that you didn't. To be fair, you've interrupted me before I finish my thoughts. So as a movie, the main plot, I'm not going to bother saying it because it's just Romeo and Juliet. You've got two warring families, gangs, whatever,
factions,
racial groups, who representatives, a guy from the one and a girl from the other, fall in love. It's Romeo and Juliet.
Oh yeah, I'm not disputing it's Romeo and Juliet.
It's exactly what you think of when you think Romeo and Juliet. And so if you don't like, if on that basis, before we even get to the music or the dancing or any of that, if you don't like Romeo and Juliet, you're not going to like this.
Yeah, but to flip
it's
that,
it's a full stop. You're not going to like this.
Yeah, but to flip that, I don't think liking Romeo and Juliet will make you like this. Like, I don't think you would.
I think liking Romeo and Juliet will make you kinder towards this.
I don't think anyone. To be fair, I don't think anyone like. Maybe somebody tell me. Maybe you exist, but I don't think there's anyone who's a ride or die for Romeo and Juliet.
I don't know. All I know is that it
Maybe.
must be popular because
Maybe.
this is based on
Well,
it.
to be fair, this
So
is an ancient ass musical from like the 1950s. So like it's a remake of
still,
an ancient ass musical from the night, and it shows,
still.
motherfucker. It shows.
And so then that gets to the bulk of the problem for me for this, which is as if the story being uninteresting. I can get past the story being uninteresting. Like
Yeah.
I can get past that if the music is at least good.
My God, the music's not
This
good.
this music is bad.
I will. I will
No,
say.
no, no, okay. Let me rephrase that. I think
I
this
think
music
this
is
music is
bad.
bad because you have to do that now.
Um,
Apparently.
I'm not a person who is able to make music.
Neither am I.
So
But I can recognize
but
bad
like
music.
the one song in this musical, which I knew about beforehand, and so I don't mind it, and I could actually kind of tap my toe to it a little bit. Is "I Feel Pretty."
I feel pretty,
I
oh so
argue,
pretty.
I argue that that's the only good song in this musical. I argue it. I don't think it's true. I don't think any of the songs are good.
No.
But if I had to pick one and say that that's a good song, that would be it.
I don't know. I do like the one where it's to be the one of the few lyrics I like in this, is the America one, where it's like everything's all right in America if you are white in America. I don't know why that line makes, but like it's so, to be fair, it's
In terms of
so hard for me to love this
oh,
musical.
I'm gonna get shit from part of your Broadway world from this one.
Yeah, I think she likes
But
this movie.
no, I'm in particular gonna get shit for what I'm about to say, which is that I think it's a bad musical in the same way that I think, for the most part, the one that I'm about to say does have a couple good songs in it. But for the most part, I feel the same about it as I do this. This makes me think of Wicked in terms of not
Interesting.
in terms of story, but in terms of music.
I completely no. See, I that I will push back on. I think Wicked has substantially better music than this.
I think it has like one or two good songs, and the rest of them are not very good.
I could say maybe yeah, in that regard I don't necessarily disagree, but they're different musicals. Like I don't think it's a fair
No, that's
comparison.
what I'm saying. I'm not talking in terms of story.
I
I'm
just
talking
meant
purely in
musically.
terms. I'm talking purely in terms of the music and the songs. Like, I like Defying Gravity, so I'm not going to say that
yeah.
Wicked doesn't have any good songs. It
I
has like
I
at
like
least
For Good.
two.
I like For Good as well.
It has at least like two or three good songs. But like if I'm looking at the two Wicked movies as one musical,
Yeah.
right? It has not very many good
Yeah, but
songs.
they're yeah. I mean, I don't disagree. I only like three, but I don't think it's fair to compare them musically because I think Wicked. I mean, Wicked is more of a pop musical, and this is an old school
And
1950s
yet they
style
both
musical.
don't have very good music.
So like the music and like it's funny. I'm listening to it, and to its absolute credit, like I will say, I will give it to its absolute credit. If you
Oh,
are a fan,
it sounds like it's from the
well, if you're a
1957.
fan, if you are a fan of the original musical, the music sounds just like it does, like it should. And but like
And yeah, you're right, the
every
dancing,
time,
it's tight, you can see what's going on. There's
yeah,
no
it's a
doesn't feel like
technically,
anything's hidden.
but
It
you're
feels like I can see why it's popular with the people that it's popular with. This is just an example of it's not for me.
when you said it, when I said, oh, it looks really technically impressive, and you're like, yeah, but it's a Spielberg movie.
It should be.
That would be like being like Michael Jordan beat a series of high school
Be
students. He should be beating a series of high
he
school
should
students.
be.
He's Michael Jordan. Like it's the same thing. Yeah, of course it looks good. He's Steven Spielberg. It should look good.
It should look good.
Um,
If it didn't look
but
good,
it's
I would be
funny.
ashamed of him.
It's funny.
Also, with a budget of $100 million, it better damn well look
It's
good. It did
funny.
not do well financially, by the way.
No, not exceptional. It's funny to say that though in a list that contains BFG, which does look like shit. So like, but still, the
I
movie,
mean,
we're gonna get to that.
we'll get there.
We're gonna get
We'll
there.
get
But that
there.
movie looks like shit. But like, no, it sounds as a person who has seen the original 1960s, 50s, whatever original version, it sounds just like it. And if you're, it's like you're right. If you are a fan of that original, you will love this. We are.
Yeah, I'm sure
I'm
that
not
you
even
will.
ashamed to acknowledge that we are in the minority of our dislike of this musical. And it's not even just this version of it. I don't like the musical Period. Like, I think I could say that pretty definitively. Yeah. I thought maybe this would change my mind, but it just doesn't seem like it's gonna. Like, it just doesn't.
For me, like I said, for me, it's a two-pronged thing where when it comes to like a musical or a musical movie, it either has to be an example of the guy who doesn't like musicals, where I don't love the music from that,
but I like the
story, and the story engages me, right? It either has to be like that, or it has to be an example where the music is so good that the story doesn't matter.
But like, to be entirely fair,
and this doesn't do either.
I'm never like 1960s, 1950s style musicals, other than the only one I like from that era is The Sound of Music. No, that's 1980s, 1970s, 1970s. Pretty sure.
The original musical?
Yeah, the original musical, that I can't say. The movie, I'm pretty sure, is from the 70s. Because the movie is an adaptation of the stage musical.
Right. I'm wondering, because we're talking about this movie, but it's based off the 1950-something original musical, right? So,
yeah.
It's designed to be like that.
Yeah,
so I'm like, when did the original musical come out?
I'm pretty sure it's 1950s.
For Grease.
I think you're right.
Grease musical. 1971 musical.
Really? What can you Google? Does it say what year the West Side Story came out, the original musical? Can you find that out? Because I'm curious. I know it's 1960s, 1970s. I'm pretty sure.
That shows up in the other one, the 2021 one that I have, which says that this is a feature-length adaptation of the 1957 stage musical.
1950, yeah. So exactly. That's exactly my point. It sounds like a 1957. The music is 1957 musical music, and it's big band. It's awful. It's boring. The vocals are not accepted. They just don't do it. The only musical from that kind of era of musicals that I like is Sound of Music and debatably Mary Poppins, and even then,
or Chitty Chitty Bang Bang,
and even I do love the music in Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, but yes, exactly, that's kind of it. Like, I didn't.
Although technically Chitty Chitty Bang Bang is 1968, so that's still not 1950s.
No, but that's that era of movies.
Right. No, but I'm just saying it's clearly superior because it's later on down the timeline.
Well, that is in 1950s, because I'm pretty sure Chitty Chitty Bang Bang might be original. But like, a lot of those are like, they came out in the 1960s as a movie, but they were on stage in the 1950s, so they're really a 1950s musical. But or they're based in that aesthetic. Like, I think The Sound of Music is a 1950s musical. But anyway, I don't like musicals from this era. Like, I didn't like The Music Man. They just don't do anything for me musically.
No.
But also,
this one doesn't do it for me at all.
But also, I have to be fair. I think a part of me is always going to flash back to being like 15, like that. The one song in particular, the one they sing, it's like tonight, tonight, da 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 tonight. The one they sing, like right before the Rumble or whatever. I can't hear that song without hearing the kid from my high school singing it horribly. Like, it doesn't matter who sings it. I always hear that squeaky tonight. Oh my god! I can't listen to that song and not cringe. So like, I hate all, and just, yeah, you're right. Nothing happens in that movie until like arguably the last 30 minutes. There's too many duets between Maria and Tony, and not enough with the other characters to make you give a shit about any of them. So like, when this movie's version of Mercutio dies, you don't give a shit, because it's like, yeah, I don't really need to hear a fourth song of Tony and Maria singing about how much they love each other. The only thing this has above, I would say, above Romeo and Juliet is at least they're not 13.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess that's a low bar.
I never said it was a high bar. I just said it was a consolable.
I don't know. All I know is that, like, for me, I'm just gonna call them Romeo and Juliet. Who cares about their actual character names?
Maria and Tony.
Who cares? When Romeo and Juliet are dancing at the dance or whatever, the ball, whatever it's. Which is also confusing to me, because I'm like, how old are they supposed? Are they in high school? Is that like a school ball? Is that like, because obviously it's supposed to be like the modern day representation of what Romeo and Juliet's ball would have been like. So like, what is it for them?
I think they are supposed to be in high school. I think, honestly, don't know. I just know that the major difference is, I'm pretty sure they don't die at the end, right? Spoiler alert.
Oh no. Romeo dies, Juliet doesn't.
Right. I just know it's not like as tragic as the original.
Romeo dies. He gets shot by the person that she was supposed to be dating.
Right.
And then she gets upset and is like a shame on all of you.
Right,
And
right,
then
right, right, right.
Romeo's boys carry Romeo away. And that's pretty much how it ends.
Yeah, it's
Um,
really quite, again, it's
but no,
astonishing how much
yeah,
this
no,
sounds like it's just faithful one
I
for
very
one.
much made the joke when they were dancing and whatever, and I was like, just fuck already.
I mean, they
And you
do.
were like, yeah, no, this is like a PG-13 movie. They're not going to do that. And then later on, it cuts to a scene with them in bed.
I mean, they very much did that.
They very much fucked
But yeah,
already.
it's I definitely remember the first time I watched it, being like 40 minutes into it. I was like, oh yeah, no, not much can happen in these movies because singing and dancing needs to happen.
Yeah, like I said,
Has very little plot.
if you like Romeo and Juliet, maybe you'll like it.
This is gonna be. I don't know. This might be a YouTube video. The title might be we don't like West Side Story, and it's just gonna be comments telling us how much we're wrong.
You know, I I would go even further than saying I don't like it. I think I hate
Yeah,
this.
I did not care for it. It's very funny. It just makes me think of that Key and Peele sketch where it's I don't know if you've seen it, but where they're sitting around talking, and he's like, I know I'm in the minority, but he's like, ooh, tell us what you really feel. No, I that's why I prefaced it with saying I know I'm in the minority. I I know I'm
I know that this is not a popular
yeah,
opinion.
it's me.
I'm very aware it's me.
It's me. I'm the one who doesn't care for this.
I don't like
This is
this.
one of those times where I get why you might, but I don't.
Funny enough, Quentin Tarantino sang this movie's praises.
Did he actually?
And said that hold on, I'll see if I could find the actual quote.
That's funny.
He said something to the effect of how it was one of Steven Spielberg's like
Don't say best.
opums or whatever,
Magnum
magnum
opus?
opum.
Oh God, Quentin! Quentin, you're so
Something.
wrong.
I'm not necessarily quoting exactly.
No, if he said I could believe he said magnum opus, but no.
Filmmaker Quentin Tarantino voiced his praise for both this film and Top Gun Maverick, saying that they, quote, both provided a true cinematic spectacle, the kind that I'd almost thought I wasn't going to see anymore.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I will get on
Uh,
that.
he expanded on the subject in February 2024 during an appearance on Bret Easton Ellie's podcast, calling it the best movie of 2021, should have won the Oscar, and the guy who played Riff should have won the Oscar. It's the only film that I've seen on my own at the theater twice. It was beyond the beyond. It was right up there with Mad Max Fury Road, which
Oh no.
is also a bad movie.
I mean,
So
Mad Max Fury Road is not a bad movie.
it is a bad
That is
movie.
an excellent movie. That is an
No, it's
actually
not.
good movie.
No, it's
This.
not.
No, John. We've been through this. You watched it for the podcast. You changed your opinion. You said it was a good movie.
No, I believe when I talked about it on the podcast, what I said was I can understand why other people appreciate it. I still don't like it.
Um,
I very much remember still
no,
not liking it.
I could definitely I could see the argument for I went and I had fun. It's a spectacle, but no, it's not. No, Quentin, you're wrong.
No, this movie's bad. This musical's bad. It's a bad
It's bad. It's a
musical.
bad musical. It's not a very good. Musical.
Sorry again. I think
I
it
think
is.
it's bad. Okay,
I
Jordan.
need to not make blanket statements.
Right. The internet gets mad at you when you make blanket statements. But then you get engagement. So take the good with the bad.
So yeah, that's the 2021 West Side Story. It's not for me.
Mambo. So Jordan, that's it.
Yeah, I mean, what else is there to say? It's a shit music. I'm sorry. Yet
I
again,
think it's a
I
shit musical.
think it's a shit musical.
Where's my timer? Why is my timer not on? Oh, there it is. That's weird. Next movie, Jordan. So, this was it's funny. This was initially a have not seen, and then I had to restructure for reasons that I'll explain later. So I had not seen this. This was one of two movies in Quentin Tarantino's filmography that I had not seen yet. This is Jackie Brown. Now, what's interesting about Jackie Brown was on in our Hateful Eight video, the comments said that several comments said the two worst movies were Death Proof and Jackie Brown. And I said, wow, that's really interesting because it's the only two I haven't seen. And there was a couple of comments that said that, and it was consistent. That's what made me want to do Quentin Tarantino. And yeah, this movie's not very good. It's like all of it. It's all of his worst instincts in one movie. It's everything that makes a Quentin Tarantino movie bad in one movie. First of all, it's almost 2.5 hours long, if not 2.5 hours long. So I was like, oh, and to be fair, Pulp Fiction was almost, I think it was 2 hours and like 17 minutes. It was almost 2.5 hours long. But like, it doesn't feel it because of how it's structured. It doesn't feel, it's because every scene is sort of episodic in nature. It doesn't feel like it drags. This does. This very much is trying to have a narrative. So the very, 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 as brief as I can possibly muster, plot of this is...
real quick, I disagree with you. I think that Pulp Fiction does drag. Continue.
Yeah, I can see why you would say that, but just... Yeah. I can see why you would say that, but like in terms of just structurally, it doesn't really. This is my opinion, but anyway, that's the point. So this is about Samuel Jackson is a gun runner, and he is trying to get his money from La Paz, Mexico, Los Cabos, and he.
I know that place.
His initial runner gets busted by the cops, who is played by Chris Tucker, and one of his mules, Jackie Brown, gets busted by.
Did you do Inglourious Bastards already?
We're doing this in order, Jordan. So this is his next movie.
Okay, got it.
This is his next movie in his filmography. What's really funny, it's funny you ask, because I had Inglourious Bastards in there, and then I fucked up and I didn't watch it, and I watched Jackie Brown instead. So then I shuffled everything down, and then just put everything in order. And I was like, well, okay. That works out. I'm glad I did it the way I did it. But, yeah, so like Jackie Brown gets busted by the DEA, some fucking law enforcement agency, which is Michael Keaton and I forget who else, but the main guy is Michael Keaton, and she's trying to get out from under Samuel Jackson's thumb, who is controlling her, and she through one or another basically is double playing Samuel Jackson and saying that she's working with the police to get him out of it, but she's working with the police and telling them that what they want to hear so that she can sneak in the middle and take all of Samuel Jackson's money for herself. And the movie is basically long scenes of her. Early on in the movie, Samuel Jackson runs into this bail bondsman, and so she ends up becoming, for lack of a better word, friends with him, lovers, love interests, what have you. And,
Trist.
Yeah, they're working together to screw over everybody, basically, and
as one does.
It's really like her performance is really good in the sense that it's really clever. Her decision that, well, I'm just gonna fuck them both over and play them against each other and walk out the middle is really clever. However, this movie. However, and like some of the performances are good. Like the guy who, remember the vacuum, the guy who extracts people, in Breaking Bad. The vacuum
extract.
The vacuum.
Oh yeah.
He's in this as the bail bondsman guy. He's quite good. Samuel Jackson is in this. He's the gun runner. He's in. He's got a ponytail and a bald spot, and he like steals the show. Negatives. Okay, negatives. I said this movie is agonizingly fucking long. The pacing between scenes is atrocious. Scenes go on forever, and it's not like later Tarantino movies where it's like two people having a dialogue or a conversation, or even earlier like Pulp Fiction, where it's like two people having an organic conversation, and like you don't notice how long the scene has gone on because you're really invested in what these people have to say. Like the opening sequence of this movie is fucking agonizing. It goes on forever. It's just Well, I should mention Robert De Niro is in this movie, and it might be his worst movie. He is like atrociously bad in this. Like he is like sleepwalking his way through it. There's multiple scenes of like this girl giving him weed. I swear to God, he's stoned the whole time. Like he is either half passing out at points, or like the entire opening scene is this agonizingly long scene of Samuel Jackson just talking at Robert De Niro while Robert De Niro stone face, like famously charismatic Robert De Niro, nothing. Like he's just sitting there like. Sometimes he musters a nod where he's like, that's it. He barely talks. He barely has any lines. And like, yeah, there's so many, like, another thing I forgot to mention about Tarantino films is so many of his characters smoke because you can tell they don't know otherwise what to do in a scene. Like, who was that? Who was messaging me? Sorry.
Breaking news.
Breaking news. Breaking
There's
news.
There's gonna be a new Spyro game.
Oh, okay.
I haven't actually watched that yet. It popped up and I wanted to send it before I forgot.
Okay, fair enough. We'll look at that later. That might be for next week. Next week's news. Anyway, sorry. It's just I apparently didn't close Messenger, so now that drives me crazy when I'm editing a video and you can hear Messenger go off because I made the mistake of closing it.
Sorry.
No, it's my own fault. Sometimes it happens when other people in our social life message us.
It was one of those things where like I'm checking, like I'm watching the chat on my YouTube and it popped up on my tablet thing and I'm like, send that to myself and Justin for later.
I'll check that out later. Anyway, so Jackie Brown, Robert De Niro is awful in this. Yeah, he's just like, there's a bit early on where he's hanging out with Samuel.
So do
Jackson.
we think that this was just like a paycheck for him? Like he was just checked out?
Apparently it's intentional. Apparently it's like it's supposed to be a character affectation and it's supposed to be intentional, but it doesn't work. Like he's
sounds
supposed
like
to
a bad character affectation.
He's supposed to be like laid back and like easygoing and like, but then there's points where he like snaps. There's a point where he snaps and he kills this girl. And, like, it's supposed to be like, oh, this is him snapping. But him snapping is so lazy. Like, there's no emotion behind it. And again, I guess that's supposed to be... It's supposed to, I guess, be a direct answer to him in Goodfellas or something. But, again, he's famously... This is in the 90s. I think this came out in, like, 97. So he's famously at the peak of his charisma. And he's so... Like, there's a bit where he's, like, smoking pot with Samuel L. Jackson's... girlfriend or whatever, mistress or whatever, and he's just smoking a pipe, and you could convince me that he's actually stoned this whole movie. Like Quentin Tarantino was like, "Hey man, be authentic, get high." Like that's how bad and sluggish and awful this performance is. And there's so many scenes in this one in particular. This is where I got frustrated, where I went, I like this guy's movies. Why do I hate this so much? Because there's so many bits where like. You can see actors waiting for him to yell cut. Like there's so many scenes where I can visually see it happening on screen. I could see them waiting for him to go. I could see that happening where like you could feel like, okay, the scene has reached its natural conclusion, but it just keeps going. It just keeps going.
Would you say that's a director issue or an editing issue?
That's just it. That's funny that you say that because this was the moment where I Googled who his editor was because I was
because if a scene is going too long and that makes it into the final cut of the movie, yes, that's potentially bad direction, but also like the editor should be cutting.
That's my thing. It's like, I'm like this movie made me go, did Quentin Tarantino edit his own movies? Because to be fair, there are scenes in Pulp Fiction and Reservoir Dogs that go on for too long, but they're not as bad as in this, where they're so like the opening sequence is just one still static frame of Robert De Niro and Samuel Jackson just sitting on a couch watching TV. And that's it. And Robert De Niro doesn't do anything. He doesn't react. He doesn't have any feelings or emotions. He just every once in a while he nods. And like so it made me go like, wait, does Tarantino edit his own movies? And no. He has had two editors. someone who did his like the first half of his movies, and then another person who does the later half of his movies. And spoiler alert, the second editor is much better. Like the editing in this is atrocious, but when you read, you're like, oh, Tarantino worked super closely with the editor to help it be part of the language of the film, and you're like, oh, okay, that means he stood over top of him, and anytime the editor had an even remotest bit of an inclination to cut something, Tarantino bullied him into not cutting it. Or her. I think it was a her.
That makes sense.
Right? At least that's how it comes across anyway. But this movie could be 20, 30, 40 minutes shorter. Like, it doesn't need to be over 2 hours. It could easily be an hour 40. It'd be a much tighter movie. And Jordan, you're probably wondering about the N-word. Oh, yes, right. This is also the one where there's very specifically a shot early on of a woman's foot. Earlier on. I forgot to mention the foot fetish in Pulp Fiction, which is Marcellus Wallace threw a guy out a window because some guy massaged his wife's feet, and described massaging the feet as being the most erotic thing you can do. But in this one, there's very specifically.
We don't hate shame here, but I never got the attraction to feet.
Well, no, I'm not. I'm only shaming Quentin Tarantino.
No, that's just an aside. Like Jordan, the incomparable Jordan has never seen the appeal of feet. Like don't.
It's not really my
thing.
There's
nothing wrong with it. It's just not something that I've ever thought.
I'm not judging. I'm only judging the fact that Tarantino is ashamed of it. Like, dude, own it. Be like, yeah, I like feet. What of it?
Methinks he does protest too much.
But there's several shots of women's feet in this that are very specific. But the N-word. The N-word is way more interesting. No white people say the N-word in this.
Good.
But this is where we come back to the idea that you're right. Context matters, because what was interesting about this is when I was reading about this movie, I don't know if he's broken the record since, but at the time this contained the record for the most N-words used. But the N-word is only ever used by black people in this movie, at least from what I can recall. Maybe I missed a white person saying it, but I haven't yet, so I don't think I did, but maybe I did. But the only person who ever uses the N-word is Samuel L. Jackson, or I think Jackie Brown, who's the actress's name is escaping me. But it's Samuel L. Jackson. He can say the N-word if he wants. Like, but it's always in the context of, like, with the A. It's never with the hard R, from what I can recall. So, like, yeah, in that context, it's less off-putting or jarring, or it makes sense. Now, arguably, yes, it is a white guy who wrote the script, who encouraged him to say it, but it's not a white person saying it. So to me, it's not quite as bad as Reservoir Dogs or Pulp Fiction, where it felt unnatural in those movies. It just felt like, yeah, he just wants to say the N-word. Yeah, this was nothing. It was nothing. It was, yeah. It's interesting. I'm torn. I'm like 50-50. I'm 50-50 on. There's one more movie on here that might arguably be worse. But yeah, this was not very good. Like any movie that makes Robert De Niro bad is not a good movie. This is, I think, the lowest low we're gonna hit, maybe, arguably. Anyway, it's Jackie Brown.
Okay, so my next rapid fire is a movie called 1941. Have you heard of 1941?
The year or the movie?
The movie.
Oh, no, I don't think so. That doesn't sound familiar. It's possible.
It's directed by Steven Spielberg. I mean, yes. You should watch this one actually. But it's a comedy. It's a war comedy. That specifically.
That was unexpected.
It's a war comedy. It's directed by Steven Spielberg and it's written by Robert Zemeckis and Bob Gale.
Really?
Yeah.
How have I never heard of this?
It stars an ensemble cast, which includes Dan Aykroyd, Ned Beatty, John Belushi, John Candy, Christopher Lee.
Oh, so Tim
Matheson.
This is in the 80s.
1979.
Yeah. Okay.
Toshiro Mifune, Robert Stack, Nancy Allen, and Mickey Rourke in his film debut.
Really?
Yep.
Huh.
So basically, Cold Note's version of what it's about. It's a comedy, so it's silly and a lot of points.
This must be early on in all of those guys' careers. Not just Steven Spielberg, but Bob
Definitely
Zemeckis and
had a few moments where I was like, "Is that who I think that is?"
well,
And I
I
had to
mean,
double check.
I don't even just mean the actors. I mean, like 1979. I mean, Bob Gale and Bob Zemeckis. I mean, that's Back to the Future.
I'm
Like,
pretty sure this is one of Steven Spielberg's
I
first
was gonna say, surely it has
directorials.
to be close.
I'm too lazy to look it up at the moment, but I'm pretty sure it was. But so uh, interesting thing about this movie is this movie. A bunch of the scenes in this movie are actually loosely based on real things that happened.
Oh, that makes
Um,
sense. I mean, based on the
so
World
it's
War II.
loosely based on what's come to be known as the Great Los Angeles Air Raid of 1942.
Huh.
It was based on the bombardment of Elwood
Bombardment,
oil refinery
bombardment,
near Santa
bombardment.
Barbara by a Japanese submarine, and it's got a bunch of other things that it's loosely based on, including what's referred to as the Zoot Suit riots.
Oh.
Um, Even there's a point in this movie where um, Dan Aykroyd, who is a soldier, him and his contingent put a anti-aircraft on a homeowner's property yard near the main coast. That is apparently based on a real thing
Huh.
that happened. Um, so Cold Note's version is basically this takes place like 5 days after Pearl Harbor. The United States and all of its people are on high alert and very panicky. There's a Japanese submarine that wants to hit just one more honorable target. So they want to hit. They are hoping to hit Hollywood, but they don't know where it is. Um, and there's a lot of kind of silly comedic things in regards to it. And so there's mostly silly. There's a teenage daughter. I think she's supposed to be teenage of the homeowner who has the air thing in his the anti-air thing in his yard. She and her friend go to a what's it called where they're holding the UFO party or USO party or whatever for the soldiers.
An army base?
No, not in an army base, but it's like a dance thing. Like a club thing, like you know how
Uh,
like back in the day they used to for the United States forces or whatever, they would have it where like pretty girls would go and like dance with them or like serve them things
the
or
only
like
thing I can think of is a USO show.
it's kind of like that but for like on the home ground
Oh yeah,
basically. I don't know I don't remember what the actual term is called. Here, let's see if it calls it here. Uh,
I'm from the USO.
Uh, I'm not seeing it specifically, but yeah, basically it's like a party essentially that her and a friend are going to go to, and um,
It's my
the
party.
idea is that the only men that are allowed to be like at it is people that are in the United States Armed Forces. So the Army, the Air Force, um, the Navy, et cetera, but no civilians.
Gotcha.
So this girl, whose character name I can't remember, we're gonna call her Betty, even though I don't think that's true. Betty and her friend are gonna be going to it, and Betty has a boyfriend who wants to go, and then Betty is discovered by an army person who is way too into her and doesn't know how to take no for an answer. And it's the 1940s, so you can put the pieces of the puzzle together. And her boyfriend dude sneaks in, and then there's a whole comedic scene where like the boyfriend keeps dancing with her. And then the other dude keeps trying to like steal her away, and it's good fun. It's a good fun movie, and the interesting to note thing, Justin, is I complained that this movie was too long because the version that I downloaded was the director's cut. The director's cut is 146 minutes. Too long. Didn't like. Don't like
Yeah,
that it's
I've
that
never
long.
seen a director's cut that I liked.
But I will give this movie grace because the original, the theatrical cut, is 118 minutes. That's acceptable.
That's acceptable time.
That's perfectly acceptable. And like that's like what, an hour and a half, something like that.
That would be just under 2 hours.
Hour 18, 118 minutes.
Mm-hmm. 6 times
Isn't
2
that
is
like?
120.
Hold on. I need to do the conversion.
You know the comments are gonna make fun of us again, right?
I can never do it. It's math is hard for me.
60 times 2 is 120, which is 2 hours. 118 would be 2 minutes.
Okay, so yeah, it's 1 hour 58 minutes.
Yes. Yes.
I
don't know why you
still
didn't
too
just take
long.
my word for it.
Still too long then. So yeah, but the theatrical one makes it like 2 hour, 2.5, 2 something. And that's even more too long.
It's too long.
But no, yeah, I like this movie, and I think you would actually enjoy it.
I mean, Dan Aykroyd, Bob Gale, Bob Zemeckis, and Steven Spielberg. I don't see why I wouldn't.
Dan Aykroyd, Ned Beatty.
I don't care about the rest of the cast.
Ned Beatty is do you not recognize the name? Because I sure as hell didn't until I looked up what he had been in.
He plays Lotso Huggenbear in Toy Story 3.
Yeah, and I was like, oh.
You know, I'm not like you. I actually know names.
Also he plays the turtle in Rango.
Yes, he does. Very famous guy, very well known for doing westerns. That's why that's part of the joke with that. Why he plays that character.
I didn't realize. Funny enough, though, that I didn't realize that it was Christopher Lee in this.
Ah, yes.
Because he's young. He's so much younger in this, Justin. I'm used to him as Count Dooku, the old man. He's not an old man.
Count Dooku.
It's weird seeing old people be young.
Count.
God rest his soul.
God rest his soul. Is that it?
1941. Good movie. Also hard to look up when you look up movies because you type in 1941 into Google and it just brings up the year. 1941.
No, I need the movie.
And I'm like, no, I need the movie.
I need the movie.
That's 1941. Good movie.
So it's really funny, right? So, I would characterize Quentin Tarantino, early Quentin Tarantino movies, not really action heavy. It's not really much of an action heavy director. And so when we get to Kill Bill, which is what this next one is. Now, I had forgotten that I'd watched Kill Bill Volume 2 already. So I initially was going to do... So the big anecdote about Kill Bill, just to remind you, is that it was technically one movie. It was released as 2 movies, Kill Bill Volume 1 and 2. But when he created it and when he filmed it as one long 4.5 hour long movie, and they went, yeah, that's too long. And so the first part is like an hour and a half, nice, tight, super fast, super action heavy, super fast paced, hour and a half, which is just very uncharacteristic for Quentin Tarantino. Not super dialogue heavy. Yeah, there's dialogues, but it's mostly like narration and telling you the story of who these people are, how they're related to each other, what have you. But it's not like Pulp Fiction or Reservoir Dogs, where it's characters just talking. But I don't think, and this might be a hot take, I don't think that I should say I said the first time I talked about this that I don't think Quentin Tarantino shoots action terribly well. I've sort of changed that a bit, but I certainly don't think he shoots martial arts very well. I just don't think, and I just don't think that Uma Thurman is all that believable in any of the action sequences. Like the final fight in the first one, I rewatched it so I could remind myself of what was happening in this series.
I just remember it being boring.
I just don't think it's very good. I just don't think that the choreography is exceptionally interesting. It does that thing where like it's very obvious she doesn't know what she's doing, and I just didn't think it looked very good. So the big
Keanu Reeves, she is not.
Right, yeah. And I guess because I've watched so many kung fu movies now, that like I've watched way too many Jackie Chan movies that just look way better choreographed than this. Like clearly you didn't bring in anyone with any experience. At least that's what it looks like. So I think the first time I talked about I talked about both parts together and I like railroaded through it. The big thing with the second part is it feels just as that. It feels like the second half of one movie. It came out like a year later, or like I think 6 months to a year later. So I will say, to its credit, it doesn't assume you've seen the first one. It absolutely does do like a recap of, hey, here's what happened last time. And
last time on Kill Bill.
This one does feel long because this one is 2.5. I think it's 2 hours, just under 2 hours and 15 minutes, or around 2 hours 15, and it feels like it. This is where you start to see Quentin Tarantino seep in, where there's scenes like there's a scene where she's training with this really famous kung fu master, and he treats her like shit. Where like she's doing some kung fu moves, and like when she's just doing them in isolation and she's not actually fighting anyone, they look kind of good. Michael Madsen is great in this as Bud. The only one who I didn't really care for, who I don't think is exceptionally good or care. I think I learned with Tarantino overall is the more charismatic his actors are, the more engaging the material is. So I just don't think that I didn't find Bill to be all that captivating of a villain. Bill is played by it's been so long since you've seen it, but he's played by, you remember Death Race 2000?
The original?
Yeah, the original.
Vaguely. As a general concept.
The Frankenstein, the original Frankenstein from that movie. David Carradine. He's the brother of, who also passed away recently, but you know the dad, I'm pretty sure it's his brother, Lizzie McGuire's dad?
Oh, yeah.
His brother. He's in this as Bill. I just think he was exceptionally all that interesting. I'm gonna say something
embarrassing here. I clearly don't remember enough about those movies because I thought the girl was Bill, and the point was everyone was trying to kill her.
No.
I always thought it was confusing that the girl's name was Bill.
Yeah, no. The basic plot of this is Bill is the leader of a group of secret super spies, and he's the leader. And she had a affair with him, and she is pregnant with his kid, and she's trying to leave the life, and to go get married, and live some.
So basically, John Wick.
Kinda, yeah. Except for John Wick's. Yeah. Basically, yeah. Actually, honestly, quite. Except for they don't kill her dog, but yes, they show up at her wedding, and there's an exceptionally long scene and this is where it gets really Tarantino, where there's just a bunch of really long scenes of Bill and her having exceptionally long conversations, and like neither of them have the charisma to carry the scenes for as long as they go on, and I just don't think the action is all that great or exceptional. I don't think it's his worst movie. I still think it's probably Jackie Brown because it's not sluggish. Also, I actually Googled this to make sure. No one uses the N-word. And there's no shots of anyone's feet.
Good for him.
I know.
He broke his record.
I know. But I actually had to Google it. I was like, wait, does anyone use the N-word in either of the Kill Bill? And it's funny. Initially, the AI overview didn't want to have any part of that question. They're like, nope, we're out.
I can't answer this question.
No, it didn't even pop up. Like, it was just like, I'm not doing this. I'm not. So I had to go into the Google because I just wanted to know. It kept bringing up all these articles of like all the times people swore in Tarantino movies. I'm like, this is too general. I need to know specifically whether or not anyone says the N-word in this movie. And according to the AI on Google, someone fact check me if I'm wrong. No one says the N-word in this movie. Right? I was like, you know what? All right. I respect it, Quentin Tarantino. You showed restraint. But the thing I didn't mention about Tarantino was Tarantino has very famously stated that he's only ever going to make 10 movies. And so some people say that he has currently made 9. He's got one more left. But there are certain people who want to argue who are saying that, technically speaking, because Kill Bill is technically one movie, that it should only count as 8. So he did release a version of this called Kill Bill, The Whole Bloody Affair, which I tried to search up, but I couldn't really find a good version of it. And it was just easier to find Volume 2.
What do you think?
I think it is. I think it counts as one movie. I think it's just one movie. Because it does feel like two halves of one movie when you watch it.
Interesting.
Yeah, so I want to see the whole bloody affair, but that
Or do you
requires
think that
me.
he should just break that rule and just go and do more than 10?
There's a lot of people who are like that. You need to like give up that and go do more movies because. But I think if he did more movies, then his movies would not be as good as they are. Because I'm not gonna lie, Jordan. From here, it's a steady incline up. They get like significantly better from here.
Oh, good, because the few that I've seen, there's really only one that I would say is good.
Django.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're gonna talk about Inglourious Bastards. I've changed my perspective on it.
I don't hate Inglorious Bastards. I just eh.
We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. We're gonna talk about it.
But again, I've only watched it once, so maybe my opinion has changed. I don't think so.
That's Kill Bill Volume 2.
Okay. So if that's all you have to say about that, you
That is
hoser,
all I have to say about that.
then I think it's time that we do a very brief analysis of Close Encounters of the Third Kind.
Here's the thing about Close Encounters of the Third Kind. I watched that for Top 100. I had a lot of really positive things to say about it at the time. I recall quite liking a lot that movie a lot. I don't remember anything about it or what I said about it.
Yeah. Yeah. That's kind of the problem I'm having.
I'm gonna have to go back and remind
I'm
myself what I
aware
said
that
about it.
I'm aware that I watched it. I know that I didn't hate it, but nothing really majorly sticks out for me.
I recall it being one of those movies where
I can see how at the time it would have been revolutionary.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, no, it's
like, I
an
absolutely can
iconic
see
piece
that.
of cinema. Like,
But like
there's shit from
watching
it that like
watching it in 2026, there's things that other things have long since referenced for me, like from it, like the music, like with the alien ship and stuff like that. Where it's like, so again, I can see how it would have been big when it first came out, but because I've seen so many of those parodies,
yeah.
it kind of makes it lose the impact a little bit.
You're losing a bit of that. And also, I kind of discovered this. I don't know if it was this or E.T. because I can't remember which one I watched first, but like Steven Spielberg has this really annoying insistence and tendency when it comes to aliens to infantilize aliens. Like we're like, I'm sorry, they travel. It perceives an arrogance, or it displays an arrogance about aliens that we are some like we they expended all this energy and ability to come here and travel here, but yet we're still somehow the superior ones. Like it has that attitude about it, from what I can.
Well, in this one, it's more that like the only way that we can communicate is through the music because they're too advanced.
Right, but it's just like you're telling me that these people.
So it's not so much that in this one, E.T. I agree with you fully. But in this one, it's
E.T.'s
more
worse.
like
E.T. they treat him like a house cat. This one was like it pulled me out because it was like surely they're smart enough technologically. They've traveled across the vast cosmos of space, interplanetary translation. Surely they have to be capable of that. Especially if they're studying us, as I recall this movie suggests. I remember that being a frustrating. It's a general theme that Steven Spielberg has.
I think
when
the
it comes to
implication in
aliens.
this one, I think the implication in this one isn't so much that they couldn't, but like they have no reason to. We're the ones that are kind of reaching out to them to try and convince them that's at least that's how I read it.
I know it's less egregious than E.T., but I definitely remember it's a theme of his movies. We're like,
oh, I mean, sure, but I'm in this one in
human
particular.
hubris of like thinking that you know better than a highly advanced.
This one in particular, to me, maybe I'm reading it wrong.
No,
but
I've seen it recently enough to challenge you, so that's why I'm like, my challenge is wishy-washy at best.
To me, the way that I read it is that we have to convince them that we are worth communicating with, which is why they have to figure out how to use the universal language to like of music or whatever to communicate with them, and which is why at the end we have convinced them that we are worth growing with or whatever, and that's why the humans, there's the group of them that go with them.
I think there's something about, and I know that there's something, maybe a sequel, or there's something involving like the people coming back. Like there's something about I remember reading the Wikipedia article about this movie because it was so fascinating to me.
Well, I know that there's the period where there's the aliens had abducted a bunch of them, including the kid or whatever, and then once they start communicating, like they open the doors and all the humans walk out. So that might be what you're thinking
That
of.
might be what I'm thinking of. I remember liking this movie. It's the number one thing I
Yeah, overall,
remember.
it's not bad, and I mean, there's a reason why it did so well financially.
It's a Steven Spielberg movie about aliens. What's not to like? I mean,
Exactly.
I do. I recall
Uh,
Richard Dreyfuss. Also, I quite like him in this. He's the dad, I think, who's going slowly going
he's
insane.
yeah, I believe he's the dad. Yeah.
I might have to. I might have to rewatch this. We might have to do Aliens again. I might have to watch this again because, like, I know there is something about this specifically that really stuck in my craw, and I don't remember what it is. And I'm really. I knew it was on your list too. I should have pulled that up.
Huh. Apparently, this movie, the inspiration arose in Spielberg's childhood
Yeah.
when he and his father watched a meteor shower in New Jersey.
Yeah. This was one he was particularly passionate about. But that's also this is one of the reasons why he never. I think this was the late, either this or ET, but he never did. He's just doing Aliens again now with Disclosure, which has just come out.
Um, I don't have much more to say about this one. I mean, yeah, I think this might have also been one of the first times that, what's his name? The person who did the music for this.
John Williams
I believe John Williams was the one who did.
or Danny Elfman.
No, it was the Star Wars guy.
No, it's John Williams. John Williams is the Star Wars guy.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure this was like the one of the first times they worked together.
Oh, interesting. That I did not know.
I don't quote me on that. I read that somewhere in here and I now can't find it. So I'm not gonna confidently say that.
I
But
am.
I'm gonna
Confidently say that.
I'm gonna unconfidently say it. And here we are, music. Film score was composed, conducted, and produced by John Williams, who had previously worked. Oh no, okay, this wasn't then. Previously worked on Spielberg's Jaws,
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
and performed by the Hollywood Studio Symphony.
Yeah, that was yeah. This that would. I will say that for Spielberg, man, his filmography is diverse because like the fact that he went from Jaws to this, and this is an entirely different movie than Jaws.
Absolutely, this was. But yeah, no, it's a good movie, and there's a reason why it's prolific.
That is fair.
Prolific?
Yeah,
Is that the word?
Iconic,
Iconic? Legendary?
legendary, well known.
Well
Yeah,
known?
I mean my the song, the do 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 do,
Hmm.
that's one that you know. This is one of those movies that you know even if you like if you've ever seen Monsters versus Aliens, the opening scene
Oh,
of that movie
dozens of things have made fun of it. I've acknowledged it or referenced it. I'm pretty sure though that might have been X-Files. But I think when Mr. Burns shows up and he's glowing or whatever, I think there's also a reference to this in there.
Yes, that is absolutely a reference to this. That I mean,
This and X-Files.
yes, because Mulder and Scully show up in it, but
Yeah.
the thing opening up and him coming out, that's very specifically a reference to this.
Yeah.
Also, I thought this and ET also as well, but
I
yes.
bring you love.
He brings
He
us
brings
love.
us love.
Kill
Get
him.
him.
That is that it? Is that Close Encounters? of
That's
the
it for
Third
Close
Kind?
Encounters of the Third Kind. Also had to look it up to find out what a Close Encounter of the Third Kind actually was.
That is
Also, there are since this movie has come out, there are now 6 degrees of Close Encounters.
really. Oh, that's
Yeah.
interesting. Yeah, I know that what was that. First is seeing it. Second is.
Hold on, I'm gonna bring him up.
I just know that the fourth kind is abduction.
Not necessarily abduction, but it is seeing. The third kind is seeing both the alien and the ship together.
Right. Because I know there's
What
a movie.
are all the close encounter?
Because I know that
Encounter.
we talked about the movie The Fourth Kind, which is
Right.
the because I'm guessing they couldn't call
I think
it
fourth. I think fourth is
is abduction.
fourth is abduction.
That much I
First
know.
kind is visual sighting of a UFO. Object is seen at close range, typically within 150 to 500 feet, but leaves no physical evidence and has no interaction with the surrounding environment. Second kind is UFO sighting that leaves measurable physical trace evidence, which includes scorch marks or like crop circles, stuff like that.
Right.
Third kind is encountering or observing actual extraterrestrial, not extracurricular,
can't remember what the
being
second kind was.
in or around the unidentified craft. Fourth kind um, is cases where humans are allegedly abducted or forcibly taken aboard a ship.
I know that because
Fifth
that movie, The Fourth
kind.
Kind. What's the fifth kind?
Fifth kind. Sorry, I guess there was only five. Fifth kind is direct, voluntary, and conscious communication with extraterrestrial life.
Okay, that makes sense.
So,
This movie ends with the fifth kind.
whatchamacallit, Men in Black scenario. That would be fifth kind.
So the third kind ends with the fifth kind because doesn't someone go with them at the end of this? Doesn't?
Yeah, I believe that the third one would end technically with the fifth kind because a bunch of humans go with them.
Yeah, and Richard Dreyfuss goes with them, from what I recall.
Not just Richard Dreyfuss, a bunch of them. There's a whole team of them.
Interesting. Jordan, it's funny you asked about Inglourious Basterds.
Maybe there's a sequel which one day which could be created, which is called Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind, and that would be a direct sequel.
See, I think the sixth kind should be pregnancy. You get pregnant with an alien. That's the sixth kind.
Or love, or something.
No. Just pure fornication. Jordan, funny you asked about the Inglourious Basterds. So, my history with Inglourious Basterds. Inglourious Basterds. Play the trailer. I didn't like this movie the first time I had encountered it. I won't even say saw, because it took me a while to watch this. So, the first time I saw a trailer, when this movie first came out, because it came out like 2008, I think, the trailers presented it as Brad Pitt doing that little speech where he's like, and you will be dropped into Nazi-occupied France, and you will instill fear into the Nazi, because the Nazi ain't got no humanity. It would be one thing, doing one thing, and one thing only: killing Nazis. It was just that trailer, and so that's what I thought this was. I thought this was just going to be a bloody, gory movie where Brad Pitt and his ilk kill Nazis. It's not that. But that's what I thought it was. So I was disappointed, and I held it against this movie for fucking years. I hated it. And it's so funny because I used to take such shit for being like, I think this movie's bad. And people would be like, what do you mean? It's a really good movie. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm like, well, it misadvertised. It makes it a bad movie. And I rewatched it for fun or for something. And then I was like, oh, but I like deep character work now, and I'm kind of a bit more evolved. This movie's actually really good.
I've evolved.
It's really good. Like, it's better than any of the movies that precede it. This is the movie where he develops, like, the thing about Tarantino that is shocking is how he evolves as a director as he gets older and as his movies go on. And a thing that he develops in this one that he really works on is tension. There are scenes in this that go on for fucking ever. And this movie is like 2 hours, and I don't know if it's above 2.5 or if it's around 2:40, but it's around 2.5 at the very least. And it doesn't really feel like it. Like, it moves at such a decent clip, and just like it's interesting because just like Pulp Fiction and Reservoir Dogs, it's also segmented. So it's told in chapters. So you have the chapter that's about the bastards, and it tells you about the bastards, who is Brad Pitt and his group. There's a chapter that teaches you about the Bridget von Hammersmark. There's a scene with Michael Fassbender in a basement. There's the French girl Shoshana. And it is segmented, it is chaptered, but it never for the most part, doesn't feel overly long. Like the opening sequence with
Isn't this the one that has Christoph Waltz as the Nazi guy, and he's really good?
It's his very first film role in America. Yeah, he's Hans Landa, Colonel Hans Landa, and like there was a moment in this. Funny enough,
more than the Brad Pitt stuff, he's the parts of this movie that stick in my brain. He's really phenomenal.
He's so good. I had this epiphany when I was watching this, where I was like, does solid, dripping, oozing charisma not make you notice how agonizingly long a scene is or a take is. Because that opening sequence goes on for fucking ever. But the tension, it's so tense. And it's so well performed, and it's like it feels like a conversation between two people in a way that feels real and visceral and organic, and it's so well done. And you don't know what Hans Landa is gonna do. You don't know how this is gonna go, and you don't know at any moment he could get up and he could do anything, and that's what makes that character wild. Is you don't know what he's gonna do, and so
you don't know what he's capable of.
Yeah, and so there's a bit later on where he snaps and he strangles Bridget von Hammersmark. That scene's fucking scary because he's so jovial and seems like he's nice. And you have that moment where you realize, no, he's not nice.
He's not a good person.
But then the next scene is tonal whiplash in a way that fucking works, where he's like, that's a bingo! And he's once again funny. And you're like that's a true narcissist and a truly evil person can disarm you like that. And I love the contrast to Aldo the Apache, Brad Pitt's character, who he's arguably just as bad. He is a direct mirrored inverse of
he revels in the violence
of Colonel Landa, where one of my favorite things that Colonel Hans Landa, he says, again, this is what the character says. This is not my personal belief. I need to stress this. He's a Nazi. He's a bad guy. But he says that you guys compare, or the Hitler and the High Command compares the Jews to rats. And you see that as a negative thing. But it's not. Rats are smart. Like, they're smart, they're clever, they're capable. Like, they're worthy of respect. And he's like, so as much as I hunt them, it's not that I don't have any respect for them. And I was like, that is so valid. But then when you contrast that, or you compare that to Hans Landa, who is like the only good Nazi is a dead Nazi, and like you run into like Nazis throughout the film who are legit scared of him, and you're like, the only thing he did, he's the same as you, Colonel Aldo. He's the same as you. He's doing the same thing you are. He's being told the same shit that you are, which is the only good American is a dead American. Like, he's been fed the same shit, but he's just doing it. He's just following orders. And I know that's not an excuse. It's not. But it's so easy to be like, well, he's murdering and maiming these guys by putting the fucking Nazi symbol in his
history is written by the victor,
right?
Kind of the point. I'm gonna interrupt you real quick, because in this instance, I don't want you to spend too long talking about this one, because I'm gonna be bluntly honest with you. This is probably the one I'm gonna talk about. So I don't want to redo a bunch of conversations.
Interesting choice. Here's what I will say. Pick a second one then. Do this as a have seen. Pick a second one for a have not seen.
Interesting.
Pick two.
Interesting.
Because I will allow for it. I will allow for it. Because fair enough.
You said that I could choose this one.
You can, but I also would like you to choose one you haven't seen as well.
Okay.
But I have a feeling I have a feeling I know which one you'll probably pick. So, but that's fair. Okay, we'll tighten this up a bit then.
Just because like you're going into like you know how you like to do things.
Yeah.
And if I'm gonna end up talking about it, then we can save some of your thoughts and do them at the same time as mine.
Fair. Okay. None of this. I will say I don't find any of this to feel overly long. Even though it is long, there is a couple of okay. That's what I will say. I really like this movie. We'll get into the specifics of why I like it next week. The stuff I don't like. We'll do the stuff I don't like. All of the positive things come with a but.
An asterisk, if you will.
Asterisk, if you will, because my main criticism of this of my youth was that it devolves into just being kind of a dull foreign film. And the parts with the French girl. Here's the thing, right? A lot of these modern Tarantino films, they contain a character or a subplot that is not
you just don't care about.
You just don't care for, but it's necessary for a later part of the movie that is impactful. So like all the bits involving the French girl, I would, in my cold, heartless way, cut out in a heartbeat because they're not very interesting. She's not very interesting. I don't think the performance is very interesting. I think she's kind of flat. She has a back and forth with this German soldier who really likes her and he doesn't like anyway. She does the big climax of this where she sets the thing on fire and kills all of the Nazis, including Hitler. And I just don't think her sections are very interesting. And you could make this movie shorter if you cut hers out. But you need her because she leads into the big climax, which is that I do need to mention. Spoiler alert. This ends with basically the entire German high command getting killed in an alternate form of history, which is why Jake doesn't necessarily love this movie because of the alternate history and whatever. And so there's a theory that all of Tarantino's movies exist in the same universe. And that a movie we're going to talk about later, I think to a degree, maybe a little bit Django, but Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, I do think exists in the alternate
timeline
that he creates from this, and I'll explain why later. I do. I don't know about the earlier ones, but I do think.
I don't think Django would be because that takes place in the 1800s. That would be before this.
Right, you're right. No, that's true. That's true.
I mean, it could take place in the same world, but it would be before this. Yeah, it would be earlier in the time.
Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, I think that one does, because that takes place kind of after, I think, kind of maybe concurrently, but mostly after, in the 50s and 60s and whatnot, 70s, I think. And there's a reason why I think that it might be. I have a reason for that, but yes, it's really funny. So
you could, again, it could be, you could have it be where the Christoph Waltz character in Django is an old descendant of his, but it's complicated.
No, I don't think so. Based upon how that movie ends, yeah, it's too messy for that. But you could believe it, but it's too messy for that. There are different connections between their universe. So like, in one of the later movies we're going to talk about, there's a place that they eat called Big Kahuna Burger, which pops up a lot. All the characters smoke the same fictional brand of cigarettes, apples or whatever. So Jake Cahill in Once Upon a Time, he smokes the same cigarettes that they do in Pulp Fiction. But I just think that's because he doesn't want to pay for the property. Anyway, to wrap this up, I used to not like this movie. Now it's top 3.
Interesting.
Yeah, it might be his second best.
Interesting.
This is an instance of I could be persuaded in either direction, and I could see why people might not say what I think is number 1. I could see the argument for it. Also, no use of the N-word and no weird feet shit. They don't say the N-word in this.
Well, that instantly bumps it up 2 points.
Right? No usage of the N-word. But there's another interesting point that I'm gonna make when we come back to Django. But that's it. That's Inglourious Bastards.
Okay, so this one that I'm about to talk. So you remember how I said with the last one that I said that I thought it was the first collaboration between Spielberg and composer John Williams?
Yes.
I was wrong. I jumped the gun. It was this one.
What's this one?
The Sugarland Express.
Oh no, I've never seen this.
Came out in 1974. I believe it. I'm gonna have to look up Steven Spielberg's filmography.
What is Steven Spielberg's first movie?
Hold on. Now we're gonna do that right now, so we can just get that out of the way. He did a bunch of short films first. That I know.
See, mine's easy. He made 9 movies, and mine's in order of his exact filmography. So I could literally be like, oh, this feels like it must be around his first movie, 79.
So in terms of
we want
actual feature films, his first one was called Firelight, and it came out in 1964.
Okay.
This one is his third one. This one is his third one.
Oh, this is his third. So this is still early though.
This is still early.
Oh shit.
His first was Firelight in 1964. His second feature length was Duel in 1971, and then his third one before Jaws a year before Jaws is the Sugarland Express.
Really? So
Then
Jaws
it's
is
Jaws, Close Encounter,
that's
1941,
so
and then
fascinating.
Raiders.
So like Jaws, did this one be interesting? No, I'm guessing Jaws is the one which he hit big on
I'm thinking so. Um,
because I've never heard of this, and everyone's heard of
this one
Jaws.
had a budget of 3 million and box office 12
Because like yeah,
million.
Jaws.
So
Wait, so you say Jaws and then Close Encounter?
yeah,
So Close Encounters is like fifth movie.
hold on, now I gotta reopen it again. Something like that,
That's
yeah.
crazy. I didn't
But
realize
again,
that.
that's feature films. He might have there. He also did a bunch of short
Yeah,
films
we don't care
and
about short films. We only care about
other others.
features.
No, but I'm saying he might have done those before he did this.
That's crazy though. I didn't. That's a heck of a
Yeah.
run.
Jaws is the fourth one, and then yeah, after 2 years after Jaws is Close Encounters,
That's crazy.
and
That
then
is
2 years
crazy.
after Close Encounters is 1941,
God, man, the 60s and 70s were a hell of a time for filmmaking. Let me tell you.
and then wow, after as of Raiders, he until Empire, he basically did a movie every year.
Really?
He did
Wow.
Raiders in 1981, E.T. in 1982, Twilight Zone in
That's
1983,
crazy.
Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom in 1984, Color Purple in 1985,
He
and
did
then
the
he
color
took,
purple?
yes, he did.
I did not know that.
And then he doesn't do Empire of the Sun until 1987,
That's
and then at that
crazy.
point it's 2 years.
That's crazy. Absolute
Clearly,
fucking
he got
workhorse of a
he started to
director.
get tired.
Yeah, clearly. It just sounds like he'd finish one movie and move on to the next. But like
Yeah,
these are
he
not
just kept
small
going.
movies though. Like these are not
No,
small
those are
movies.
all, for the most part, those are all big
Yeah,
ones.
big ass blockbuster movies. Like man, what a workhorse. Like, again, 60s, 70s,
Um,
wild time.
legendary, man. He's legendary
He's
for a reason.
legendary for a reason. Yeah, that is
So,
true.
all of that to get back to the Sugarland Express, which, in terms of like
I was gonna say he's never made it a truly
movies,
upsetting movie, and then I remembered one of his movies is Schindler's List.
in terms of movies, it's actually this one's actually, I would, in as much as you can call a Spielberg movie small, I would actually say this one's kind of small.
I mean that makes sense. It's early on in his career. He hasn't really developed his love of. To be fair, he's a big lover of big ass spectacle. So like, yeah, he's not. He doesn't do small minded things. Like in contrast,
Uh,
if we were to not that I'd ever compare Steven Spielberg to Quentin Tarantino, but he's quite the opposite of Tarantino in that regard. That is
yeah, this
for
movie,
certain.
the listed cast anyway has 7 people. Um, and so basic plot of this movie, it's based on a true story.
Oh, interesting.
Um, and so it follows a woman and her husband who take a police officer hostage and flee across Texas to try to get to their child before their child is placed in foster care. That's the basic premise of the story.
Interesting.
Um, and it's apparently, yeah, it's based on true events, some of which took place in Sugarland, Texas, which is why it's the Sugarland Express.
That makes sense.
Um,
That makes sense.
and so in terms of the
Oh,
movie,
it's called Sugarland because of the sugar plantations. Oh, that made me feel bad. I assume.
I I mean, I think it's just because it takes place in
No,
Sugarland,
no. I mean
Texas.
the Sugarland, Texas is called Sugarland because
Oh, probably. I don't know. Who could say?
the only
I
reason
mean,
why. Sorry, I was just gonna say the only reason why I guessed that is because not to jump ahead to Django, but the place that they go in Django is called Candyland.
yeah.
Just saying.
Anyways, yeah, this was apparently the first collaboration between Spielberg and John Williams. Um, and so um, along the way, the police officer that they have taken hostage, um, I don't know if you would call this Stockholm syndrome, but like he starts to like them
Does he identify
and
with his captors?
develop a relationship with them, and doesn't want them to die.
To be fair, most people
Uh,
misunderstand what Stockholm syndrome is, so I'm pretty sure I'm one of those people. But that sure sounds like Stockholm syndrome to my understanding of it. It's when you identify with your captors.
yeah. Apparently, the film was a commercial disappointment. but at the time it was a commercial disappointment, but received generally positive reviews from critics.
I mean, that's something me and that movie have in common because I'm also a disappointment.
It's become a cult classic, and it's definitely one where like if you're gonna go and watch early day Spielberg's, I think you kind of have to watch this one.
Really?
Well, because it shows you where he came from.
Fair enough.
He's working with like a a relatively 3 million, relatively small budget,
Yeah.
and
Huh.
a minimal cast. It's showing his ability to use like because like most of it takes place in the car.
Interesting. This sounds
So
very anti Steven Spielberg.
it's really displaying his abilities to do a lot with a little.
That's so for a guy who I would say, to be fair, you didn't touch any of the spectacle shit. But for a guy who's known for two things, whimsy and spectacle, this does not sound like a Spielberg movie. But also, it's hard
That's
to believe.
why that's why I think that it's an interest. You know, if I have to pick two from your list, maybe you should pick two from mine.
No, I have a
Um,
different idea.
or like for future times.
Oh no, I would like to come. I would like to do pick a director redo, and I might do Spielberg.
Okay.
I will come. I'll put it to you this way. I
But
will
if you
watch
do,
this.
if you do pick Spielberg, you have to do what I do and not just pick the ones that everybody knows.
I mean, one of them's probably going to be Schindler's List.
Anyways, yeah, I see.
Being honest,
It's funny. I almost picked that one, but then I remembered what you said last time about how it was long and
it's
boring, and I was like, you
very
know
long
what?
and very boring.
I'm good.
I
Um,
fell asleep through it, so
um, one thing
it was an absolute struggle.
that made this. I mean, maybe you would actually recognize some of the people, but like I didn't recognize anyone in this
I mean,
at all.
probably not. It depends on the year
Um,
when it came out. Based upon when you said it came out, probably not. There's a chance, but
um,
probably not.
right, but I'm saying that made it more enjoyable for me.
Yeah, well, it's funny. I can see why you would say that. With certain directors, he definitely is one of those directors where he doesn't just work with people he knows. Like you could say like with Tarantino, he's got his staples. He's got his Michael
Samuel
Madsen's. He's got
Jackson.
Samuel Jackson's. Now he's introduced Leo, so Leo's gonna show up. Christoph, you know what I mean. He's got his certain seminal like. These are the guys who Samuel Jackson in particular. Samuel Jackson is gonna show up at
Interesting.
some point in this movie. I think he shows up. He does narration in *Inglourious Bastards*. I'm pretty sure, but he will show.
Huh.
Steven Spielberg's not like that, and that
So,
you're right. That does add a certain bit to where you're like, yeah, I get to enjoy the performance. I'm not distracted by the actor.
by the face,
Yeah,
yeah. Especially when it's an older one, and I'm looking at a young version of an old person that I know, and it
there
pulls me
are
out of it a little
times
bit.
where I'm watching a
Um,
thing and I have to pause it so I can Google why I recognize this person because I'm being distracted by it. That has happened.
I'm gonna have to go and read about what that firelight is, but so under the production area of the page here, it's interesting because it says after working as a television director, Steven Spielberg made his first
Really?
standalone feature film length production with the TV movie Duel.
No
So
kidding.
that Duel movie was a TV movie,
He was a
not
TV director.
yeah.
That explains quite a bit.
Released in November 1971. After that, he persuaded co-producers Richard Zanuck and David Brown to let him make his big screen directorial debut with the Sugarland Express.
Oh, interesting.
So this is his first big
This
screen
is
directorial debut.
first. This is officially his
Even
first.
though even though it's the thing here says that those two other movies are directed features.
Yeah,
But Duel was a TV one.
their feature length. That's like the equivalent of doing a streaming movie today or a YouTube movie. Where like it's technically a feature in the sense that it's an hour to hour and a half long, but it didn't go to theaters.
Interesting.
But he was a TV director.
So
That is interesting.
so reading about I just clicked open the page for the first one, the Firelight one. Um it's a feature film directorial debut that he made at 17.
Oh, really? Interesting.
It follows a mysterious alien encounter and
Of
invasion.
course it does. Of course it does. Of course it did. Of course his career began with an alien movie. Of course
It
it
was
did.
the one that it was apparently
Of course it did.
it inspired for his third film, Close
That
Encounter of the Third
that
Kind.
makes sense. Yeah, that totally makes sense. But yeah,
Only three
he's
minutes
really
Only 3 minutes and 40 seconds of footage from Firelight has been made public,
he
and very little of it apparently survives.
he really he's more comparable to
Apparently, sorry, last thing. Apparently, in terms of that Firelight one, apparently Spielberg has called it one of the 5 worst films ever made.
that's pretty funny.
Which, if I was looking back at something I made when I was 17, I would probably
Yeah,
say the same.
probably.
In fact, there are things that I have made when I was younger that I do look back on and say that.
He's really more comparable though to the Russo brothers because they were sitcom episode directors. They were television directors. So that's interesting that he also moved into big budget spectacle movies and that became his strength. Fascinating.
So yeah, I guess if you want to watch his first quote unquote real movie, that's not like a TV movie
So
or a student film.
This would be his first.
This is
real
his
movie.
first movie.
Interesting. That's interesting. Jordan, is that it?
Which explains why it feels so different, I guess.
Yes,
Yeah,
it
that's
does.
it for the Sugarland Express.
Sugarland
Was definitely
Express.
so. What's funny though, real quick, is when I first selected it and I kind of was skimming through what it was about. Um, I thought, because I don't like to read the in-depth details of what the movies that I pick are going to be, especially when I've never seen them. I like to try and go in fresh, right? So I saw the Sugarland Express and I was expecting like a crime, like
I can see why you said that.
detectives hunting down a criminal kind of thing.
It was giving me mob boss like
Yeah, just by that name,
yeah,
right?
yeah, like guys in suits and fedoras kind of shit.
Like almost like a noir, like a film
Yeah,
noir.
yes, thank you, a noir. Yes, exactly. Because there is a movie called I swear to God, there's a movie called the Sugarland Chronicles. That is I'm positive I've seen some internet people making fun of.
So, when I got what I got, it wasn't really what I was expecting, and
I
I kind
see.
of I liked this more than what I thought it was going to be.
No, that's not true. There were some surprises. Bad surprises?
I guess you could say, considering it's his first real directorial debut, I was pleasantly surprised.
Fair enough.
That's the
Half-scenes.
Sugarland Express. That's my last rapid fire.
Half scenes, Jordan. Half scenes. So just trucking right along in our Quentin Tarantino filmography journey, Jordan. Now, his next movie is we've already hinted at this already is my favorite Tarantino movie of all time. That's Django Unchained. Here's the thing, right? I was so conflicted watching it this time because I really liked Inglourious Basterds. I was shocked by how much I liked that, but I just like this more because it has everything I like about Inglourious Basterds, which is that Christoph Waltz is in this and he's fucking amazing. His chemistry with Jamie Foxx is so good. I love his perspective as a man who's coming from Germany, who doesn't understand the concept of American slavery and is participating in it in the best way he can. And I do think it's funny in regards to this is the ultimate Quentin Tarantino uses the N-word movie.
Yeah, but it makes sense here.
But it's just funny because it's like he for 3 movies, if you count Kill Bill as 2 movies. For 3 movies, Jordan, he has restrained himself.
He resisted the urge.
He resisted the urge to have a character say the N-word. So he was like, how can I get a character to say the N-word? He's like, let's make a movie specifically during the period of time where everyone could say the N-word and it's totally fine.
Allowed and accepted.
And what's really funny is he's in this movie. He's the
Is he?
Yes, he's when Django and the Christoph Waltz get found out, and he gets captured and taken away by a particularly brutal group of slavers, who are all Australian. No, 2 of them are Australian, and Michael McDowell, I think is what his name is. But one of the guys is not Australian. He has a very thick American accent. The other 2 are Australian for some reason, and it actually pushed me to Google. I'm like, wait. Would there have been Australians in the American South like that? Because this is pre-Civil War. That's the big point of this.
And that's why there's slavery.
And sure enough, apparently there were Australians who came to America for gold. But he's one of the slavers. He's an Australian guy, and from what I could tell, the one guy does say the N-word because he calls the cage that the slaves they have in at the N-word cage. But I'm pretty sure Quentin Tarantino's character never says the N-word.
Wow, that must have been hard for him.
I know, that must have been difficult for him.
He must have been like a junkie where he's like, I could look at the bottle, but I can't drink it.
I can't drink it. If I drink it, I'm just gonna keep saying the N-word all day.
I'll relapse.
But yeah, there's a funny anecdote of
Are we bad people?
A little bit, yeah. There's that anecdote of Leonardo DiCaprio. He didn't feel comfortable saying it, and Jamie Foxx and Samuel L. Jackson had to be like, it's just another Tuesday for you. Like you can't think about that, and that's how he managed to get over it. It's just another Wednesday. But he is despicable.
I mean, what's impressive with his character is when he like I think he crushes the glass or whatever, and his hands were actually bleeding.
Yeah. He's great.
He just kept fucking plowing through. Like my God.
The only character who's more monstrous than Leonardo DiCaprio, because for the most part he at least. No, I don't want to do that. But he's the only one who's debatably more monstrous is Samuel.
Oh, it's Samuel Jackson
as the Uncle Tom.
He's Goldan.
He's I know, but there's a name for what he is, but
oh yes, but we can't say it, which is why I'm saying the more tactful way of saying he's Goldan, a person who's perfectly willing to sell out his own people.
Yeah, are we allowed to say Uncle Tom?
I don't know what that is. I'm just gonna say if it seems like it could be offensive, don't say it.
Uncle Tom is
Don't say it.
It seems to me it's another version of the house N-word. He's one of those, and yeah.
I'm just gonna call him Goldan. He's Goldan.
What's his face? Jamie Foxx is like the only one more despicable than one of those guys is a guy who owns people, like a black person who owns people, and you're like, yeah, that I don't know how that would ever happen, but all right, I'll go with it. It's funny. So when I was saying in Kill Bill that I was like, I just don't think that Quentin Tarantino directs action terribly well. This movie is incredible because it makes me like westerns. Like I don't like westerns, and I'm
pretty sure. Like I'm thinking about it in my head. I honestly think this is like one of the only westerns I like.
One of the few. Yeah, it's a very prestigious and small list.
A very small list,
but this is definitely on it. And it's funny because people criticize its use of violence, but I think its use of violence is effective because it's reasonably sparing, so that when it does happen, it's really brutal.
It means a lot.
Yeah, and it hits hard and it's really brutal, and it works. And Christoph Waltz's character gets shot at the end, and it's kind of upsetting. You're like, oh, that's sad. I've kind of grown attached to this guy this whole movie, and he's one of the few people who's treating anyone of color with any respect. He doesn't really necessarily deserve that. I like the ending where it seems as though like he's gonna go back and there's just gonna be this really long protracted climax and shootout, and there just isn't. He starts off, he goes and he shoots the guys who tear apart the one slave with dogs, and he goes back to the house and he without much effort and with very little difficulty murders every single person in the house, including Samuel L. Jackson, and sets it on fire and just walks away. And I just think it's funny because like the movie builds up as like to this big iconic moment of like he's gonna go and there's gonna be this big shootout, and there just isn't. He just shows up and he easily kills them all without any difficulty. Like he tricks.
No difficulty.
Yeah, I like Django because I like that he is that healthy mix of like, there's a couple of really funny moments where he's like, where Christoph Waltz says something to him, and he's like, yeah, I don't know what that means. He rides that balance of like, it's believable. How much he knows is believable. And like I say, him and Christoph Waltz is amazing in this. He's got so much charisma. Their back and forth, their chemistry is so good. And the action sequences are well shot. And just like Inglourious Bastards, I think this does that just as well. Where tension, his ability to play with tension, like the sequences of him on Candyland with Leonardo DiCaprio are so tense and so uncomfortable, and it's so effective. And yeah, it's just, I don't know, it's just a well-made movie that I think it's 2 hours and 45 minutes. But unlike Jackie Brown, where I feel every moment of Samuel L. Jackson and fucking Robert De Niro boringly smoking pot on the couch, you don't feel it. Like it gets to the end and you're like, oh shit, it's over already. Oh my god, I was just getting into this. Like this is really good. Like I'm really digging this, and like yeah, I don't know. I guess maybe because it's hitting a point where like I'm just into fun, creative cinematography, and there's just a lot of fun, creative cinematography in this that is just fun to watch. It's a fun movie to watch, but also like yeah, if you're not super into white people saying the N-word, I get it. Like I understand. I just think it at least is in a cultural context that makes sense and works.
Yeah, and it also doesn't try to pretend that the people that are saying it are good people.
Right, exactly.
Like
Yes,
the
exactly.
bad people saying a bad thing at a bad time when people said that bad thing
Right.
in a bad way
And when the
that
good
they
people,
shouldn't have been saying.
when the good people say it, the movie's very clear about the fact that they don't want
They
to
don't
behave
want
this
to
way.
be.
Exactly. Christoph Waltz says the N-word a bunch, but he's very
Because he has
he
it's more
seems
like
uncomfortable every time he says it, and it
yeah,
works for his
and
character.
he's saying it because like in the terms of where he is
He has to.
and what time period it is, he has to.
Yeah.
He doesn't really
But
he
he
has to
always feels you feel that he feels discomfort by participating in this.
he also like apologizes to Django afterwards.
Yeah,
He's like, sorry, like we have to do acting. Like we have to act the
we
part,
have to
play
act the part, play the part. Yeah, and it works, and you feel that uncomfortable. And my favorite part about this is how between them, Django is the better performer. He's the better actor because he's been around it. He knows how to play the part better because he's been more involved in it and more directly affected by it. Whereas Christoph Waltz is not a good actor. His character is not a good actor. And he's the one who ultimately gives them away, not Django. And I think that's so fucking brilliant. Like, again, this movie, like,
it's a great mix.
It's
I
so
maintain
fucking good.
I maintain I think it's his best movie.
It's hard for me to disagree. I'm really this is the moment. This is the moment I referenced earlier. I'm really split between this and Inglourious Basterds. It's tight because Inglourious Basterds is really.
I could see the argument. I could see the argument for
it's tight,
for both.
but this is really. But also,
I
really
think this edges. I think just.
We're
I
in
think
the top
me,
3. Just so you're aware, we're in the top 3 easily.
I think for me, what pushes this one ahead of, and this is just going to be down to a personal preference and a personal opinion.
I don't disagree.
But I think what pushes this one ahead for me, as opposed to Inglourious Basterds, is I think Jamie Foxx's performance is stronger than Brad Pitt's.
Oh,
Brad Pitt?
Yeah. Brad Pitt. The problem, the thing that pulls me away from being like, I disagree. I think Brad Pitt is phenomenal. I think he's as good as Jamie Foxx.
Oh no, I think he's really good. I just think Jamie Foxx's performance is better. That's where I say that's where I did disclaim. That comes down to personal preference.
I would say I agree with your sentiment that this is better than Inglourious Basterds, only because I think the stuff with the French girl is, and we're gonna get into that maybe next week, but I just think the French girl's participation in it pulls away from the Bastards, who is and Hans Landa, who are the most interesting parts of that film. This doesn't have that. There isn't a character or there isn't a subplot that it keeps cutting back to. Like it's entirely focused on Django and I wish I could remember the character's name, but Christoph Waltz's character. It's mostly focused on them. It does not pull away from them in terms of the narrative. And so I think it's a more focused film. But to be fair, it's trying to be the thing about Tarantino is when he's trying to be a particular kind of like Kill Bill is supposed to be an homage to like old kung fu exploitation films. This is a
Western.
Yeah, Jackie Brown was like a blaxploitation. This is a spaghetti western. So it's a lot more focused, and I think it's better for it. And yeah, this is around the period where I started to have that epiphany of like a good charismatic lead actor will save an otherwise kind of meandering script, and I think that's what happens with these movies. But I also think as a director, he is such a much better director now.
My point is just that in terms of the two movies, and again, this is just opinion. I think Jamie Foxx is more charismatic than Brad Pitt is in these
I,
movies.
I mean, that's fair. I just think it's a different kind of charisma. But like, unlike Steven Spielberg, who I would say is like across the board more or less the same, like in terms of quality, in terms of direction, maybe not in writing, maybe not in like music or score or performance, but in just sheer direction. There to me there isn't a, like this is a
Mostly,
marketable and
I would agree.
no, but also to be fair, it's a much steeper run up. So like it's like
The problem that
less
Spielberg
movies.
has, the problem that Spielberg has, as opposed to Tarantino, is when you do have a more tight, how do I word this? Tarantino in some ways has it easier because he has less films.
Yes, exactly.
That means that the ones that really stand out.
Exactly.
Whereas because Spielberg has such a wide fucking pantheon that you can pick
Yes,
from,
I don't disagree.
um, it means that like the ones that are, I hesitate to use the word bad, but the
They
ones that are on the lower end of the scale tend to become worse than they actually are,
but also I just think like
if that makes
this is
sense.
what makes this exercise is
Does that
so
does that
it
does that
does
make sense?
make sense. But this exercise is so different than with the actors because like I would never compare Schindler's List to E.T.
No.
But you can compare Reservoir Dogs to Kill Bill or Jackie Brown to Inglourious Bastards. I can
Or
compare
like
those.
I would never compare the BFG to Bridge of Spies.
Right. Like he's just such a different. Yeah. So
They're
anyway,
two very different beasts.
Django as a best Tarantino movie. Until he makes a movie that's better, it's in my opinion the best Tarantino movie.
I mean, I agree.
So yeah, we're getting in the top. We're getting again. We're in the top three easily right now currently.
Okay. Is that it?
That is it.
Okay. We'll do my first have seen, which okay.
Okay.
So when we're talking of the scale of Steven Spielberg movies, I am not going to say that I don't like this one because I do. I think it's fun and cute. And you said I didn't pick any of the whimsical Steven Spielberg movie. I think this falls under the whimsical side of things. That being said, it's based on a kid's book and it's too long.
You
No,
said it
that's
was
not it. That's not
you said it
not a
was two
joke.
hours, right? You said it's over 2 hours, and
And
that made me go,
it's an
that
hour.
is too long.
It's an hour 18 for a Roald Dahl book.
So an hour 18?
Sorry, 118 minutes
Oh yeah, so yeah, it's just under 2 hours. Yeah, that's too long.
for a Roald Dahl
Yeah, no,
book.
that's too long.
Do you know how thick those are? They're like
Yeah, no,
tiny.
no, this
Like,
is that's 90 minutes worth of material at best.
and that's
Generously,
where
90 minutes
I'm
worth of
like,
material.
someone needed to go to Steven and be like, Mr. Spielberg, we could probably cut down on some of the scenes and make it a little tighter.
Maybe one or less two. Maybe one or less or two. Shit. Maybe one or two less scenes where the giants fart, Steven. There we go. I got there in the end.
Well, I mean, like,
They fart
so
so much, Jordan. A huge portion of
there's
the
a
plot of this involves farting, from what I can
there's a
recall.
part where the one man eating giant goes into his house and is like sniffing around and like thinks that he smells something. And then we have a second one where all the giants are in there and are actively looking for her. And I'm just like, we could have maybe cut one of those
What is
and
it?
only had the one
Doesn't the
scene.
plot doesn't a substantial part of the plot involve them selling giants farts to the queen?
Giants
Yeah,
farts.
I remember there's something like she drinks pop or something, or
Well, they're not selling giant farts. That's a weird way to put it. There's a point after the queen, they do a dream thing basically where they put a dream in her head so that she will like help them hunt down the man-eating giants. And they're at the palace having breakfast or whatever, and after have met the BFG, and he pours some of the weird drink that they have, which the bubbles go down. Which, fun fact, there is an actual drink which has bubbles that go down. I remember our friend when he was over here one time showed us a YouTube video which showed us that. It was a type of beer which had a particular. It wasn't like it had a particular not CO2, but like a different kind of gas that was used in its process, and it made the bubbles go down.
That does sound familiar.
Um, but so yeah, then there's a scene basically in the movie where he's like, "Can I give you a taste of the da drink or whatever?" And she's like, "Sure." And they drink it, and yeah, when you drink it, because the bubbles go down, it makes you fart instead of burp. And so there's a scene. Yeah,
Right. That.
there's a lot of little scenes like that where it's like you could have kept the scene but shortened it.
I mean, yeah. Sometimes movies happen like that, where like it's not. It's like 2 to 3 minutes here and there, and if I cut 2 or 3 minutes here and there, if I make this scene shorter or this scene shorter, then it would
It
reduce
tightens it
the
up.
yeah, would reduce the runtime by 15 to 20 minutes, which would make this a substantially better movie. There's some movies that are like
Like,
that.
I'm not saying that we need to straight up cut all the
No,
scenes.
but like you just make
We
the
can trim
occasional.
the fat
Yeah,
a little
I
bit.
know exactly what you mean. Like, yeah, if I cut like 2 minutes here, or compare it to Tarantino, a lot of Tarantino movies are like that. Where like if you cut this scene by like 2 minutes, this scene by 3 minutes, this would be a much tighter and better movie.
Um, yeah, apparently the movie was a box office failure.
It was, yeah.
It got generally positive reviews from critics, but was a box office failure.
Yeah, he made a series
It
of
it had a budget of 140 million. Do you dare guess what its box office was?
like 90 million. It did make a ton.
No, I was more than that. It was 195.2 million.
Oh yeah, and I did do well.
Didn't do well, but not as bad as you said.
It
Um,
I remember it not being very good. I've seen this movie, and I recall it not being very good.
yeah, it's I don't know.
But yeah, he went through a
It's
run of movies where they were all like, Steven Spielberg, you can do better than this, and this was one of them.
like it's one of those things where it's like I said, I like the movie. I have fun with it. It's not like I don't
I believe he made this after
this week. I don't think I like in terms of what I watched this week. I don't think I watched anything that I would call bad.
that you loved.
Well, no, oh, no, that's not true. There is one thing that I would call see, I already immediately wiped it from my memory. I would call West Side Story bad.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
That's the one movie I would call bad.
But, yeah, no, he made,
This one I wouldn't necessarily strictly call bad. I would call it bloated. It's bloated.
There's a term
If
that
you tighten it up, trim some of the scenes, like cut away some of the fat, then I think it would be a much stronger movie.
yeah. I think it was he did this after. I'm
It's
pretty
too
sure
long.
he did this after he did Ready Player One, and there was like a series of movies he made where everyone was like, "Yeah,
Fine.
it's fine, like it's okay because Steven Spielberg made it. And if anyone else made this, it would be bad.
Yeah,
but because
like
he made this,
he definitely like elevates it. It would
Yeah.
otherwise just be okay.
yeah, exactly.
This was actually funny enough that I said Bridge of Spies. This was after Bridge of Spies.
Yeah, I think Bridge of Spies also didn't do super well either.
And this is before Ready Player One.
Oh, this is before Ready Player. Yeah, so it's Ready Player One, and then there's one
It's
more.
It's Lincoln, it's Bridge of Spies, it's BFG, it's The Post, which I did before.
Right.
It's Ready Player One, and then it's West Side Story.
Oh yeah.
And then it's The Fablemans, and then it's Disclosure Day, which came out this year.
Yeah, Fablemans. I remember that was the
is
one
coming
where
out this year.
we're gonna talk about that later, but that was the one where everyone was like,
Oh, Disclosure is the science fiction one you mentioned.
yeah, yeah. The Fablemans was the one where everyone kept being like, Steven Spielberg is back making good movies again. That was the thing.
I should have picked that one.
What, Ready Player One?
No, Disclosure Day.
Oh, it just came out. It's not. Yeah, like I think it's in theaters.
It said that it came out in April.
I think that was I think it just came out in wide release.
According to the Wikipedia, the release date was June 2nd, 2026.
Yeah. Okay. So
June 12th, 2026. So it's probably still in theaters.
Yeah. I know. It recently came out.
Anyway, sorry. Not the point. BFG it's one of those movies where if you have Disney Plus and you want to throw something on that your kids aren't going to sit all the way through because it's too long, then this is the movie for you.
You have to remember, in T-minus, I've already forgotten. What were we talking about?
we finished.
I don't
up
know.
with
I've already forgotten.
We finished up with BFG, and you were going to tell me about your second half scene.
Yes. So this is Jordan. This is the last movie that Tarantino has made. Came out in 2019. This is Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, and this one had this one was sort of even more so than Tarantino's movies. Had a bit of controversy surrounding it. I like this movie. First of all, not everyone does. I've seen a lot of people be like, it's his worst one. I've seen a lot of people be like, it's really slow. It really meanders. It gets to be kind of tedious. And when I first watched this, I was in my art house.
You're really selling it there, Justin.
Well, when I first watched this, I was in my art house. I'm a film snob era of things. Trying to prove to my movie friend that I do my shit. So like
I like things with class.
So like there's shots in this of like them like if you love scenes shots of LA and Hollywood, the really self-indulgent, almost masturbatory shots of Hollywood. If you like really authentic looking cars from like the 1950s and like 40s and 50s and 60s that look really authentic, this movie is gonna be for you. There's scenes of like Leonardo DiCaprio and Brad Pitt driving, and it's shot over their shoulder, and I love shit like that because I'm a film nerd. But I understand why someone else might not. That having been said, this is about actor Rick Dalton, who is a failing. His career is in kind of a slump. Actor from, again, I want to say 50. Hold on, we're gonna Google this. We're gonna Google this because I want to get this right. When does? Hold on. I want to say the 60s. It moves throughout the decades, but I want to say it starts off in the 60s. Hold on. I want to make sure I get this right. Come on. Come on. What time is what's it takes place during the pivotal year of 1969. Yeah, it was 1969. So he's kind of a failing actor. He was on a really popular cowboy show, because I guess cowboy shows were popular in the 1960s. But anyway, that ran for like several seasons. It's a parody of the show Bonanza, which was another really popular cowboy show. He played a guy by the name of Jake Cahill. And he chose to leave the show and get the show canceled to go be a famous movie star. And the movie is sort of about him trying to have a resurgence in Hollywood. So he currently has he's been doing guest spots on shows as what he calls a heavy, which is the bad guy, basically the guy who shows up and gets beaten. And his agent, played by Al Pacino, tells him that, yeah, your job is basically to be the old famous guy, so the new famous guy can come in and beat you up and get famous off of the back of you being famous. And you could be like, oh, such and such.
He's a Hulk Hogan.
Kinda, yeah. He's got his bodyguard called Cliff Booth. Who is his bodyguard? Not his bodyguard, his stunt double, sorry. But at the time, he hasn't stunt doubled in a while, but currently he is Jake Cahill. Yeah, he's Jake's driver, and Rick. No, sorry, the actor's name is the character's name is Rick. He's Rick's driver, and he does work for him because Rick can't drive because he got a drunk driving whatever
DUI. Yeah.
And there isn't really much of a plot so much as it's like little like vignettes, sort of. There is kind of a loose plot, but it's really more just vignettes about like these characters' lives. And,
so what you're saying is it's not a movie.
Well, I mean, it is. Some of the scenes are kind of long, but it's very similar to. It's a bit more unfocused than Django. It's really more similar, I would say, to Pulp Fiction, but less disjointed. It does have a forward. It doesn't jump around. It does have a forward moving plot. But there's like long scenes of like, and in my opinion, it's my favorite scene. But there's a scene. Actually, we'll get to. But there's scenes of like him performing on set, of him doing lines or whatever, and it goes on for a while. But it's really interesting to watch his process of him like. It's actually where I got the idea to when I used to practice lines of recording yourself as the other characters and then doing the lines to yourself recording. It's where I learned to do that, was from this movie. So while Rick is sort of going through his life, in the background, you don't know her by name, but you will know her. You see Margot Robbie as Sharon Tate.
I know Margot Robbie.
No, but you don't know who Sharon Tate is.
Does it matter?
Unless you do, like, sort of. It will momentarily. So he lives next to her. She is married to the director Roman Polanski.
Hey, that's a name I know.
Okay, you do know Roman Polanski.
I don't know her, but I know the name.
Roman Polanski is a guy, but he's a famous director who is known for he victimized women. That's all you need to know.
I always thought it was a woman. Interesting.
Roman Polanski is a guy. He was a guy who everyone who knows who Roman. This is another moment where everyone who knows who he is screaming in the comments. But he was a director and he did bad shit to like girls that would make you go too young.
I mean, that just sounds like typical Hollywood.
Pretty well. He very
not
famously.
That that's okay, but not shocking.
He ran away from America and like went to live in Europe, so they couldn't extradite in countries that had no extradition, so he couldn't be brought back to the States and charged for his crimes. One of those.
Sounds about right.
But so throughout the movie, you see Sharon Tate doing stuff, and it's one of those things where if you don't know who, God, I'm almost tempted to not tell you. Anyway, whatever. If you don't know who Sharon Tate is, you're kind of like, who is this random girl that this movie keeps cutting to? Like, there's a scene where she like goes to the movies to watch herself in one of her movies, and nobody recognizes her at first. And I'm like, I'm Sharon Tate. I'm in the movie. There's a scene where I have to skip to the end because it requires me explaining who Sharon Tate is in order for you to understand my favorite scene in the movie. So to jump ahead, spoiler alert, for the end of this movie. Big spoiler alert. But Sharon Tate is the woman who was murdered in the Manson family murders.
Okay.
Charles Manson?
I know who Charles Manson is.
Okay. She was he's the one who the two girls and the guy killed, and claimed that he told them to, and he was like, I never told them to do anything. What is a murder if I didn't actually kill anyone? I'm not technically a murderer. So the movie ends with they show up to kill her, but instead, Rick Dalton, Leonardo DiCaprio's character, goes out and yells at them to move their fucking car out of his driveway. He's like, get your fucking shit out of here. And they recognize him, and they're like, oh, it's Rick Dalton. He's Jake Cahill on this fucking cowboy show. We should kill him instead. And so they change their mind, and instead of going to kill Sharon Tate like they did in the real world, they go to kill him. And earlier in the movie, there's a really long extended sequence of Brad Pitt. He lives on his own, and he has a dog named Brandy, and she's a pit bull. And he has her like perfectly trained to where he's putting like these two disgusting cans of like wet dog food into a dog bowl, and he's like, if you whine, I'll fucking throw this shit out, and you won't get one goddamn bite of this. Sit there nicely and quietly, and then after she sits there, she's like, okay, and he gives her a whistle, and she eats the food or whatever, and basically demonstrating the bond between man and dog. So there's a scene where he picks up. Oh, and sorry, the entire time, everyone keeps talking about how creepy he is or whatever, and there's this rumor about how he killed his wife, and it's really ambiguous as to whether or not he did. There's a sequence where there's a scene where it shows them on the boat, and she's just yapping at him, and he's got this harpoon gun and he's pointing it at her, and it never says whether or not he actually did it or not.
Which means he probably did.
Well, so this is Quentin Tarantino wrote a novelization of the movie. Like, he wrote it himself, and in the book he specifically says that he did kill her, which I hate because I think the ambiguity makes it more interesting. I was not a fan of that. I think I made it take a...
No, I would need it to not be... I hate ambiguity. I hate it makes it weaker.
Yeah, like in this context, though, it doesn't. Revealing it makes it... But again, that's debatable. But anyway, there's a point... There's two scenes, there's a scene in this which is really controversial amongst Bruce Lee fans, where the reason why he can't get hired as a stuntman is because he was when Rick was guest starring on The Green Hornet with Bruce Lee. There's a scene where an actor pretending to be like playing Bruce Lee is going around being like, I could beat up at the time Cash. He calls him Cassius Clay, but Muhammad Ali. So I could beat him up because my hands are registered. Like you could picture it, Bruce Lee voice as registered weapons, and I respect him because when he goes in there, he goes to fight with the intention to kill, not to blah 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 blah. And he does this big long fucking speech, and Brad Pitt. His character is like, that's fucking ridiculous. I could beat the shit out of you. I'm paraphrasing, but he's like, I could beat you any day of the week. And he's like, well, what if we had this little fight where we go with one-on-one, just sparring, nobody gets hurt, just for fun. And they get into this fight, and the director, Leonardo DiCaprio had to talk the director, played by Kurt Russell, to let him like even get dressed in the wardrobe, because Kurt Russell's wife in the movie fucking hates Brad Pitt's character. So anyway, so he knocks Bruce Lee into the wife's car and like dents the shit out of it. And she's like, what the fuck are you doing here? I hate you. Like, get out of the fucking costume and get the fuck out of here. And Bruce Lee's family doesn't like that scene because they feel that it is disrespectful to Bruce Lee, because it makes Bruce Lee look like an asshole. But Bruce Lee is very famously an
asshole.
Well, he apparently had no respect for stuntman, and part of the genesis of that scene was there was rumors that he would beat up stuntman during scenes because he didn't have any respect.
Stuntman or stuntmen?
Stuntmen, more than one, allegedly, but apparently that's not true. So one day when Brad Pitt's out like driving around doing stuff for Rick Dalton, he picks up a hippie. Like a hippie girl, and she's trying to fuck him basically, and he's like how old are you? And she's like, old enough that I can do this. And he's like, no. He's like, are you 18? And she's like, I'm close enough. He's like, no, I know. He's like, I'm 18. He's like, no. The fact that you're hesitating tells me that you're not 18. I would like to see some ID that proves that you're 18. And he's like, well, I'm not good enough for you. He's like, no. It's just I've already gotten enough trouble. I don't need to get into more trouble doing you, basically. And he offers to drive her home. And he drives her to Spawn Ranch, which you don't know by name. But it's the ranch that the Manson family stayed at. And it turns out that they're the Manson family. And they're taking advantage of this the guy who owns the ranch, which is where they filmed all these westerns. And that's how Brad Pitt knows him. And the scene, sorry, it took me a while to get there, but that scene is really good. It's really fucking tense. You don't know that you're like, if you know, it's tense if you don't know who they are, but it's even more tense if you know that they're the Manson family, because you don't know what they're gonna do. They're a wild card. They could attack him. They could not attack him. It makes the scene extra tense, and it's in a really effective scene. But there's long scenes of like it's really, it can be kind of dry and kind of slow, and a lot of establishing shots, and like I get it. I really liked it, but I get it. So
that was really boring.
It can be boring. Like if the thing is, it's like it's the kind of movie where it's a love letter to old Hollywood. So there's like a lot of really fun, like there's a really cool sequence where in this universe, Rick Dalton was in this Great Escape instead of Steve McQueen, so they've edited him in to the Great Escape. So it's just Leonardo DiCaprio in that movie, and he's edited in almost seamlessly and perfectly, and it's actually kind of impressive. Or there's a sequence where he's filming a Western, and if you like good character work, it's good. Like Leonardo DiCaprio and Brad Pitt are really charismatic, and their chemistry is like really good. So like it's a bit less action heavy for the most part than an Inglourious Basterds or a Django, but like it's in that same level of quality for me. So like if you like Django and if you like Inglourious Basterds, I think you would like this.
Doesn't sound like one that's for me.
It's a bit you'd like it more than Pulp Fiction. So
oh well, I mean that's a low bar.
Pulp Fiction's a good movie. So
it's an overrated movie.
I disagree. So the ending,
really, because it's not in your top 3.
It's not in my top 3. So in the ending, I will tell you the ending because maybe the ending will entice you. So Manson family shows up to murder Sharon Tate like they're supposed to, and instead, they wind up at Rick Dalton's house. And earlier in the movie, Brad Pitt buys an acid-dipped cigarette, and Rick Dalton, whatever, goes off to Italy to
clarifying point. Acid the drug or acid the thing that's going to burn his throat alive?
Acid the drug, the thing that makes you trip balls, yeah. They go off to Europe to film a bunch of spaghetti Italian westerns. They come back, and Rick's like, I can't afford to pay you anymore, Brad Pitt. This is going to be kind of it for our working relationship. And Brad Pitt's like, let's get drunk and celebrate. And he's like, all right. And they go back to Rick Dalton's place, and Rick Dalton's like, he has a headset on, and he's listening to music in his pool. The Manson family shows up, and they're like, is anybody else home? And Rick has in Europe married some woman, Italian woman. She's asleep. Brad Pitt takes the dog out and smokes the acid-laced cigarette, comes back and is with the dog, and they burst in, and he's like, whoa, okay, first of all, are you guys real? Like, am I hallucinating? Are you real? And they're trying to like hold him hostage basically, and at a certain point, he just is like, what? And he does a whistle, and the dog attacks one of the Manson family guys who murdered Sharon Tate, and like attacks him and mauls the fuck out of him and just starts tearing him to pieces while he beats the shit out of one of the other. He throws a knife at her and it hits her in the face and she goes down, and he just starts beating the shit out of her. And he attacks the one woman who like goes to run out, and she runs out, and Leonardo DiCaprio's in the pool like listening to music or whatever. She falls in the pool all fucked up from the dog and Brad Pitt attacking her, and attempts to go for Leonardo DiCaprio in the pool. And earlier in the movie, they show a sequence where Rick Dalton did this movie where he got to use a flamethrower and like flame broil a bunch of fucking Nazis. And so he walks away. She's like flipping out in the pool, and he walks back and he's got the flamethrower, and he just sets her on fire, and he like obliterates her, and kills the Manson family, and saves Sharon Tate from dying and being killed by the Manson family. Except for Charles Manson. He doesn't kill Charles Manson, but he kills those people, preventing her death. And so my theory is that Leonardo DiCaprio's character, this is the same universe where they killed Hitler, basically, where Inglourious Basterds happened. In this universe, the war ended early because they killed Hitler and the High Command.
Could be.
And he's somehow related to Aldo the Apache. But yeah, they're making a sequel to this. It's not being directed by
Tarantino?
Yeah, it's not being directed by Tarantino. It's being directed by David Fincher.
Do do we like David
Yeah,
Fincher?
we do actually. He did Fight Club and The Social Network. I
Oh,
quite
so it might it so th so this one might actually be
I,
well received.
I like his stuff, and I really like the Cliff Booth. I really like Cliff Booth as a character. I think he's really fun. But like also I did think it's kind of funny that I was like, well, if this white guy who is really good at fighting people happened to be there, boy howdy, he sure would have stopped that Sharon Tate murder. Is a little
And he only would have said the N-word once.
no one says the N word in this movie.
No,
No,
you've missed it.
no, I know, I know.
You messed up the joke.
I get what you're going for. But no, yeah, no one says the N word in this, which also surprised me. Apparently, as he got older, he moved past his desire to have people say the N word unabashedly.
Maybe he just got tired of people making fun of him for it.
Perhaps. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you would like this. This is for me. For me, it's top three.
Doesn't sound appealing to me.
It's hard to say. I mean, you've developed a like of good character work, and this has delightful character work. But there's lots of people who didn't like this. So like, I'm not gonna be like, oh, this is flawless. I don't think it's as good as Django. I'm torn onto it. Here's the thing. I do tend to think it's better than Inglourious Basterds, only in the sense that it doesn't have a. Okay. I liked Margot Robbie and I liked her bits with Sharon Tate, but it's the same thing as The French Girl, where it absolutely does pull focus from the shit that is actually fun and interesting to watch, which is Rick Dalton and Cliff Booth. It pulls away from that for like 10 minutes at a time sometimes. For long scenes, that's exaggerating, but for long scenes of a time, and you're like, what does this have to do with fucking anything? Like, what is it? And you don't get till the end where, oh right, this is the Manson family murders, and we're changing history, and it's another revisionist history, and it's about revenge, and it's a revenge kind of movie. You don't really get that to the end. Like I will say, it doesn't. It's I think it's almost 3 hours long. It doesn't.
Ooh, too long.
It doesn't feel like it. Like for me, I got to the end, and I was like, shit, I'm at the end already. Wow. But I don't. I unlike Django and unlike Inglourious Basterds, I do not see that happening with this one. But I don't know. I do think I liked a lot of it. Okay, we haven't got. There's one more Tarantino movie, but I definitely think for me it's top three. It's Django, it's Inglourious Basterds, and then it's probably this.
Also, for me, Pulp Fiction would be higher if it was in order.
Yeah, but that's part of its. To me,
Yeah,
to me,
no, I don't like that in a movie.
to
I didn't like that. That's what I don't like about Beyond Two Souls.
I know that was different though. Those scenes, they don't add anything by being out of order. The thing about Pulp Fiction, where I disagree with you, is I think that each time they do a new, because I like the out of orderness of Reservoir Dogs, because I like how it slowly peels back an element of of the scene previous. And to be fair, it's not all out of order, but like I tend to agree with you. But for Pulp Fiction, it works for me. But those are the only two movies that are like that. This is not out of order. This is in order, and there are parts where like it's very clear about what it is. I don't think you'd hate this. I think you would like this. Honestly and truly, I think that you probably would like this. The only thing that would prevent you from liking this is its length. If I'm being
Yeah,
honest.
it being close to 3 hours, it pretty immediately makes me go like, I'm probably not going to pick it.
I see. I think you should. I think you'd like it better than Reservoir Dogs.
I
I could
just
I could
don't.
feel you leaning towards Reservoir Dogs, and while I will not discourage
I need to hear about your last one first, because that's where I'm leaning.
Ooh, no, you're not gonna. Don't do Death Proof.
I don't really care for him as a director, so it's gonna be a hard sell for me no matter what.
Yeah, fair enough.
And if I have to pick one, I'm gonna pick the one that's shorter.
Well, Reservoir Dogs is only an hour and a half. I think hour and 40.
Then that's probably where I'm gonna be leaning
But
towards.
you're missing out by not picking Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. I'm telling you.
I just don't think I am.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm
Here's what I'll say, Justin. I wasn't fading when you were telling me about Reservoir Dogs. I was fading just from you describing, giving me the summary of this one.
Yeah, yeah, I suppose. Like, there's a lot of scenes. Like I say, the reason why I think you would like this is you're a DiCaprio fan, and you're a Brad Pitt fan, but you're a
Yeah,
DiCaprio fan.
that's really the only thing that's kind of making me go like maybe.
Like, yeah, you're of between the well, but also there's a lot of good shit. I would be interested to hear what you said about Reservoir Dogs too. So, I could live with either of those choices. I just don't think you're gonna pick Death Proof. I just don't think you're gonna.
I need to hear about it. No, that I thought it was Planet Terror. Was it? What was another one?
Uh, that's one. Well, I'll explain. I'll explain. Don't worry.
Because that's what I was talking about.
Oh no, no, you can't pick Plant Terror.
Why? You picked it.
I told you I'm going to explain. Don't worry, but you can't. It's not a Tarantino movie.
That's why I wanted to pick it.
Yeah, no, you can't pick that one.
I don't like Tarantino. He's a bad director.
That is wrong. That's wrong. But anyway,
That's not wrong. Anyways, so okay, my second half scene. Catch Me If You Can. Um, really good movie. I picked it before in regards to Hanks, Senior Hanks.
Senior Hanks. Hey,
But
this is also kind of whimsical.
one could argue.
I mean, it technically happened, and the wild part about this is that it's based on a true story. Yeah.
Apparently, the truth of the story has been heavily disputed.
Yes, I've heard that as well. A lot of people say but like he's a con artist. Of course, he fucking lied. Why would you trust anything he said?
Like, so everything that is semi-autobiographical about this, take with a massive grain of salt.
Mound of salt, but yes.
So yeah, DiCaprio plays a person named Frank Abagnale Jr. His dad is Mr. Walken.
Christopher Walken.
Pardon me. And Mr. Abagnale, claims that he did all of these things and he did cons worth millions of dollars, posing as a Pan American World Airways pilot, also a Georgia doctor and a Louisiana parish prosecutor. And Tom Hanks has been hunting him, and it's a good old, I would almost call this a romp.
It's funny because this movie desperately wants to convince you that Leonardo DiCaprio is a bad guy, but I'm just putting it out there. Who did he victimize? Millionaires? I mean, come on. The government? Who cares?
A corporation?
A corporation? Who gives a shit?
This movie had a budget of $52 million. Do you want to guess the box office?
I'm pretty sure it was a massive success, like 150 million.
It's 352.1 million. Yeah, and then it ends with he ends up working for the government.
Yes, he does.
And like a lot of the protections that are in place that stop what he did from happening are in place because of him. So he became a good guy? Question mark?
I would argue he was never a bad guy.
I would argue he was a con artist.
Yeah. But he never went after innocent people though, although he might have gone for innocent people. But to my knowledge,
fun fact, he is still alive.
Is he actually?
He's 78 years old.
Interesting.
He has a website, abagnale.com.
See, if I were him, I would have just been like, everything I said was a lie, and then just tell the like if I was that old at a certain stage, I just could tell everything.
He is apparently one of the world's most respected authorities on the subjects of cybercrime, identity theft, scams, forgery, and secure documents.
Yes, he is. This is true.
For over 50 years, he has lectured to and consulted with hundreds of financial institutes, corporations, and government agencies. I'm just reading from his website. He's apparently he's 78 years old. He was born in 1948.
Speaking of Leo movies I like, the only thing I recall not liking about this movie was that it was fucking long.
It's a little long. I could tell you how long it is. It's 141 minutes.
Yeah,
it's 141 minutes.
That's over 2 hours.
So it's a little bit long. It's a little bit.
It's 2 hours and 20 minutes. That's too close to 2.5 hours.
Has a has a bunch of people that you know in it. It's a good movie. I'm just looking to see if there's anything. Frank Abagnale Sr.
Yeah, from what I
sold the
recall,
film rights to his autobiography in 1980.
what's his face?
Or not Senior,
There's a lot of
Junior.
moments in that movie that I can recall where Leo's too young to get away with the stuff that he gets away with. It also does that thing where like a great amount of time passes, but nobody gets any older,
Yeah, that is true.
which is always distracting in movies. You're like, what the fuck? He looks like he's 12. What do you
Oh,
mean
here
he's
we
in
are.
his 40s?
Historical accuracy. Abagnale had little involvement with the film, but believed Spielberg was the only filmmaker who could quote who quote could do this film justice.
Of course he did.
Despite various changes from the purportedly real events. In November 2001, Abagnale said, I'm not a consultant on the film. I've never met or spoken to Steven Spielberg. I have not read the script. I prefer not to. I understand that they now portray my father in a better light, as he really was. Steven Spielberg has told the screenplay writer that he wants complete accuracy in the relationships and actual scams that I perpetrated. I hope in the end the movie will be entertaining, exciting, funny, and bring home an important message about family, childhood, and divorce. Also, on a side note, um, it's funny to me how there have been multiple movies based on con artists, whether it be Wolf of Wall Street or this.
I
Like
mean,
it's kind of like its own category.
a little bit, yeah, a little bit. Although
Based
Wolf of
on
Wall Street was
a
a
real
different con art kind of con artist, but
right, but it was still a con
it
artist.
was still a con. Yeah, where's my Bertie Madoff movie? He was a con artist. He was a famous one.
Uh,
He embezzled. It's funny because he
well, this was
embezzled
a
a bunch of
DreamWorks
money,
movie.
and his name is Madoff. He made off with the money.
Apparently, DreamWorks was careful to market the film as inspired by a true story to avoid controversy similar to that surrounding A Beautiful Mind and The Hurricane, both of which deviated from history.
Oh, I mean, it's a movie. Like, I'm never gonna be 100% like this. It's a movie, not a biography, or not a documentary.
I mean, that's what I've always said. Even when it's a biopic, I'm like, this
It's,
isn't a biography.
yeah, it's a movie, not a. Well, it's a biography, but it's a movie, not a
No,
documentary.
it's based on it. It's based on a
Oh,
book.
it's biographical. It is technically a
No,
biography.
technically is based on a semi-autographical book.
Oh,
That's what the book is called.
in this context. Sorry, I thought you meant generally.
Yes,
No, in this context, no, yeah, no, this is biographical at best.
semi-autobiographical. It's not
Not
even.
not
It's like
autobiographical, biographical.
yeah,
Autobiographical is you do it yourself.
right. Well, I'm saying, but the book that it's based on,
Oh, it's
the book
semi.
that it's based on is semi-autobiographical.
I mean, he would argue it's probably biographical, but
That's not what Wikipedia calls it.
well, I mean, if he
So
wrote it, he would be like it's an autobiography. You wouldn't be like it's a
right.
semi-autobiography.
But everybody is like he's a scam artist, so most of us realize that he's probably embellishing things, which is why it's semi-autobiographical,
Anyway,
right?
I suppose. Anyway, moving on.
That's it.
Oh, that was it. I thought you had more.
No, that's it.
Tom Hanks wears a funny hat.
Tom Hanks is in this movie.
I like that bit where really young.
I like this movie. Joking aside, I just
Pretty sure
enjoy this movie.
this is
It's a good
post.
movie.
What year did this come out?
In 2002.
Yeah, so this is definitely after Titanic. I just remember that one shot
He's
of
young. Like he's young here.
I just remember that one shot of Leonardo DiCaprio walking arm in arm with all the stewardesses, and he's clearly too young to be flying a plane. But I guess he technically wasn't.
He technically wasn't. Um, no, it's funny that you say that this one's too long. Of the long movies that I watched this week, this movie doesn't feel
No,
long.
it doesn't feel long, but it just is too long.
It is long, but it doesn't feel long.
No, you're not wrong. I remember that. I remember being about halfway through it and be like, holy shit, there's still 2 hours left? Like, whoa. I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, no, good movie. I recommend. It gets the
Alright.
incomparable Jordan seal of approval.
So, Jordan, for my have not seens, in the year 2007, Um, the director Robert Rodriguez and the director Quentin Tarantino teamed up together to create a movie, lack of a better word. I consider it one movie, but it is technically two movies. It is a double feature called Grindhouse. And as I previously told you, but you clearly were not paying attention, I have already, and in fact, I already said it multiple times in this episode, but you clearly were not paying attention. I already talked.
Yeah, you
about,
said that you did it. You said that you did every one of his movies, and you didn't have enough to do 9.
Yes, so one of these movies is a Robert Rodriguez movie.
Right, and I'm saying that's cheating. You should have just done another one of his the ones that you already did.
He doesn't. Well, no, I can't talk about the Hateful Eight again. I already talked about it, so I was going to talk. And I've talked about it recently, so okay, I was going to talk about it again. So technically speaking, I cheated a little.
I mean, we could just skip it then. You did 8.
I cheated a little bit, and so this was released as one movie. So you would go to the theaters, and it was 4.5 hours long or whatever, and it was technically 2 movies mashed into one. And what was really cool about it is it opened with a bunch of fake trailers, and then in the middle, it had a bunch more fake trailers, and then it did Tarantino's movie. And a couple of those. So you remember Machete?
Mm-hmm.
Machete is from.
Don't text.
He's one of the fake trailers was Machete. And for you remember that movie Thanksgiving, the slasher movie Thanksgiving?
No.
The one where he wore the fucking pilgrim mask and he slaughtered. You were gonna watch it for something. That was also a fake trailer in this. You remember Hobo with a Shotgun?
Yeah, that sounds familiar.
In the Canadian release of this, that was one of the movies as well. And so the idea behind this is it's supposed to be an homage to old exploitation and Grindhouse movies, hence the name Grindhouse. So the first movie in Grindhouse is Planet Terror, which is directed by Robert Rodriguez. And it kind of counts because technically speaking, Quentin Tarantino is in this movie.
Still doesn't count.
And it's basically, it's an homage to old exploitation films. So the plot of this is, for what lack thereof is there is a group of soldier guys who are trying to get some sort of goo off of this scientist guy, and it accidentally gets released, and it turns people into a version of zombies, who are hyper aggressive but also like up to a point they seem to have control, because one of the characters is Josh Brolin, and he's the main girl's like abusive husband, and he seems to maintain his sense, but others don't. And anyway, that's not the point. At a point early on in the movie, the main girl, who is a go-go dancer, not a stripper, the movie makes a very, very strong point that there's a difference. Don't ask me what that difference is. The only difference I could differentiate.
Presumably, the difference is one takes their clothes off and the other doesn't.
I assume one of them doesn't take their clothes off. And so her ex-boyfriend shows up, and he's just a insensitive prick about like everything. And there's this really funny running joke about how she wants to be a stand-up comedian. She wants to quit being a go-go dancer to be a stand-up comedian, but she's not funny. Like, she's really like got this like really dry, like almost like Wednesday Addams like delivery of like information. Just very sardonic. That's where she's very sardonic. And she's like, she's like, oh, I want to be a stand-up comedian. He's like, yeah, but you're not funny. And she's like, but everyone says I'm funny. He's like, yeah, but you're not funny. So anyway, early on in the movie, she gets her leg bitten off by zombies, and she's in the hospital freaking out. He shows up to save her as everyone in the hospital is being turned into zombies, because everyone keeps showing up at the hospital infected by this zombie goo. And he's like, yeah, we got to get out of here. And she's like, I can't. I'm missing a fucking leg. Like, what do you want from me? And so he breaks the leg off of a table and like shoves it into her leg hole. And he's like, there you go. Now you have a leg. And like so much of this movie is just her walking around with a peg leg, and it's really fucked up. Like, I'm pretty positive this would get infected. I don't. So it's really funny.
I'm not a doctor, but
right. And yeah, some of the action sequences are really good. They're a little shaky. I'm like, oh, I'm not really feeling this. And then they eventually they get taken by these soldiers who are led by Bruce Willis, because of course they are. And I'm reading the Wikipedia. It's one of those movies where like I'm going back and forth reading the Wikipedia article to kind of make sense of what's happening. And Jordan, I'm sure you've experienced this. I'm reading the Wikipedia article, and like there's certain Wikipedia articles that are written for movies where it feels like it's written by AI, and it's like leaving out just like a ton of information, or like it's really like glossing over certain things, or not. Like, where you're like, oh yeah, you really didn't. This is nothing like how the Wikipedia article describes it. So there's a bit later on where they're being held by these soldiers or whatever, and one of the soldiers takes her off and is like, yeah, you need to dance for me. And the Wikipedia article says he tells her to dance for her, and if she doesn't, he's going to rape her. And it doesn't and for a lot of times the Wikipedia articles, like if it's playing if a particularly famous person is playing a character, it'll like in parentheses say who's playing them, and it doesn't say that the rapist attacker, and it's funny because the ending credits call him rapist number 1. So it just made me laugh. I was like, well, you know, Quentin Tarantino, very famously a famous director and also well known for that time he played rapist number 1. But so it's revealed that the reason why they wanted the gas in the first place was because they got dosed with it, and what prevents the change is if you put the mask on your face and you inhale the gas, it'll prevent you from changing. So he like takes off the mask and he starts to take off his pants and is like about to attack her, and like just his junk just goops off, and you're like, this man won an Oscar. This is very strange and gross. But so they wind up and they're trying to get away so that they can discover a cure or whatever, and the boyfriend gives her a minigun leg, and she attaches to her leg, and she does this massive action sequence that, I won't lie to you, Jordan, was kind of fucking sick, where she like jumps up in the air in ways that are like physically impossible for a woman who has a machine gun for a peg leg, and just starts blowing guys away, and it's hyper violent, and all of the action is super good, and it's super funny, and it's super over the top. And I'm like, I think next time I do pick a director, I'm probably going to do Robert Rodriguez, because I'm really kind of digging this movie.
Yeah, it sounds about right that one of the best movies you watched this week wasn't a Tarantino one.
No, I didn't say it was one of the best. Yeah, no, it's a bad movie, Jordan. But like, it's the number one thing that pulled me out of it, that was driving me crazy the whole time, that prevents me from like truly liking it. No, the best movie I watched this week was Django. Just
that's why I didn't say best. I said one of the best.
No, I wouldn't even say one of the best. But a big thing with this, and to a lesser degree, Death Proof, which is the next one, because it's trying to look like it's on film, there's two things that happen that are annoying. Number one, there's a random moment where they lose a reel, where like just all the characters are separated, and then the movie goes reel missing, and then they're all together again. It's fucking stupid. But it's trying to look like degraded film, like at an old movie theater, like an old gross grindhouse movie theater. So they've put that, that digital effect where everything looks like it's like degrading on film, but it's not actually, and it's just a digital effect. They put that on top of the movie, so the movie looks like shit. You're like, well, this doesn't, and the color is all saturated and washed out in an attempt. It's one of those things where it's like, don't try to bend the spoon. That's impossible. Like, you're trying to look like the thing that you're paying homage to, and it makes you look lesser for it. Like, you're good at the Machete movie is one of these movies. Just make one of these movies. Like, the more you try to look, like, try to be, or try to attempt, like, the more you try, the less it feels authentic, and the worse it looks. So
don't be a try hard.
Yeah, so by putting that, like, that fuzzy kind of effect on top of it, like the one you showed, like the effect that was on top of the movie you showed me, that you were like, oh, I'm not sure if this is intentional or not. And I was like, oh, it looks like it's digital, and it turned out it wasn't. This is digital, and it looks bad, and it makes the movie look bad. But yeah, be prepared. I'm gonna probably come back to pick a director, and I'm gonna talk about Machete, because Machete don't text. Yeah, yeah. I was sad that I couldn't find. I'm sad that I have to split this up. I would have preferred to talk about it as one thing. I tried to find Grindhouse as it was originally presented, and according to Google, it's on Apple TV, but I could not find a version of it where it was. I could only find a version of it was the two movies separately. And like, what's interesting is, like, if you were to watch this separately, and I didn't tell you it was part of a thing, it would be confusing, because the movie opens with a shit ton of fake trailers, and then it just goes feature presentation, and there's no like lead into it to explain why it's doing that. So yeah, I would have preferred to have seen this as one thing if I could. If anyone knows how I could do that, that would be cool. Anyway, that is Planet Terror.
Okay, so moving on to have not seens. This is a Tom Hanks one. I don't know why I didn't pick this when I did Tom Hanks.
This is Bridge of Spies?
Kind of surprising. Yeah, Bridge of Spies.
Probably because it's a war movie.
That wouldn't have stopped me.
It has before.
Not when it's Tom Hanks.
Usually, like, war movies are boring.
Usually they are, and this isn't specifically a war movie. Technically, this is a spy movie.
Is this good?
Yes.
Interesting.
I think
I couldn't remember if this was well received or not. I feel like it was, but part of me feels like it wasn't.
I
think it's really dry.
Critical acclaim for its screenplay, the performance of Hanks.
Oh, okay, it's well received. I'm wrong. I seem to recall it's quite dry.
It can be. Also, its box office did fairly well.
Yeah. It got nominated for a bunch of Oscars. Quite a well-received movie.
It can be. I don't know. It depends. Do you like movies about lawyers?
Yeah, I do, actually. I do.
Then you probably would enjoy it, because that's mostly what this is.
I'm a big fan of really? It's a courtroom drama.
Yeah.
Really?
More than anything.
I would not have, based on the title, pegged that. Really?
Basically, the premise is, the premise is that this one guy is convicted or he's found out and convicted as a Soviet spy. This takes place in 1960-ish, something around that time.
Okay. Red Panic.
So yeah, the one guy is convicted as a Russian spy. Meanwhile,
Red Panic.
Meanwhile, we have a side kind of story where we find out that a particular group of American, I think they're CIA people, CIA pilots or whatever, they are very specifically told, if you think, basically, if your plane crashes in Russia and you're right near the border, then try and escape. If your plane crashes in Soviet Russia and you think you're going to be captured, they are given a coin which has a needle in it, which if you even scratch yourself with the needle, it'll cyanide, basically, or whatever. It'll kill you. You'll die. And then you won't be taken alive. Don't be taken alive is basically the point.
Right.
And
that sounds very Soviet area coded.
Francis Gary Powers was shot down, and him and there was another American who was in a different part, and it was a little confusing for me. Um, because like there was like the East Berlin or something.
Yes.
It was when Berlin was in two halves, and basically, um, at first in the first part of it, Tom Hanks's character is essentially assigned to the Russian spy to try and give him his fair day in court. And his fair day in court. And like the judge basically at a certain point, uh, Tom Hanks's character is trying to do like his actual job as a lawyer, and the CIA people come to him and are like, "What's he been saying to you? We need to know. Tell us." And Tom Hanks is all like, "I, dude, client privilege. I can't." And they're like, come on, man. He's a fucking spy. Are you a traitor to your country, or are you going to tell us what he's saying? And Tom Hanks's character sticks to his guns and is like, I'm a lawyer. I'm
He's
going to do
like,
my job properly. And so then there's a point where like he tries and do like what's the term? I object.
a coup?
An objection to something that the prosecutors have said,
He's like,
where he's like
objection!
the police when they entered his premises didn't have a search warrant, so legally anything they found with my client is non-permissible, something to that effect. And the judge is like, come on, dude, we know he's a Russian spy. I'm not gonna fucking no, I'm disregarding what you're saying. He's a spy. I know you technically have to defend him, but like we all know he's a spy and he's gonna get nailed for being a spy. So
But
you
if
can
he's
just
not a
basically
spy?
sit there and no, he was a spy.
Oh, he was a spy.
You can just sit there basically and just let this happen. Like you technically have to be there, but like we all know what's going on. And meanwhile, Tom Hanks's character is like been talking with his client, and like the spy is not like a bad person. Um,
No, he's
and
just
so
doing
then
a
yeah,
job, man.
then the well Tom Hanks's character at one point he's like um he's not betrayed his country, which like if and like he goes over all the things that make it respectable. He's like if the situations were reversed and an American was in this position, I would hope that he would get as fair of a trial as I want to, like as I'm trying to give him,
Yeah, that's fair.
right?
That's fair. That's fair. That's
Um,
fair. It's valid.
and
It's valid.
so then time passes or whatever, and we find out that the American dude has been captured, and so then Tom Hanks's character is in charge of negotiating the release, like the exchange of
A
prisoners,
full
essentially.
release.
And then, but that's where I get confused because I guess there was also another
Oh, this is one of those days where
another one
my
who was
headset's just
in.
disappearing into the green screen for some reason. Sorry, I'm listening.
Um, there's another United States spy, who was in Berlin, the East Berlin or whatever. Um, I got a little lost there, but basically Tom Hanks' character is basically like, yeah, no, this deal isn't happening. The Soviets aren't going to get their guy unless I get both Americans back. And it hits a point where the CIA is pressuring him, being like, we only want the one guy that the Soviets have. We really don't give a damn about the other guy. Just get us that guy. And Tom Hanks's character is like, no, this ain't happening unless I get both people. They're both American soldiers. Like they're both Americans. I'm not. And so like he keeps doing that, and it gets to the point where they're on the bridge, and the Soviet people are like, give us our guy back. We're gonna give you your guy back. And the Soviet spy says to Tom Hanks, are like, we're waiting to get the phone call from the Germans that thing is also happening. And Tom Hanks is like, yeah. He's like, okay, for you, I will do this. And like he like drags his feet and like waits until they get the confirmation thing before he does it because he's like Tom Hanks's character has like won him over, and it's really solid and really good, and the acting is really good, and it I think you'd enjoy it.
I mean, yeah, that's fair. I need.
I think you'd enjoy
It's
it.
on my list.
It's only issue that you might have with it is it's 141 minutes.
Oh, yeah,
Makes it a little bit of a hard sell.
yeah. It's
Um,
just above 2 hours.
but apparently, interesting fact, it was apparently a joint, like a bunch of different countries came together to work on it. So United States, India, Germany, and United Kingdom
Nice, nice.
all worked on it. Had a budget of 40 million, had a box office of 165.5 million.
Interesting.
So it didn't do too terrible.
Um,
Also, the thing so when Abel, that's the spy, is convicted, um, the judge was going to give him the death penalty. But Donovan, which is um, what's his name? Oh my God, I just kept saying his name. Tom Hanks. He's Tom Hanks's character. He convinces the judge to spare him from the death penalty because he had been serving his country honorably, and he might prove useful for future prisoner exchange, which he does.
I understand. So is that it for Bridge of Spies?
It's a good, solid movie,
Um, so
and not depressing.
not depressing. I mean, that's nice. I will say none of mine were depressing. That was nice.
I guess I was more thinking of last week.
Oh yeah, that's true. Last week was kind of depressing. So, Grindhouse, Jordan. So the second part of Grindhouse was Tarantino's contribution to it, and that is a movie called Death Proof. And what's funny about this is Death Proof was on. I had to search out for Planet Terror. It wasn't on anything, but for some reason, Death Proof is on. Despite the fact that most of his other movies were either on Crave or Netflix, Death Proof is on Amazon Prime for some reason, and it opens with fake trailers again. I can't remember which one. Oh, it was one of the ones that I joked. I'm like, really? This is the one that you chose not to make into into a movie? Oh shit, I can't remember the name. Hold on. I'm gonna Google it because it's gonna make you laugh. Hold on. Hold the thought. Oh, that's what it was. It was Werewolf Women of the SS, directed by Rob Zombie. It stars Nicolas Cage as Fu Manchu with an incredible fake-looking Fu Manchu mustache, that or beard or whatever that doesn't even remotely stay on his face. It's super fucking funny. I was like, really? We made Hobo with a Shotgun. We made Thanksgiving, but we didn't make Werewolf Women of the SS. Come on, Rob Zombie, what are you doing? Plot of this. So the plot of this is because again, you got to remember, it's a homage to old school exploitation films, and this is okay. This is probably the only time. No, I can't say that with certainty, but this might be the only time we ever talk about exploitation films. Do I have to explain to you what an exploitation film is, Jordan?
Something to do with sexual things?
They tend to be just, sometimes they involve sexual violence, but they tend to be really grimy, really gross, hyper violent, extra violent movies, particularly from like the 70s and 80s.
So basically, Pulp Fiction.
Yeah, Pulp Fiction, exactly. Pulp Fiction is also, in its own way, an homage to pulp magazines and that kind of grimy kind of storytelling. Yes, exactly. Not quite. Pulp Fiction isn't quite an exploitation film because it's not gross enough, but it hits it because it's got sexual assault in it. But anyway, so the plot of this is, there is a man, a crazy stuntman named Stuntman Mike, played by Kurt Russell, and he goes to bars and he picks up women and he drives them in his stunt car, which has a stunt cage in it, which he claims makes the car death proof, and he kills women in his car. Like, he crashes the car and he kills women in it. Or he, like, chases after women and he crashes into their car and he kills them.
Okay.
And that's it. That's really it. This movie is an hour and a half long, and there's a reason why Tarantino movies are so fucking long, because like so much of this movie, like if it's 40 minutes in, and so much of this movie is just women sitting around having conversations that kind of are not like I read a review that
That's
was
why I
like
can't stand his movies, because
it's
a
just
lot of them nothing
it's just
happens.
meandering conversations about nothing. Yeah, but the difference is this is only an hour and a half, so you're like, you don't really have time for. So there's like an extendedly long sequence of like these four women. So okay, the first 40 minutes of this movie are devoted to four women, and then they're at this bar, they're having conversations. The dialogue is irrelevant; it doesn't matter. And one of the girls agrees to go with Kurt Russell, and she goes to get in his car, and it's rigged for stunt driving, so there's no passenger seat. And she's like, where the fuck am I supposed to sit? Basically, he's like, well, you didn't. You asked me to give you a ride, so you sit wherever you sit. And so as he's driving, he drives, and yeah, he goes to crash into something, and he's driving really super fast. He hits the brakes, and she goes bang, and she like smashes her head on the fucking dashboard and just gets gashed open. And he ends up sending her through the windshield and like killing her. And then afterwards, it turns out he's been stalking these women the whole time, and he finds them as they're driving along. And oh yeah, I forgot foot fetish. This is very much Quentin Tarantino foot fetish. One of the girls has her foot full bore just out the car door window as they're driving, and like he comes up behind them. And to its absolute credit, the car crash sequences in this movie are kind of great. Like, they're practically done. They're violent as shit, and they're done with real cars, no CGI. It's all practical. It looks incredible. I mean, it's violent as fuck, but it looks incredible. But so he like rams into the back of her, and this is why, kids, you don't stick your leg out the window when you're driving. But he crashes into them from behind, and it like severs her leg, and it looks real too. It severs her leg, and the leg just goes flying. He pulls back, and then he like does a wheelie and like lands on top of the car and just like pops them like grapes. It's super fucking violent.
That sounds unpleasant.
It is, but like in the like, this is really cool kind of gross way. If you're not into hyperviolence, it's not going to be for you. But for someone like me who appreciates a good violent sequence in a movie, you can appreciate the artistry of something. And so then the movie completely just changes gears. And it again, 40 minutes into the movie's more than halfway over. All of the characters he spent 40 minutes introducing us to are dead. There's no connection to the new. And then it cuts to four new characters. One of them is Rosario Dawson. Two of them are people you don't know, but the fourth one, and this is what's interesting, is it's a stunt woman. Like, she plays herself, a stunt woman by the name of Zoe Bell, and she does all of her own stunts in this movie, and the stunts are incredible. Like, they are absolutely incredible. Like, there's a bit where eventually he shows up again. They're all in town making a movie, so she's the stunt driver. There's another girl who's also a stunt driver. One of the girls does makeup, so on and so forth. I think Rosario Dawson does makeup. And the Zoe, she has a dream. She wants to drive a Dodge Challenger. So they managed to locate a Dodge Challenger, and they want to do this. I can't remember what they call it, but it's basically this challenge where like she straps herself to the hood of this Dodge Challenger and doesn't fall off, basically. And as she's doing this challenge, he shows up again and starts ramming them from behind. And there's a bit in the middle where they explain what his deal is. Like, they just basically look at the camera, and they're like, well, okay, now let's do it this way. Jordan, what do you think his deal is? Why do you think he's killing women in this way?
He's a psychopath.
I mean, that's completely fair. He is. It's a sexual thing.
Yeah, I didn't want to say that because it made it feel weird.
Yeah, no, yeah, they're like, it's the only way he can get his juices going.
Yeah,
That's what
no,
they say.
didn't want to think about that.
And And so yeah, so he rams her, and there's this entirely long, fucking really long sequence of him ramming her and him trying to get her, and she's like desperately.
Oh, I bet he wants to ram her.
Hold on to that. That's funny. It's funny you say that. So like she's desperately trying to like hold on, and like it's an impressive stunt. Like she's barely holding on, and she's actually doing this, and it is not unimpressive. So they managed to like break off from him, and he's like, "Ah, thanks, girls. This was great. Like I got my jollies from this." And the one girl who there's a big long scene earlier where they give her shit for having a gun, she shoots him in the chest, and he takes off. And they chase after him, and the one girl's like, oh, so they don't chase after him initially. They're by the side of the road, and they're like, yeah, where'd the driving psycho go? He's like, oh, I shot him and he took off. And they're like, do you want to go find him? And they're like, fuck yeah, we do. And they all three of them get in the car and they drive off and they find him, and now they're ramming him from behind. And she's like, yeah, take it, bitch. Take it. And she keeps ramming him behind. Yeah, you love it. You know you love it. And she's ramming him from behind. And no, sorry. Initially they show up, and the one Zoe's got like a pipe, and she's like beating him to death with it. And he takes off, and then they chase after him, and they eventually ram him off the road, and they pull him out of the car, and they just start kicking the shit out of him. They're like, fuck you, you fucking psycho piece of fucking shit. And they just start kicking the shit out of him. And then the movie ends. And I liked it because it was just such a reversal. It was like, yeah, you're expecting there to be some kind of a struggle for him to do that. Because the big thing was like Tarantino with this, he said he wanted to make a slasher flick, but he wanted to make it his way. And I like that his way. What I sort of not removed from this is one of those experiences where removed from it, I kind of appreciate it a bit more, because I like the fact that they don't do the bit where the serial where like Mike Myers gets up and he's still alive, or Jason gets up and he's still alive. No, very specifically and pointedly, they crush his head like it's a fucking watermelon at the end. He's dead. It's great. But there's a lot of bits in this where it's long conversations of women there's one kind of cool moment for me who had watched all of his movies, where it was like there's a bit where they're all having lunch or dinner or whatever at a table, and the camera's moving around them frantically, and it's replicating the scene from Reservoir Dogs. And I'm like, oh, that's a fun visual reference for me, a Tarantino fan. That's a fun visual reference. But like, yeah, so much of this movie is long, agonizing.
Would you call yourself a fan?
I am a fan. Yeah, I do like his movies. I would
because listening to you describe all of these movies in what I would say is maybe an excruciating amount of detail.
Hey, it's what I needed.
I don't think I would call myself one. A lot of these sound bad.
No, I wouldn't say you're one, but I'm one. I appreciate, but to be fair, I appreciate good artistry, and this definitely has that. I would say I appreciate the later ones more than the middle ones. This is to be fair, this is I had to skip over this in the chronology of it, but this is
early days.
No, it's after Kill Bill, but before Inglourious Bastards. So before his movies got good, basically. But also it's going for a kind of vibe, right? You're like, this sounds bad, but this is an homage to movies like this that are bad. And like, this is an example of like, he's trying too hard to emulate that, so it ends up feeling like an approximation rather than a recreation. And so like, yeah, it also does that thing where it's got the fucking fake digital, the film looks like it's degraded shit that makes the movie look like shit.
Well, that makes sense. It's the second part of the first one that was doing the exact same thing.
Right,
so.
Exactly. But like, look, I like good, like technical craftsmanship, and like he has it in spades. And like I say, the car chase sequences in this, they're visceral. Like, the sound design is good. It looks good. It looks cool. It looks violent. It's everything it should be. But like, it takes 40 minutes for it to fucking get there. And so much, like, in a movie that's only an hour and a half long, you're like, Quentin, you don't have real estate to have your character sit in a car for 20 minutes and have an unnecessarily long conversation about dating. And the thing that's particularly frustrating about this one is, remember when we talked about the sweetest thing and I said women don't talk like this? Like, there's a bit where they're having this conversation and it's very clearly written by a man. like just like obviously written by a man, where it's like where she's talking about how she's not sleeping with this guy, and all the women in the car like, you gotta sleep with him. I mean, at the very least, you have to suck his dick. And you're like, no women talk like this ever. I like, there's so many movies, like there's times when I watch movies where I'm like, I have too many female friends for this. Like, women don't talk like this. Like, no woman would ever have. This does not pass the Bechdel test. Bechdel test? This does not pass the Bechdel test. They are talking about a man. Like, this sucks. There's a reason why Quentin Tarantino only writes for men. Like, yeah, when he's writing for, I'm gonna do my wrap up of Quentin Tarantino really quick, and then we'll do your last one. When Quentin Tarantino is writing two white dudes having a conversation, it's good shit. Like I say, there's something just inherently comedic about like two hitmen driving through town talking about fucking McDonald's. Like that's an inherently comedic thing. Like that's a funny thing. Yeah. Let's just, Jordan. Let's just right now. Let's rank the Tarantino films. I'm gonna rank them. Number 1,
Django.
Number 2,
Inglourious Bastards.
Number 3.
Well, I haven't seen them, so that I'll leave for you. But those are definitely the top 2.
Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, number 3. Number 4, Reservoir Dogs. Number 5, Pulp Fiction. Shoot.
Is Jackie Brown higher than Kill Bill?
I have to look at my list because I'm currently blanking. So we're doing all of them, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Hold on. I'm currently blanking. That's bad. I just watched these movies. So sorry. Number 1, Django. Number 2, Glorious Bastards.
Inglorious.
3, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. 4
is
Kill Bill. Kill Bill.
4 you said was Reservoir Dogs.
Oh, sorry. 4 Reservoir Dogs. 5 Pulp Fiction. 6. I'm gonna combine Kill Bill into one because I think it's technically one movie, and there is the whole Bloody Affair, which is one movie. So we're gonna say just Kill Bill is number 6. Oh man, that's tough. Jackie Brown 7. No, Death Proof 7. Jackie Brown 8. I just think Jackie Brown's the worst movie. I really do. It's just so boring. Like more than anything. Like, yeah, Death Proof is probably a worse written movie, but like the thing with his movies is it's by design. So Death Proof is bad by design. Like it feels bad. Whereas Jackie Brown, it feels like, oh hey, I did Pulp Fiction. I got big swinging brass balls. No, everyone's afraid to encourage me to cut shit. I'm just gonna let scenes run on for.
You're basically saying it's his Empire Strikes Back, where nobody would tell George Lucas to say no.
I would have said Phantom
or
Menace.
The prequel.
Yeah, it's his prequel trilogy. Yeah, where it's like it's just everyone seems like they were too afraid, and he didn't write his characters dynamic enough that you didn't notice that the takes were so long. Because like yeah, the takes are long in Inglourious Bastards and in Django, but because Jamie Foxx and Christoph Waltz have so much charisma, you just don't notice. Like yeah, like Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, if it had Christoph Waltz in it, that probably would be I would rate it higher. Not on my list, but just generally, I'd be like, oh, it's a better movie because it's missing Christoph Waltz. Yeah, Jackie Brown is just like, oh my god, stop talking. Anyway, that's it. Speaking of stop talking, I'm gonna stop talking now. That is Quentin Tarantino. I cannot believe I've now seen all of his movies. That's it. That's the end.
Okay, we're gonna do a quick wrap up. The Fabelmans.
Yeah, I want to see this movie.
Have you seen The Fabelmans?
No, I want to see this movie. I hear it's really good.
Okay, I'll try not to spoil too much then. Not that there's
a
lot to spoil necessarily, but
I mean, it's fine. If you do, you do. I just know that I don't think it's the kind of movie.
It's semi-autobiographical.
I was gonna say I don't think it's the kind of movie you can spoil. It doesn't strike me as that kind of movie.
Well, only in one way,
But
really. Not
but then
really.
again, I
But
went with Dead Poet Society. I said don't spoil that movie with the thought that there wasn't anything to spoil, and then there was. So like, who the fuck? But I just know that
uh,
this is let me see if I guess this right. This is Spielberg's love letter to filmmaking, right?
more or less,
Yeah,
it uh it, especially for the younger years
yeah.
of the character in the movie,
It's
it
about a guy who likes
really
to make movies, right? That's
especially for the younger years, it really reflects his life.
yeah. It's not
Um,
100% bio. It's
that's
not a
why it's semi
yeah. It's not a
autobiographical,
biopic, but it's based on his life loosely. I do know that.
inspired, I would say. Loose. It says loosely based on Spielberg's early life and beginnings.
Yeah, but it's about a kid who
Um,
wants to make a movie.
it's about a kid who likes making movies,
Fair.
not specifically wants to make one singular
Who
movie.
plays the lead? Who
Um,
plays the lead? I feel like it's someone I know. Corey Fableman.
no,
I don't know if that's his name.
that's not him. Why is the top cast not the person at the top? Uh,
I feel like it's
oh,
someone I
here it
know.
is. Gabrielle LaBelle.
It's not someone I know. I'm very incorrect. I thought it was someone I knew.
I don't think I think there's only one person in this movie who you would recognize
Yeah,
theoretically,
I feel like
unless you know. Do you know Michelle Williams?
I do know Michelle Williams.
Okay, well then you would know her. Do you know Paul Dano?
I do know Paul Dano.
Then you would know him, and you definitely know Seth Rogen.
Right, I forgot Seth Rogen's in this. Right. Yeah, Paul Dano. Paul Dano's the Riddler in the Batman
If you say so.
in the new
Um,
Batman movies, which you've seen.
anyways, um, yeah. So, Cold Notes version. Basically, it starts off when he's a kid, like a young kid, and he starts off with his passion by he sees on the big screen he sees trains crash. And so then he starts using his model trains to try, do the same thing.
What year did this take place?
Uh,
If I'm guessing, if it's based on Spielberg's childhood, I'm guessing the 40s or 50s. But I'm just trying to
it
figure out what era of filmmaking we're
starts
talking about here.
it starts in 1952.
Okay. So we're talking like still not quite early talkies.
Uh,
Not early
the
talkies.
Fables take their youngest son Sammy, to see his first film, The Greatest Show on Earth.
Interesting. And that's a real.
Dazzled by,
Is that a real movie?
yeah, seems
Oh,
to be. It
interesting.
was a 1952 American epic drama film produced and directed by Cecil D. or
Oh,
D. DeMille.
Cecil B. DeMille. Oh, interesting.
Shot in Technicolor and released by Paramount Pictures.
Fun fact for you, Jordan. Where like I'm ready for my close up, Mr. DeMille. That's who that's referencing.
Oh, interesting. So yeah, they take him to see that. He's dazzled by a train scene. Then he asks for a model set for Hanukkah because they're Jewish. That's important. That's important.
That makes sense.
Then Mitzi allows him to shoot another crash scene using Bert's 8 millimeter camera, and
Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah, that sounds about
it
right.
springs from there, where years later, Sammy makes films with his friends in Boy Scouts. He uses post-production effects. He earns a badge in photography. Then later, the Filbermans take a camping trip with Sammy, taking footage of their
Seth Rogen's
of
the
their
dad, right?
vacation rather. No,
No.
he's he's the uncle who is a friend of the dad.
I don't like the way you used air quotes.
Well, he's not related by blood.
Oh, okay. It's just you went
So
uncle.
it's like, well, the reason
Like
why
a
I say
touchy
like that,
feely kind of uncle.
no, not with the children. Um, no. The
Okay.
reason why I
Again, the way you phrased that was slightly concerning.
because it could be
But
considered a
definitely with the
spoiler.
teenagers.
No, no. The reason why I say it is because it could be considered a spoiler, and I don't know if you want me
Oh,
to tell you.
fair. He's a love interest. He's got a love interest. Gotcha. I understand.
He. Do you want me to tell you?
Go for it.
The mom cheats with him.
Really?
Yes.
With Seth Rogen?
The mom cheats with him, and the reason
Really?
why Sammy figures it out is because in the footage that he took of the family. So basically, there's a point in the movie where the mom's mom dies,
Yeah.
and the mom gets really depressed, and so Dad goes to Sammy and is like, because Sammy is about to start production on what I assume in real life would have been that fire one that I mentioned that he
Yeah.
made when he was like
Yeah.
17. He's about to start like on that, and his dad comes to him and is like, so can you push that down the road a little bit and instead make a film using the footage that you took from camping for your mom, like because it'll make her feel better, and like because you're the one who made it. And
He's like, all right.
so he well no he was like, well, no, I've got a bunch of like I've got people that are coming to work on the film that I want to make, like I'm paying them, right? Like, or
Like,
something like that. Like, he's like, I can't, I've rented a bunch of equipment to work on this
yeah.
using my money. Like, I really don't, like, no, I can do it after. And his dad basically pressures him into it. And this is where I do think you should watch it, because I think in a lot of ways you would relate to Sammy, because his dad doesn't take his dream to be a film
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
director
It's,
seriously,
it's Jordan.
especially in
It's
the
everything.
50s.
It's everything in my wheelhouse of movie loving. Like it's
Um,
yeah, yeah, for sure. I
Like
can
his
see that.
dad is like, it's a great hobby, but you need to have something real that you have on the
Oh yeah,
back
it's fucking
burner.
typical boomer fucking 1960s attitude, of course.
1950s, yeah. Um, and so Sammy then agrees to make the film, and he's going through all the footage, and he notices in the footage, I missed it. Um, I couldn't figure out exactly what it was that he saw that helped him, like, or if it was just the general way that they acted with each other. But he picks up some way, whether it was a direct thing that he saw or it was just the subtext of how they acted around each other. He picks up on the fact that his mother and Seth Rogen are having an
That's
affair.
wild. I just think I'm sorry. That's so mean. But just Seth Rogen's the other guy. That's fucking. It's Seth Rogen. He's the guy who gets cheated on, not the guy who cheats with. Sorry, that's
I'm
mean.
not, yeah, I'm not gonna say it, but if you were to see the dad, Seth Rogen is the more attractive of
Is
the
it
two.
skinny Seth Rogen?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know.
Fat Seth
Um,
Rogen is knocked up Seth Rogen.
it's no,
On a scale of
it's
knocked up Seth Rogen to Green Hornet Seth Rogen.
I'd say closer to Green Hornet, probably like the Pickle Man, kind
Okay.
of like that
Okay.
is how if I had to. Um, but
Oh, just a real quick side. I'm gonna completely forget to mention this. Has nothing to do with the thing you're talking about. It only has to do with Seth Rogen. But this is a major spoiler for the most recent season of The Boys. But it made me laugh. Um, and in the more recent episode of The Boys, Seth Rogen shows up and at a party with Jared Padalecki's speedster character, and Jared Padalecki kills Seth Rogen. And Jared Padalecki says to Seth Rogen as he's about to kill him, "I will always remember you when I watch American Pickle," and that made me laugh because I was like, "Oh my god, the third person who's watched that movie." That's not fair.
um, uh, sorry.
So I thought I thought you froze there. I was about to like, Jordan, did I lose you?
No, I'm just refreshing myself. Um, yeah, so that's where he got all the filming equipment. I forgot that part. Sammy gets all the filming equipment because the grandmother that died leaves it all to him.
Gotcha.
Um, and so yeah, he then in the
Yeah, filmmaking in the '50s, man. That like
Sammy basically objects to
unfortunately
making the family one. Bert dismisses him, being like, it's a hobby and you can focus on your mother before you focus on your own
in
thing.
the 1950s, you gotta be completely fair. Access to art and artistry, especially film, was not as easy as it is now. So like, I definitely understand how that happens, but
Um,
still,
uh, so before Sammy begins doing the editing and doing the stuff for the family one, I forgot to mention, their uncle, his mom's uncle, um,
his munkle,
shows up. Huh?
his munkle,
His great uncle, I guess, is what it would be.
his mom's uncle,
Um,
his munkle.
shows up for a visit because his sister just died.
That makes sense.
And uh, he was like a famous, like in the circus or something like that. He's a famous performer, and he and Sammy have this whole conversation where he's like, where we both are, our passion for our art comes before everything, even our family, and where you're gonna end up pushing your family away, but you'll be like a great success. And I was like, oh boy, man, this sure feels personal.
So do they get to him as an adult filmmaker in this movie?
Not really. They get to the point where like he's in so near okay, we'll jump the gun a bit. Um so long story short, Sammy ends up making the film. He makes his mom happy. He spends a period of time being a complete dickhead to his mom because he knows the truth. They have a confrontation where she like hits him in the slaps him across the back. He shouts that he wishes she wasn't his mother.
Harsh.
Um, yeah, Sammy shows her the compiled footage, promises to keep the secret. Then the dad gets a promotion. They move to California away from Uncle. I don't remember what his name is. Uncle whatever he
Uncle
was.
Seth Rogen.
I'm gonna call him Uncle Seth Rogen. And then Mom, who has agreed to what is decided to stay with her husband, and not run off with her,
Uncle Seth Rogen.
Mr. Seth Rogen, um, goes to
Her
California,
daddy, Seth
and
Rogen.
please don't say that. That makes me uncomfortable.
That was the intention, Jordan. The intention
And
was to make you
she then
uncomfortable.
yet again begins to fall into a deep depression, where her husband are like, "Why are you falling into a deep depression again? You're acting like someone died, even though nobody's dead." Long
Honey, you're
story
a woman in the
short,
1950s. You're not allowed to feel emotions. You should cook and otherwise bring. Cause you should cook something or otherwise knit
long
something into something that's useful to me.
long story short, there's a whole while Sammy has been at school, he's having to deal with a bunch of asshole bullies who are anti-Semitic. Um,
Naturally, because I'm just
very,
saying,
very,
I would
very
totally.
anti-Semitic.
I'd be
He meets
down.
he meets he meets the devoutly Christian Monica, who he starts dating, and their beginning of their dating is he visits her place, and like sh- it's it's weirdly it's weird. It's weirdly sexual, where she's like, "You need to beg for Jesus to come in you. You need to beg. You need to,"
I
and
don't.
it's
I don't
weirdly
want. I don't
sexual,
want Jesus to come in me.
and like because she's like
Also,
a
he's
devout
Jewish.
Christian,
Technically speaking,
and
she
he's
has to.
Jewish.
If they're gonna date, she has to convert to him. It's not the other way
Or
around.
yeah, it's a whole weird angle.
That was an episode of Sex
But
in the City. She had to
but
convert to Judaism for him.
anyways, so she suggests that Sammy film the ditch day at the beach because that's a whole thing. He makes a movie about it, plays it at their prom, and it features. It makes the one bully who was the real anti-Semitic one look like a pathetic loser, and everybody's laughing at him, and it makes the other one, who was the boyfriend of one of the girl, anyways, makes him look like this hero, and he has like this whole breakdown where he's like, "Why did you do that? You made me look like a person that I could never hope to be. Like I could never be that good. Now everybody expects me to be something that I'm not." And like they have this whole begrudging respect moment where the other anti-Semitic kid comes and like tries to harass Sammy again and be like, "What the did you not actually swim? But what did you do?" And like he like kicks his butt literally, and is like, "You don't tell
Ooh.
anybody that you saw me crying," and it's this whole like kind of sweet moment. And so then we
You're like,
fast
I
forward
am a
again.
fable man.
We fast forward. Fableman is their name. Um,
No,
we
I'm you. I'm pretending to be you. I'm like, oh, but they are a fable man.
um,
We're all fable men in
uh,
the end.
so we fast forward a little bit again. Mitzi and Bert, mom and dad, announce their divorce, citing her depression and his discovery of the affair between her
Oh,
and
oh shit! He found out.
Uncle Seth.
you're like,
Um,
oh, that's fair. Seth Rogen was way hotter than me, and you're like, really?
and so she's gonna basically move back to be with him,
All
and
right.
Dad is gonna stay in California, and I think she takes the kids with them.
Huh.
And so then, um, but Sammy is not willing to do any of that, and he's gonna go to Hollywood, and there's a period where he's in college and he's talking to his dad, and he's like, I hate every moment of this, and like it's ruining my life, and I don't like it. And his dad was like, it's like then kind of like, you should do what you
You're
want to
Jewish. You should
do.
go be a doctor.
He's like, you should go and do what you want to do.
Doctor
Um,
Fableman.
and Bert grudgingly accepts his. I'm going to just read this part directly. Um, Bert grudgingly accepts his son's passions and tells Sammy to keep on his path if it makes him happy. Sammy receives an offer to work on Hogan's Heroes. Knowing that he is more interested in filmmaking, show creator Bernard Fine invites Sammy to meet director John Ford, one of his greatest influences. During their brief meeting, Ford offers Sammy some pointers on framing, insisting that he never place the horizon in the center of the frame. Newly invigorated, Sammy walks through the studio backlot, the shot adjusting itself to match Ford's advice. And that's how the movie ends.
All right. They should make a sequel where it's him making Jaws, but they don't call it Jaws. They call it Teeth.
Sharky, sharky, bite, bite.
Sharky Sharky Bite Bite, and it could be about
Um,
Steven Spielberg making Jaws. That'd be sick.
so interesting thing to note.
Or you could do the movie where he's making Close Encounters of the Third Kind, and you can call it Near Encounters of the
Near encounters of the kind.
third kind.
So interesting thing to note. Uh, so the person who portrays John Ford is David Lynch, and it was his final acting role before his death in
Huh.
2025.
All right then, Jordan.
That's
That
the
is,
Fablemans.
that is the
It's
Fable
one of
Man.
those ones where, like, if
Are
you're
you
gonna
a
do
Fable
a,
Man?
it's one of those ones where if you're gonna do a watch through of a bunch of Spielberg movies, I kind of feel like you have to button note it with this one.
Seminal film.
It had a budget. Apparently it didn't do very well. Had a budget of 40 million, made 45.6 million at the box office.
Yeah, but
151 minutes.
yeah, I think it got nominated for Oscars if I'm not mistaken.
I think you're right, but I'm too lazy to try and find out.
So Jordan, as I mentioned at the beginning of this, you gotta pick a Steven Spielberg. You gotta pick a Quentin Tarantino movie, at least one. I will settle for Glorious Bastards.
I mean, if I okay, so here's the thing. If I I'm gonna give you a choice. Um, if you want me to watch Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, that's it. That's all I'm gonna watch. I'm not
Uh,
gonna do both that and Inglorious Bastards because Inglorious Bastards is 2 hours and 33 minutes, and Once Upon a Time in Hollywood is 2 hours and 41 minutes. So if I do both, I'm doing like 5 hours of movies, and I just can't do
yeah,
that. I
fair
can't.
enough. Um,
I can't do another week of that. I just did a week of like way too long fucking Spielberg
I'm
movies.
kind of tempted I think maybe I'm changing my mind. I know I said I would. We might save these for another time because I have another idea for what I want to do next week, and I don't know that
Okay.
I want to commit. Yeah, we'll let you decide. We'll let you decide if you want to use one of those for this because this is what's happening next week. So next week it's a week before my birthday, and we won't be able to do the show because my birthday's on a Friday, and so the show after my birthday will be after my birthday because it's my birthday. And I already do whatever I want on this show, but I even more want to do whatever I want. So, Jordan, the topic for next week for you. So here's how this is gonna go. I will have my own secret topic, and you will have to guess what that topic is. But for you, for your topic, I think you know what I want you to pick. And Jordan, I think you know what I want you to pick, and I think one of the choices to give you an idea of the kind of thing I want. You better believe that Sex and the City 2 is going to be on your list next week, Jordan.
Ugh.
You just better.
Then I definitely don't want to have two really long
You
ones.
better believe, Jordan.
Isn't that like 3 hours long?
Don't even worry. No, I think it's only 2.5. Don't even worry, Jordan. I already looked it up for you. It's on Netflix.
Oh, good. Well, that's something.
Jordan, I think you know the kinds of movies I want you to pick.
But also, I seem to remember not hating the first one as much as you did.
I know you didn't. That's fine. I can live with that. Jordan, it's not my fault you enjoy the torture, and then I'm gonna have a secret topic.
Enjoyed is a strong word.
It's
a very, very
to
strong.
be fair, the second one I remember being like, it's not as
Apparently
bad.
they're making a new Crazy Taxi game.
Huh, neat. So yeah, if you need more suggestions, Jordan, of stuff to pick, you let me know. But one of those ones better be Sex and the City 2.
You haven't even given. What was the topic?
I think you know what I want you to pick.
That's the topic.
So it's movies that you think I want you to watch.
Okay. Thank you. I needed you to spell that out for me because I thought you were like being like clever or something. Like I think you know what you want. I think you know.
I think you know.
And I'm like, no, I really don't. I need you to like lay this out. What's my topic, sir?
The topic is I think you know what I want
Yeah. Okay. I think I get it now. Okay.
Yeah. Jordan, I want to be entertained. It's my birthday. Entertain me by watching bad movies. There, I said it. I spelt it out for you. I'd like to see a little bit of torture next week. Is what I'm saying. But don't torture yourself too bad. It's still a party. Like don't do I spit on your grave. That's not me soft hinting that you should do that. Don't do that movie. We will never talk about that movie on the closest we ever will get on the exploitation iceberg is when we talked about Grindhouse. That's it. That's as far down as we get. I got some suggestions that I Googled and they were disgusting. That's a conversation for me and Jordan privately. Anyway, that's next week. It's a week before my birthday. And I have a super special secret that Jordan will guess immediately what the topic is. I hope. I don't want to overpromise and underdeliver because I haven't actually looked into it to see if it's possible to achieve. But we're gonna darn well try. So where can the people find you?
Where can people find me, Justin? I do Minecraft Mondays every Monday on my Twitch, Deathgore187, and when I don't do that, I'm spending like 5 hours talking about Quentin Tarantino and Spielberg. 5.5 hours, sorry.
I mean, to be entirely fair, Jordan, an hour of that was the news and comment response time. So, like, really, it was really more like 2 hours of talking about Quentin Tarantino.
4 hours then, okay, fine.
So, you know. Technically, half of that was devoted to talking to Steven Spielberg. Anyway.
That's why I said Quentin Tarantino and Steven Spielberg. I said both.
This is true.
You can play it back. Roll the tape back.
No, we don't have time for that, Jordan. We've been here for 5 hours. It's time to go. Jordan, you can find me on TikTok.
5.5 hours.
You can find me on TikTok, and you can find the show on TikTok. Spur of the moment. Don't worry, we don't say the N-word.
It's true. We don't.
You should. The boxes have popped up already. I'm sure they have, or will pop up at some point. I don't know. I've never actually looked into how it works when I put the boxes on this kind of video. But the left, that's last week. It was. I don't know what it was. It was nature and stuff. That's what it was. You can click that. Go watch that. That was a good episode. Solid episode. We got intellectual on that episode. I mean, we get intellectual every time. But on the right is a random video. YouTube thinks you're going to enjoy. Jordan, why should the people hit subscribe?
Because they get content every single day.
Every single day.
Also because it would make Justin feel good.
It would make me feel good. It would make both of us feel good. It would make it feel like all that Quentin Tarantino was worth it. Yeah. We will see you all next week. I don't think I missed anything. Patreon, Wild Education, Goosebump Crew. Hitting it. We'll see you next week. Bye.
Bye.